keep the kid down. Now it's a big bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salad. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances. Yeah, gotta give them no work. It come with some purpose. Gotta stay on your job. I be going berserk. The time is mine. Gotta give them a lure. Gotta look who in first. Yeah, you know it's a team. Gotta rep on a shirt. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, they all wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise, know you seen them on a sign. It's a movie in real life, it's real life televised. Check the wrist, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
There are only 4 weeks of competition left before playoffs, and every match counts because Champions Paris is on the line. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Yeah, that's right, GB. That's how you actually pronounce this city's name. I'm Zoe, and on the desk, I'm here with some old friends. Brent and Sideshow, reunited at last. Are we still friends? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. I hope we're
I don't
still
even
friends.
know who you are anymore. more, you know what I mean?
I do like the cheap shot you took at Golden Boy. I'm hoping there's many more of those for the rest of the day.
I planned them out, like my entire sheet of notes here is just shots at GP.
I like that. That's what you have to do. And that's what being friends is all about. I've got many for Brent later on.
Perfect. So we all came prepared. I do love that. Now I hope that our teams came prepared as well, because coming up today, we've got an Ascension showdown between every caster's biggest nightmare. Letter, number, letter, 2G versus G2. And later today, we're also going to be seeing Sentinels taking on Furia. Now, Furia is one of the many teams who headed into stage 2 with quite a few changes in the roster. And of course, that gave us plenty to talk about after 1 week of play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously having to settle with as well some pieces that they didn't want to, because some of the players not able to make it due to visa problems at the moment. But Furia sitting at the bottom. Now, what are the chances they end up battling back today? Josh?
It's low.
Is it low?
It's low, but also, listen, G2 are down there as well. So unexpected things. Now, the difference is G2 have 19 championship points, of which Furia would love a couple. But listen, you work with what you got.
Champion point, please.
Yeah, please, a crumb.
These are just irrelevant details, though.
Small
right?
details.
Exactly.
Small details.
Like, we're just going by the numbers and we're looking at those standings, and that's what the only thing we can go off of.
Yeah.
Because we only have 1 week of matches played so far, 6 matches overall. Obviously, this is the best time ever to have some overreactions. Brent, I know you're an emotional guy.
I love overreacting.
What did you react to last week?
Oh, well, I rage baited everyone on Plat Chat. Actually, did I do that last week?
No, it was 2 weeks ago.
The passage of time is confusing to me, to be honest. But listen, my overreaction, a bit predictable, I think, as well. I'm going to say that NRG are going to finish bottom 2 in their group. I'm going to say that they're going to finish bottom 2 in their group and they're not going to qualify for playoffs.
The thing is, though, this is just blind squirrel finds a nut. It is just digging around. Oh, look, incredible. Look at this blind squirrel that found one time.
My nose is very acute, actually. I can sniff out a nut from anywhere. Don't try and hide them from me.
No.
Don't try and hide them from me. Actually, you're finishing bottom 2. Josh's overreaction is going to be worse, though.
I think it actually is.
Is it?
No, I'm not going to lie. I think it is worse.
How is it worse?
Okay.
Because my overreaction is that Loud are going to win champions.
Okay.
Again.
That's insane.
This team, this organization has won champions before. This team, organization, is one of the greatest that we've ever seen in Americas. And this team, the actual team itself, did way better than I was expecting. Communicating in Portuguese when Robbie was dead, communicating in Portuguese sometimes and just ignoring Robbie.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster for the rest of the stage. That does not sound like a good...
functional.
Yeah.
But it worked. But it worked.
But it worked.
So they're going to win champs now.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but they'll go all the way to champs and they will win.
I guess the segment is called Overreaction, so I just have to... we just have to roll with it.
Indulging us.
I think mine is actually quite reasonable.
Well, that's
the opposite point.
Crew on top. I stole Wyatt's playbook on this one. But quite frankly, listen.
All right.
The meta suits them, right? We have
All right.
Kesnit and Dante being able to run that double duelist. That should make everyone froth at the mouth.
Yeah.
Right? Now, did Dante show up? No. But Kesnit showed up for 2, so it doesn't really matter. Kesnit, it was a bloodbath out there. So if he can repeat this performance just a bajillion more times, we're good. Also,
if Kesnit's just the greatest player to ever touch the game a couple more times,
then they will win it out. And it's just so simple.
They were calling him the LATAM Simple back in 2021.
That's right. I heard the same thing. Word on the street. But also Meltzer taking over. I think his calling was phenomenal against MIBR. And the track record for Meltzer as IGL means that he's going to go to champs.
You know what the track record for Loud is? They normally make it to champs, and they've won champs before as well.
Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with how this one worked out. I think we were very reasonable.
Well, yours is reasonable.
Thank you.
But it's supposed to be an overreaction.
Well, I think it's still an overreaction in my opinion, because I don't think Crew actually played that well as a team. I think it was just Kesnit going crazy.
Okay, well,
so I'm going to call that one.
Chances of Kesnit doing that again is
I'll go. It's
that's
okay.
all right. We might not need you for the next segment.
You might not. I don't know what the next segment is.
You seem pretty replaceable, to be honest.
It's true,
That's
yes.
all right.
Generic white man. Type B. Yeah, just fully carried a selection model, yeah.
That's
we
right.
find him.
Well, guys, let's head from overreactions to the deaths of Ascension, right? Because our first match today will be 2G and G2 facing off against one another. This is the first time we're going to see that. And they are, quite frankly, on the opposite end of the spectrum. While G2 obviously is already qualified for Paris, so technically they could just be chilling all default stage, which of course they're competitors, so they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
But for 2G, like there's so many things that need to check off the list.
You know, the funny thing is, G2 officially could still be like not in the league next year if G2, if 2G,
There it is.
Jesus, here we go again.
Yeah.
If 2G made it to champs somehow, I mean, crazy already, and then outperformed G2 would have to go back down to Ascension. So,
Crazy.
but I mean, that's not going to happen. The most likely thing is that 2G are fighting for playoffs in order to actually get a chance to win Ascension again. You know, back with Spike. It's fun to watch this team now. They're not just bottom feeders anymore.
But they need to beat one of these, or at least one of these 2 teams, right? Coming up in these next 4 weeks.
They look better than Furia.
They are going to be, yeah, they do look better at Furia. So that should be, I mean, I'm not going to give it to them for free just yet, but G2, Cloud9, SEN are your other opponents.
Yeah.
And you need to beat at least one of them to even stand a chance of potentially making it into
That's
playoffs.
what makes this first loss so heartbreaking against CG, because that was a very winnable match. And if you're looking at the map score there as well, right? The last map, they were so close to getting that. How much of that was also EG having a slow start? Like, we'll never know, but this must have hurt them.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, you're looking ahead. Where do you get the easy win? Maybe you can prey on the fact that you're going up against G2 and they've got Baby Bay in. Listen, no offense to Dre. No offense to Dre.
But here's the
for real,
offense.
it is the most winnable game that you could possibly get against G2. There is no other time in the entire year where you see 2G playing against G2 and you're like, it could happen. It could happen.
I would say it is in G2's best interest to not let that happen. But,
just
you
for
know,
naming
just
levels.
But they could be
Their own
pretty
pride.
funny here as well. But let's be real, like obviously G2 getting relegated is unthinkable, very unlikely. Even with Leave out of the lineup and even with them dropping that very first map, they're still an incredible team.
Yes, they are still an incredible team, but they've been having to go pretty much lights out, I would argue, as well, because for as good as the team is, Leaf is, in my eyes, an unreplaceable player, just in terms of the role that he's filling in. And it's big shoes to fill. Dre's been doing his best, don't get me wrong. Baby's been trying hard at it, and I'm sure he's going to still be able to, put up some level of performance into the server, but I can't deny that what I'm seeing from G2 is that you're having to see the best out of absolutely everyone constantly. For 4 players over the course of 4 more weeks of matches doesn't really feel sustainable to me, because they're having to deadlift to a degree because of the missing Leaf factor.
But it doesn't matter because they already qualified for champs, so they could legit lose every single match and they would still be in a good position. The only thing you can argue there is obviously Leaf doesn't get the reps in, so they can't grow as a team in this meta.
Yeah, I kind of want them to experiment, actually, because Babybay's a somewhat similar player to Leaf, in the sense that he could play Duelist and Sentinel at the same time. So Leaf is super confident playing Duelist, and they could play a bunch of double Duelist comps if they wanted, but with Leaf not being here, maybe they'll try and play it a bit more safe. I want them to be experimental, run some weird compositions, so that when Leaf comes back, then you have that kind of like groundwork of, well, this worked, this didn't, this might work if Leaf is better than Baby Bay. So like, you've got some buckets there to experiment with and to work with. And so I want them to run some weird double Duelist comps and actually make use of their time experimentally.
You know who likes weird things? Baby Bay, probably. I don't know. So let's hear it from him, the young rookie. Dryad had a quick chat with him ahead of today's match.
I'm here with Baby Bay ahead of their match against 2G. And Dre, last game you didn't win, but we got to see a different G2. The guys were screaming, they were getting so excited, and that's something that they're crediting you for. So what do you think is about you as a player that is bringing that vibe to the team?
I mean, I'm definitely here to bring the energy. I think it's something that when you're on the top for so long, which they were, like you can kind of like lose that a little bit. So I think it's just like having fun again for them, you know what I mean? And I think if they can tap into that while also staying focused, bro, oh man, this team is going to be unstoppable, right? So I think that's the main point.
Does it feel good to be back?
Yeah, hell yeah, it feels good to be back. It's so fun. I mean, every single shot I took, if I hit it or whiffed, yeah, no, like it was so hype in the arena, and the fans were great, seriously.
I'm so excited to see you. Good luck today.
Let's go.
It's 2025. and I am on a desk with Brennan's Sideshow talking about Babybay's performance. Did we all die in 2020? Like, what happened? Or what is going on?
Well, Babybay's career died in about 2020, and he somehow managed to revive it. He's out there doing CPR on it. People in the crowd are losing their minds every time he gets a kill. Like, he popped off with some decent rounds, though.
This Chamber, I'm a fan.
Yeah,
I liked
the people's
it.
champion.
He was the people's champion.
He went even on the Chamber, right? Was it 10 kills, 10
Yeah,
deaths?
something like that. He also got a lot of kills on Zekken.
And that was the best. I mean, honestly, that's good for him. Well, we're setting the benchmark for a player to be stepping into that role after being out of pro play for what, 2 years? 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he does. He still have it.
He really is the people's champion. I'm not gonna lie. He's the people's champion.
Literally nothing has changed. Just still a reddish jersey as well. So
Now, 0.5 KPR, you're gonna need to get that up a little. Those are rookie numbers, and you're no rookie. Listen, even though technically you're a rookie, get those up a little. But I think this is the perfect match coming up for Babybay to kind of like flex on people a little bit, because there should be a big skill disparity between G2 and 2G. And then if he looks a little rough in this game, then I don't know. I mean, maybe Bren will fill in for the next one for
I'll
G2.
fill in. Yeah, throw it in. G2, play contract, maybe.
Yeah.
Write it up. I'm not a lawyer.
Maybe you have to like defeat Babybay in order to do that. Maybe if he just like
we're gonna run that again.
It's a gauntlet.
Yeah, the gauntlet again. Where I listen. Last time it didn't go too well for me. I don't know if I'll.
No, you got destroyed.
I got destroyed. I probably
That's
get destroyed
true.
again.
Yeah,
but you
probably.
look good doing so.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, fully ish.
Ish. Now, whilst we're on the topic of Babybay, there we go. I'm the one. I have to say it. I have to ask the question. Schmeig? What does it mean? Is this a real word? Does it exist? How would you use it in a sentence?
How would I use it in a sentence? I mean, Bren, how would you use Schmeig in a sentence?
I'm Schmeiging.
Okay.
He's one. I'm Schmeiging.
Any verb. No, I'll tell you what it actually means.
That didn't help me at all.
Do you want a Merriam-Webster definition of it?
I don't think there is one, but go ahead.
So the way that he originally wanted this word to be used in like 2021.
So he is the inventor.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, he was
it's not a real word.
He was disrespecting utility, and he was just running at people, and then he was forcing fights. So he was like ego challenging people and not respecting util. And he was like, yeah, we can win by doing this. It's just Schmeiging. We're just running around Schmeiging everybody. So like the anti-version of what G2 do.
Yeah, so that's a good fit. That's a good mixture, right? Like oil and water typically mixes pretty well.
Yeah. Could do.
Okay.
There's not much more to say on that.
No, there really isn't. Like,
What does Schmeig mean to you?
Yeah, what does it mean to you, chat? Let us know what it means to you personally, since it's not a real word.
The etymology of it, though, comes from what? Schmeigel?
Schmeigel.
What does Schmeigel have to do with running in and disrespecting utility?
I think
He's never done that. He was hiding in a cave.
No, but he
ran it anymore.
He ran in and disrespected Sauron and then like threw the ring into the lava, didn't he?
With his body.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what Babybay said.
How about we just hear it from the source?
Okay.
He's the inventor of it, so surely he can clarify, right?
People might remember this, they might not, but when I was on FaZe, I created this term called Schmeiging. It's basically what it was just running it down. I mean, you watch NV play right now in Tier 2, basically what they're doing, or you watch PRX, W Gaming, same thing, bro. So I just called it Schmeig, and I would just Schmeig out. That's exactly what I would say. Full run it down. You kind of saw a little bit of that, but I've kind of like toned it down quite a bit because it's not my role anymore to just do that. You know what I mean? So, you know, you might see some glimpses of me Schmeiging in some moments, maybe for better or for worse. but yeah, that's what it is.
TIL, thank you so much. Yeah, the player on G2 that was actually Schmeiging was Valen.
Perfect.
He low-key had to deadlift some of those rounds.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
No,
Did I use it in a sentence?
You used it perfectly.
Perfect.
You used it perfectly.
Nice.
No, he was having to do more than he would usually have to, I think. And that's strange for G2 because usually they're very much a sum of the parts kind of team, or rather the team together is greater than the sum of their parts. But usually also these performances are coming from Trent or Leaf. And Valen's had his moments, but he was really forced to go nuts in that match against SEN to keep them in the game.
Yeah, and lights out, to be honest. And G2 are going to have to keep that going, I think, to some degree, because Yeah, there's only so much. I don't want to push Baby down a little bit when he's smiling, he's having fun. He's like a child on Christmas. He's opening presents when he's up on the stage. But yeah, G2 are having to go above and beyond, I think, to try and offset the fact that they've ended up losing Leaf. And it brings openings for 2G, genuinely, and for every other team that G2 are going to be playing against, especially for 2G, though, because they're a team that need the wins. We already highlighted it earlier, but they need every single win they can get in this group just to make playoffs, just to stand a chance to keep going, keep themselves alive, potentially make it a bit further and not get just relegated the auto boot.
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's actually hear it from G2's parallel universe opponent. Dryad caught up with 2G's LC ahead of today's match. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hey guys, I'm here with LC ahead of their match against G2. And LC, you're facing the other Ascension team today. Does knowing that G2 already made champs add more pressure to the team, and how are you dealing with that pressure?
Hoje é um jogo muito especial, com certeza, por ser um time que veio da Ascension como a gente. E é um jogo muito difícil também, por ser um time já classificado para o Champions. Mas a gente lida com a pressão da mesma forma como os outros jogos e se prepara do mesmo jeito para os outros times também. Então a gente sai com o objetivo de sair com a vitória hoje.
Yeah, today's a very important match for us, especially because we're facing another Ascension team. Of course, it's also G2, so it's a very good team. But the pressure is the same. We didn't change much. We still work and practice the same way. But it's a really important game today.
All right. Good luck today.
Thank you.
It is indeed. Now, 2G has arrived in Stage 2 with the long-awaited rookie who got them into VCT Americas.
Yep.
Spike finally eligible to play. And yes, they lost, but it was a good look for them. They look much improved.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't disappoint, I don't think, at all with a lot of the play because, I mean, the guy was just crazy. I mean, here we're seeing some of the LZ moments as well. But
and
overall,
he's been good even on the previous roster, actually, LZ.
He has, but I think the whole team is honestly starting to click, and you can argue maybe it's the wrong time for it. A bit unfortunate with the circumstances when it's so late, but they still do have destiny in their own hands if they can get over at least one of these seemingly insurmountable hurdles. But in terms of firepower, there's no denying that 2G have got it.
Yeah, and Spike adds a huge amount to that. I mean, you're seeing him here playing the Neon and then swapping over to play the KO to support Silence. That duo works really well together too. So they've got a nice system going, and this is the system that they built to win Ascension. Even their Ascension win, by the way, they weren't the favorites coming into the tournament. They were a bit of a surprise then, but they clearly have talent. It's just unfortunate that because they had such a young star player on the team, they weren't able to access Spike until kind of halfway through the year. I am rooting for them for that reason, though, because they're a team that has had to play nerfed for half a year. So I want them to do well now. Yeah. I'm hoping that they make it to playoffs at very least so that they can fight in Ascension again for that spot. But it's so tough when you look at their strength of schedule. It's just so difficult. That's why games like this matter so much.
Yeah, it's like you say, right? We wish we would have seen this iteration of the team in Stage 1 right at the beginning, but things kept on stacking up against them, and then they had to lose their leader as well in like an unceremonious fashion. But yeah, Spike showing up now is so important for them and their mental as well.
Yeah, I think that it's just in terms of an additive piece, it was the piece that 2G were looking forward to all year long, just praying that they could hold out in time for him to come into the team. And he hasn't disappointed whatsoever. Like, the firepower has not been missing from this guy. And he's come in with, honestly, high expectations on his shoulders as well for a rookie player.
He did great.
He did great. For all the expectations that were on his shoulders, he definitely performed above and beyond, I think, as well, stealing the show in most of the maps here. But you got to keep it going now against one of the hardest opponents in Americas, arguably, as well, even though they are slightly nerfed.
Yeah, you've got to have Spike with a huge game today. And I think also, you've got to take a couple of lessons away from Sentinels, right? One of the things that SEN did well against G2 is that they picked Corrode. Now, 2G's Corrode doesn't actually look that great. But another great thing that they did was bully the crap out of Baby Bay. They found where Baby Bay was fighting on Lotus Rubble, and they re-cleared onto him again and again and again. Now, Spike is the entry player, Baby Bay is the anchor player in a lot of their comps. Go and bully him. Find where he is, Spike, and go and destroy him.
And he was like just inching in. Like, he had no fear whatsoever. He came in with so much confidence, no matter who he was facing off against. I want to see that again today on the server. And then also, if he doesn't get to play that Neon or Yoru where he's more comfortable on, if we have to see Silence picking up that duelist role, he performed really well on that jet as well.
Yeah, he did actually. I mean, that's what we mean when this team is not just a one-trick pony in terms of Spike coming in, okay, everything's safe. They've got firepower on the rest of the players. Silence has been proven that as well all throughout. And they have this kind of dynamic duo where they can swap and kind of exchange, I think, the role of duelist. I mean, I didn't see that play.
Yeah, that's a very silly play.
Absolutely absurd work that they're putting in. But yeah, the guy was just absolutely dominant. But it goes to show, I think, that this 2G team don't just have that one danger play that you can remove. It's not like the days of, okay, find out where Icebox is playing, run away from him. They have threats across the board, and 2G can absolutely lean into it. If they keep that firepower going against a G2 team that are not playing as well, that are missing one of their core pieces, having to really go above and beyond themselves, I'm just saying, there's openings here for 2G. There's openings here for 2G.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love to see a performance like that from a rookie, especially if it was so long awaited. It's easy to fall short of expectations when people have been waiting an entire stage. Now, as someone who never disappoints when we're asking for good footage is our community. And we put out a call for action for you to send us your best clips. And you sent them in because we've got an exclusive gun buddy up for grabs as well. Now, let's take a look at your clips. Everyone that is featured today in the show will be scoring this incredible gun buddy.
This is a penguin in a wingman outfit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at some of these then.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. I mean, this is looking kind of nice so far. I mean, not a continuation of the same clip. That prior one, I think, was just showing camaraderie. I feel like I'm watching Kiko back when he was in his prime, controlling the yellow box on Icebox. That's an angle.
What the hell?
On top of the sage wall, right? Yeah. Okay, that's funky. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh my. Wait, these people can shoot.
Wait a minute.
It could be bots on the other side.
Wait a minute, our community's cooking.
Hold on. I was like, where are we?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry for the throw.
Make sure to follow us on all socials because we will be giving out more of those incredible gun buddies, so there will be more opportunities for everyone out there showing off their talent. And they're taking ads, man. They can aim.
Some of those people can aim. I want to see the fail clips.
That's what I want to see.
I want to see the fails.
Submit their failures.
Why not? Why not?
Because then they don't get featured.
Because we're going to laugh and mock?
No, because they don't get featured and they don't get a gun buddy.
Oh, well, I mean,
no, they get featured regardless of winning or failing. Like if they're featured, they get a gun buddy.
I like the Sage boost on Corrode. I've never seen that one before. The Sage wall, and then you can look through the window and peek out. Pow!
Paper X-esque.
Paper Rex-esque.
That's
That's
nice.
There's a lot of tongue twisters today.
I mean, 2G versus G2 is going to dominate people today.
Who's casting that one? Glad it's not me.
It only got us like 5 times already in like 20 minutes, so we're good. We're doing good. Now, speaking of talents, of course, we're not just having a talented community, we also have so many talented rookies joining us for Stage 2, so let's rank them. We love ranking people's performances. Now, the two of you, I don't have much faith in your ranking abilities, given a recent Plat Chat episode. We do not have 2 hours for this one.
Okay, fair enough.
2 minutes though, so go and walk us through your thoughts.
All right, I mean, do you mind if I go first?
Go ahead.
Verti, I think, was the best individual performance from the rookies that we have seen so far in like Stage 2.
I agree with that.
I'm going to put him at number 5.
He's been looking nice.
Yeah, 5 is the best.
Now, there's
Just
a lot of players
clear.
here, but there's only 5 numbers of which to
Yeah, you can
put
kind
them
of
in
wobble
between
people.
as well
can
if
just
you're
put them in
unsure.
between.
Yeah,
Sado was
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Sado's been really good, honestly.
His map one was nuts.
I'm going to put him at a 4.5.
Okay, that's very high. That's very high.
Put him at a 4.5.
All right, I'm going to say Dante actually underperformed my expectations pretty hardcore. I'm going to put him down at a 1, which might seem harsh, but I think he's going to be like way further up towards
This is a
here.
little unfair though, because Kesnich just like didn't even give him an opportunity.
Yeah,
the
but
opponents
also-
were already gone by the time
Yeah.
Dante arrived on scene.
Map 1, he didn't really get going though, and like map 3, he's just kind of
Okay,
like
fine.
playing to play Kesnich in. I want to see more from Dante Deus.
Yeah, Dante Deus. Is
Okay.
it my turn again? I
Yeah,
guess
go
it
on.
is. Yeah.
Look
Who
at
we
you
got
guys
here?
taking turns. How cute.
I know.
All right, I'm going to put Kess in here while
I
he's
was thinking about Kess, to be honest.
Kess was good, man. He was good.
Yep.
That's
I mean,
more
this is
than-
just
What, further up?
Yeah, between 4 and 5.
these are just
at least.
rookies in stage 2.
Yeah.
Stage 2 rookies.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I was looking for Luke Shaw.
Okay.
And I couldn't find him.
Also, a rookie, this is just
And it confused
stage
me.
2 rookies.
Baby.
Also, the reason why Pala isn't featured here, of course, because he's already had a stint. No, you're being a hateful person.
Is that too much?
That is so
that too
not-
much?
That's not.
I'm sorry, Dre.
Mm.
No, honestly, I'm just riling him up so he gets confident for this game. You know what I'm saying?
Is that how it works?
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
mean,
go positive.
it was about similar with Dante, to be honest. I think.
So right there?
Yeah, maybe.
He had a good
Okay.
map. He had a good map on Chamber.
Who are we missing?
We have to give him that.
Spike went nuts, actually.
Spike did when it's the
Spike is
glasses.
there.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't read right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like looking.
Right now.
Right now, all the time. Never learned to read. Been
Hey,
hiding it. I've been
Spike was
illiterate my
crazy.
entire life.
Dude, Okeanos was pretty damn good. I reckon Okeanos goes somewhere around here. I would say Scuba goes next to him, somewhere around there as well.
Arango?
Arango? Orango further that way. I think he played worse
Oh,
than.
so bad it was good.
I don't know. I think he played worse than Baby Ray and Dante, maybe. But man, I can't. To be honest with you, Brent, I can't even remember Orango's debut. So
Yeah, that doesn't- that's not a good
I might
sign.
be being unfair to
a
him.
little unforgettable,
I
perhaps.
also couldn't remember the debut.
Okay.
And so that's why I was like, Josh, what's your opinion on this? Where do you think we should rank this player?
Well, we've maybe been a bit harsh to him, putting
Are
him
we
underneath
missing
Baby
anybody?
Bay. But no, I think that's everyone.
That's
isn't it?
everyone?
Yeah, it should be 9. Is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You can count?
I barely.
Yeah, the non-American
Barely
education system
Wait a
is
minute.
crazy.
I can count in different languages, just not in
What?
English.
That's crazy.
I know, I have so many talents. Now, playing Valorant is not one of them, but that's why I just talk about players who are really good, such as Tush, Transition, Trent.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Yeah, meta be damned. Obviously, Trent still doing Trent things.
Yeah, he's still doing Trent things. He was playing really well even when he was off the Tejo, and then we actually saw him pull the Tejo out as well. So he's he's been a player that's been able to flex off meta, do stuff. I mean, the thing is, when people were talking about Trent being a Tejo one trick, that was just exposing yourself as having not watched Valorant before. Yeah.
He was frying on Sova before that.
Yeah, he was nuts
crazy.
before. And okay, he wasn't like, we weren't talking about him as the best player in the world, but I think when you look at what he's been doing, generally, okay, the Tejo didn't exactly work superbly well
Light
here.
the world on fire.
But in general, like, they do just have an incredible player here that they can rely on.
Yeah, they're always going to be able to lean on Trent, I think, to be able to put up big numbers and just be able to make those plays happen. Even when he's on the Sova, like you said, he's never really been a one trick. That narrative just came about because he was solely playing Teo and doing it better than anybody else. And listen, when you're at the top, people always look for reasons to drag you down. So that's.
It was also in a meta where if you didn't play Tejo, you kind of just
Yeah.
lost. So like
Yeah.
you're kind of forced into the
Controlling a
position
bit.
to like being a one trick.
Yeah, I
Just
think
like
so.
to put that in perspective.
But they do have that one piece of Trent to sort of, I mean, they've always going to have Trent to lean on, I think, as a team, even when they're in the weakened state that they are at the moment. So it's not a worry for G2 just yet. Now, after map 1,
We'll see about
we'll see.
We'll revisit the conversation.
see.
Now, 2G, G2, they're moments away from taking the stage. So let's look at predictions. I feel like we should all be aligned on that one.
Oh, hey!
Excuse me?
Dude, that's a solid punt from Riv and Brent. I was like, oh, two people who are nuts on the broadcast. Oh, Brent.
Of course it would be Bren. Bren, explain
2G.
yourself.
I took a punt on it, man. I took a punt. What can I
like
say?
that.
After my talk and that chat with 2G, it didn't do much good for them.
Okay.
But
What's the percentage chance here, though? You're predicting an upset. That doesn't necessarily mean you think that 2G are like, 100% going to win. What's the
What's the win con?
22.7%.
22.7%. Wow. That's kind of low.
What's the win con?
Yeah, what's the win con
The
here?
win con is Valorant doesn't really have a life game anymore. They've only got Trent to really put up big numbers at the moment, and everybody else kind of really struggles a little bit. Bebe coming in doesn't really take the initiative as much, which is going to put more strain on Valorant's calling. Because I think when Leaf plays Sentinel, he finds the gaps a lot better. It makes for the pivot options a bit better for G2. They don't have that anymore. So everything's getting harder for G2. They're going to have to play really, really well in terms of firepower to offset Spike and Silence and all the rest of the crew. 2G have something to play for. G2 don't as well. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. There's a chance.
All right. Well, okay. We'll revisit that one as well. And now, while we're on stage today, we will be in the lounge for the next 2 days for some close quarter battles, and we need your help decorating the set. So if you got a great Valorant fan art that you want to share with us, or maybe just some weird, unflattering sketches of Bren and Josh, bring in. Scan the QR code for more info, and we hope to feature you on the show. We've got 3 straight days of matches. Anything can happen. Stage 2, VCT America starts right now.
A vitória contra a G2 significa muito pra gente e, sinceramente, é o nosso objetivo. A gente veio pra duelar com eles em busca dessa vaga na liga, manter a nossa vaga esse ano.
I love those guys, honestly. They have a similar story to us when I was on guard, so I have a lot of respect for those teams that stick together, grind it through, win Ascension, and make it to VCT. Spike's in is really impressive. I would say one of the best rookies to debut in VCT. Honestly, he had an incredible match versus EG.
It's a crunch, and Spike gets away with 1, make that 2.
Hopefully we can put him on a leash a little bit so he doesn't go like full LeBron mode and just take us out.
Eles são um time muito completo, então acho que vai ser um jogo difícil de toda forma.
Waiting for his moment, takes the high fight first. And takes the second.
Mas com certeza a ausência do Leaf faz uma diferença grande e a gente pode explorar esse fato que vai acontecer na próxima partida.
They're our Ascension enemies, so we got to make sure they don't do too well. This match is big for us.
There you hear it. Let's get this Ascension battle started. 2G is taking the stage. Their heartbreaking loss against CG last week, that was a very winnable match for them. They did play it close.
It's like playing against your evil twin. It's 2G versus
from the underworld,
G2.
from the other side.
Yeah, and they're seeing another Ascension team from the year before who's been absolute trailblazers. I mean, G2 have just taken the world by storm, right? And in terms of being a team that's gone from Tier 2 to Tier 1, 2G hoping to tread in a similar path, but it's very, very difficult. And I think what's on their mind is just making sure that they lock in another year.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think they've got a lot to play for today against a team that they know is going to be tough to take down, but we just heard it in those pieces and those interviews that they think that there's a weakness here for G2. They think they can jump on it.
And they'll have to do it now, as they do need to win out those next few games. But they are going up against the back-to-back Americas winner, G2. They're already locked for Paris. So even with the sub, even with Leave out of the mix, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this is a team that's just been at the tippity top, and the only reason we're giving any credit to this being an upset is because Leaf is out, and he's been fundamental to G2's success. Top 2 player for sure. You can argue about whether it's been him or Trent, really, over the course of this year. But I think, Bren, your point is so crucial about how much Leaf really gave them in terms of pushing out on defense, recognizing timings. And that's something that Baby Bay will be struggling, I think, to keep up with, as any player would. That's not an indictment of Baby Bay. It's just how good Leaf was. He was so cerebral.
Yeah, I hard agree with that. Leaf is a very hard player to replace. Dre is going to be doing his best, I think, in the process. Obviously bringing up the vibes for them overall as well. And the maps are interesting because could see 2G try and take it in an unusual direction to see if they can gain an advantage. But I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary, is it?
No, I mean, Corrode and Binds, both maps that are new into the mix here, are out. Ascent, I love that for both teams, quite frankly. 2G did lose it last week, but they still played it well. We're probably going to see Silence back on that duelist role for that one as well.
I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't just put a week's worth of prep into Corrode to try and hard target what was going wrong for G2. Because that looked like a map that when I was watching G2 play it, especially with Baby in, they were looking relatively lost, I think, in terms of what to do as appropriate reactions when they lost mid-control, whatever else. It wasn't a great showcase.
Probably are still just in the process of making Spike feel comfortable in the team, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And that's one of the problems too, is that both of these teams actually are in a bit of an adjustment period. But Ascent, the reason why I'm worried about it is because G2's attack side looked unbelievably good with their double senti composition that they run here. Valen's calling is like so precise with the way that he moves around the map, and I think the comp just fits them. Baby Bay, it's really easy to play chamber when the rest of your team is doing such a good job at putting you on good angles. They really escort Baby Bay into good positions, and Baby Bay's job is wait for someone to re-peek you and kill them. And that is like how you get the best out of Baby Bay, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, they talked about this last week, right? That this is a comfort pick, not just for Baby Bay, but for the team itself.
He needs to stop.
Does he though?
He's a freaky little guy.
So do we expect to see a double senti mirror here?
I mean, I will say no because we literally see the come right in front of us. But also because I really think that Spike on KO does a great job of setting up Silence. So while they could run the double Sentinel comp, and I think they would be quite good at it too with Silence on Chamber, Silence popped off on Jet. Spike's going to play aggressive on KO, and that's the danger duo that G2's going to have to shut down. I think the problem is they're just so good with their double Sentinel comp at shutting down threats like that.
Yeah, I hard agree on that point. I think this is it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to try and crack into G2 just because it is relatively simple if they're setting up Baby Bay to get inserted and find value himself. I think G2 are going to be one hell of an opponent for 2G to try and cross over.
They will indeed. It's going to be an uphill battle. I'm excited for this one. Our teams are locked in, and so are your casters for it. It's Riff and Vincili on the mic.
Yes, it is time for that 2G versus G2 match, and for 2G here, a win, the possibility to get it. I mean, they looked great in their first game, almost coming over with those wins, almost finding that victory, but against G2 here, who has the not prime roster with Baby Bay in now, this is that chance and the mentality boost that 2G could get here for the rest of the season by getting this win could be immense.
The difficult thing right now, though, is that you're starting this series on G2's map pick, or 2G's map pick being Ascent. And that is, for me, is not a win condition for them, because I would like to see Spike on a Neon. He was popping off against EG, had 27 kills opening things up on a Neon, but this time around, you also have Gobera on a Cypher. He was being exploited quite well against EG last week. So right now, hopefully they have some sort of plan to play against G2's double Sentinel comp. If not, you're going to have to look already at the second map of Haven.
Absolutely. And as always, we get the match started here with the load up fast with Samsung SSDs. And we are going to be right on to Ascent here with 2G versus G2.
That's 2G starting off on the defense. So already when you're seeing the slow play that you want to play in this double Sentinel for G2 or any of these comps, you're trying to exploit middle to fight back. But it's G2 putting up the first battle here. They pressure up towards A main and now are looking to manipulate the map a bit. 2G not moving around though, they're still looking to fight towards mid, and that's how they open it up.
Silence now, you'll see him on the Jet here on the maps where then 2G can play that agent, and he starts off with the first blood onto Jogamo, so a really big one as well for G2 to try to get back and forth into the site just after they do a bit of a find and who is at A main mission just to push off 2G and get that space recovered.
You already see after this fight, though, from 2G, they're giving up a lot of space, giving a chance for G2 to really start to set up this pincer maneuver, working into this B site.
Good split. Silence backs up to get another one, but he's quickly traded by Trent. Sitting patiently in sight are going to be two members for 2G here, so a lot of work for G2 to get themselves into position and figure out where these flanks might be coming from. Count. You get the damage for the rest of the team to clean up. Is it possible, though? Is a quick trade here onto Jonah P. And now it's just going to be one more. Gobera is hurt, tagged up and fallen now. Trent with 3 as he's looking for the last player. No time to plant, just a few seconds there. He will get it down, but it's the push in now from LZ. And his patience, his back off at A initially allows him to be alive at the end of the round for a pistol win on the side of 2G.
That's the main thing right there. The patience shown by LZ as the IGL, but also the patience coming in from Gobera. I just mentioned how he was being heavily pressured against EG, but this time is able to hold that corner as long as possible, isolate some fights pushing through, is able to get one, drops the spike here, being Jonah P on top of that, and gives a chance here for LZ to have an easy pickup in a 1v1, forcing Trent to plant outside in the open. And this is the kind of start you want here for 2G. Maybe giving up that space is that game plan coming in for 2G to upset here their Ascension compatriots.
Yeah, doing such a nice job there playing cat and mouse in B. G2 looked like they had to search forever to find somebody. That's a white out there for Silence. Goes down on the initial push, and G2 expected this. Are they going to be able to grab a second round here off of 2G?
Signature there for G2 to push the way that they did with the Stinger buy after trying to get that plant down. Both players once again for 2G holding in the back of this B site. Flash for them to peek out, but they just hold their ground towards the back.
The rotation's fast as well from the defense, though. Can they collapse now on the attackers? It's going to be big from LZ coming from the market area. And now they slowly walk into sight. Every corner is watched here with a bit of help just off the shoulder. Jonah P is going to peek and get that frag. And yes, it does look like in the 1v3, G2 will clap right back.
That's what you're going to have to start learning here for 2G's side. Seeing that space that you want to give away here for G2, you also have to make sure that your rotations are going to be quite fast. So read it quickly, but maybe with that, you force them to fast rotate, and G2 can start playing into their rotation play style they don't want to have here with this double senti. But a great opener to start things off on the attack side.
And just see how aggressive, even with the shift held in that W3 through B main, what the timing they create for that advantage there. It was really nice to be able to take down Silence, who get first blood on that first round. So got to slow him down somehow right away.
Camera taken out.
And now it's up to 2G to figure this one out. Where can they set up to figure out what this buy round for G2 is going to be?
And the camera only saw one person so far. G2 just stayed all the way back, anticipating some sort of a crunch on an eco round for 2G. Now they still have player advantage. Could try to rush into this B site. It looks like they want to optimize and maximize orb control first here for G2. Still trying to prod the information. Again, the only thing that they saw so far was Gobert on the attack side. They don't know where the stack could potentially be here for 2G.
Moving back over, we just actually saw the KO knife flying all the way through the map from that A side. So Spike identified a few in B main. Now they can start to cut audio and work their way towards the right side, and they've chose the weak side, Vans. They could absolutely crush in here.
They've been good at these, just pop flashing and swinging out Baby Bay at the point. Baby Bay's gonna open it up.
Yep, always sniping, always looking down the scope. Expect a few more to come from there with the help of the team behind. And you still have Trent just on the outside of A main, so while delivering the power, they still have safety to watch the lurks here. G2 feel very comfortable getting the plant down on this round.
We're juggling around here just to, again, maximize.
Yeah, why not?
Jonah's the one closest to his ult. Now he's only one pip away, and looks like 2G's analyzing that and realizes it, so they want to stay back towards the spawn just to dot a spike, which is going to be something very important. If you allow here Jonah P to get the ult into the next round in your gun round, you might start seeing G2 spiraling into the advantage on the attack side. Now you're giving yourself a fighting chance. Silence is getting very close to operator money as well, which could be one of those big win conditions against that G2 slow play into middle.
Yep. Push forward and just get a few more kills on this one if those alt points are ready here. But G2 in a good position as well from the attack side. They get a few rounds, you get a cushion, you get some money, and you can start to test your opponent. Doesn't really matter if you lose one or two in a round. If you can buy the next one, you know what the flow of the game is going to be with maybe some ultimates that time. So they're going to be getting into that realm of really being able to test what 2G feels comfortable with here. This nice push on to A continues that second round buy through. And they should have money again coming into the next one.
Every gun in the game, besides the bomb.
Got butterfingers. Can't get the right thing. Can't get the right thing. So there's the operator you were talking about. It does come out. You're still going to see a Guardian in that mix, though.
And you just saw towards the end of the round, though, you sacrificed Jonah P to try to find some kills. So they do have a Steel Guardian to work with to even counter the op. Potentially why here Silence is playing a little bit more passively. Holding a passive angle towards the A side could maybe get out of the range here of the Steel Guard and come out for a pick. So this gives, once again, a lot of room to breathe for G2 to scale up here in their bonus round.
Yeah, everybody except for Valen, except for LZ right now is in a position to dodge the Steel Garden, right? LZ still wants a little bit of an idea what's going on the map, but they are playing outside sites majority if that is something G2 wants to try to get in with. Just hiding, waiting for that pop flash out of the smoke as it goes down, trying to catch somebody off guard in two ways. Spike's just chilling though. Trent's got it, being quiet there on the A main side.
Good damage being done though. Here's the up, posted up.
Maybe a little aggression here from Gobert can start to give info for the rotation to the other side of the map. They should be able to set up the defense now. G2 looks like they should have a free steal guard and take, though, to get themselves into position. Baby Bay's got info on who's trying to come in, so they really can set this up now with the door closed.
And because Silence committed himself to try to get a pick towards that tree, he did get caught by the Steel Garden. So that runs out the clock down, allowing G2 to get a plant and also play a 5-man post plant right inside the site.
Baby Bay hitting another one with this Outlaw, getting the maximum return on investment there. Still using the Stingers to take down 2G inside the site. But G2 is also falling here like flies. Spike and LZ trying to make their way into the site. Jogmo has the head now of Spike in his eyes. Waiting to drop in. No, Spike's actually going to be able to deliver that one. A second now, and Trent's forced to fire through the smoke to get the classic shots in, and that's going to be a defuse. 2G come up with another round in the chaos there as G2 acted just a little too slow on that retake of their own plant.
That's crazy. That shouldn't have happened on the side of G2. But it's Spike being the aggressor coming out here outside of the A site to drop these kills to give a chance for his teammate to go for the full defuse. Look at this play coming through. Pinched from 2 different angles. He does the 180 turns to get these picks.
Nice! Vamos, pô!
Talk about hype man coming in here now. Spike's been quite vocal since his opening game against EG. But thankfully here, you see this round being won by 2G. The economy's still quite low. LZ is the only one with a strong rifle. Only with this Phantom, while the rest here of G2 still has a lot of money to work with. So a full gun round coming across. They've identified that, so again, they're playing back towards the spawn on the attack side. Very slow to see where 2G could be posted up first.
I think one of the promising things we are seeing from this full roster of 2G now is that ability to come back from even a few rounds behind, not fold. They can figure out a way to break the G2's site hold as Baby Bay is just putting this Outlaw to work for rounds now.
He's been very good. Again, Sentinels last week, he was 4-1 in openers on the attack side with the sniper rifle, either be the Outlaw or the Op. Still continuing the same thing here on the attack, but Gobert! Challenge accepted.
Gobert loves the one-shots. You can see him doing this with the Guardian too. At times, the Valen's gonna finally snuff out that aggression from the impact frags. Spike is close, but the lurk is from LZ to Spike. Wait, no, he does not wait at all. Goes right for the shot, and now they can start to make Jogamo sweat here. They'll wait for the pressure, watch for the lurk out, but ultimately wait for the plant.
He still has no idea where LZ is at.
Exactly.
The still saving grace right now for Jogamo is he has the ult after the plant.
10 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Jogamo, who else gets out? Almost another one. Spike's able to find him though just from the stairwell. The Thrifty now for 2G after G2 takes down 2G on round 2. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Got it. As we get into this next round, this is exactly what we need to see from them Vans. They cannot let up one moment or G2 is going to run away with multiple rounds.
Could have had one of those highlight reels from Jogamo again. A crazy shot while he was so blinded to get that first pick onto LZ. But again, 2G, great swing right after to trade it out. Not giving a chance here for Jogamo to stay alive on a plant. Now you hurt the econ. G2 still has some sort of buy that he can work that they can work with.
Okay.
Time to jump.
Yeah, just looking for information now with the ult. Trent also has Hunter's Fury, so they
TP
might try to take him down with it.
We love that. The Hunter's Fury commonly is used if he sees anybody in Boathouse there. Now it's just got to be somewhere else. Baby Bay is able to take down Gobert, though, with the chaos. So multiple layers coming in here with everybody still running into the site. Beautifully executed there on the hit by G2.
You're right. Not only did you use the ult here from Jogamo, but the ult that you had from Valen. Probably saw him at the staircase and it allowed here the pings to come through from Trent with that Hunter's Fury, and then Baby Bay to get another first blood in the round. 4-player retake for 2G. Still great util to work with. Flashes from both sides, Spike and LZ. And they'll try to come through.
Great pings through the smokes, just absolutely countering the cover. As LZ and Spike come in huge, but Jogamo is going to lay him low here with the judge. Continuing to move one shot, wants to get into somebody's face, and it looks like they'll be able to do enough damage to scare off 2G after they get a thrifty round for themselves. almost Going for the clutch again. Another kill. Oh, Silence able to jump shorty Jonah P in the face even after the Red Bull clutch comes through.
You really wanted him to try to take down the operator into the next round as well, so I respect the push forward, and Silence able to stay alive with his own cloud burst and a shorty close range fight. But overall, it's still another one of those buys here from G2 that was a little bit broken, but thankfully they had these ults to work with to open up the site. Didn't really give a chance here for 2G to muster up a coordinated retake on their end. We're back in the same scenario. A strong rifle on the defense and pistols to work with, but they found results in the past though on the defense for 2G.
These buys from 2G, we've seen rifle sheriffs, now we see the op sheriffs. They're just being sorted so much because every round they're losing players, they're rebuying, and they're having to get back in here. G2 is in a position as well where that money could sting a little bit, as you see. Low credits on that side, so a minute into this one, it's the slowest one we've seen from G2 to push up, as they're seeing if 2G will make a move first.
You're seeing the advantage as well of G2 in his composition. At the start of 2G, they've already expended a knife, a flash, trying to find information, trying to find for peaks. But now they have less info and less utility to work with on the defense, allowing G2 to get a little bit more in their arsenal on their actual hits. So this is the mid-round. Try to scale up, find information towards this catwalk. It's the operator, though, from Silence just waiting at that spot.
Baby Bay on a mid-adventure by himself here. He's going to start pushing up into Pizza alone as the team wants to focus towards that right side. Oh, he's got somebody just on his back. The paranoia comes through on trees, so they're activating around the map, getting people to get a little antsy. And what an insert from Baby Bay here. He's going to draw the rest of the team in.
That's exactly it. You found the up, rotate towards the rest. Baby Bay goes for the 1v1, but he jumps! A mouse wheel moment as Silence punishes them for. But there's still two players in the back of the B site now for 2G.
Going in. Shots from Jonah P are covering both of the archways right now as he's able to clean one up. Trent gets the other one.
Retrieving flash.
As those two slam into the site. What? From Silence through the smoke. Going after the tracers coming from the weapon as they continue to fight down into the site right now. Silence trying to make a little bit more distraction as the stairs are now held by G2. Is it going to be enough? Jogamo capitalizes on the kills that they do need. And it is 4 for G2 here in a very scrappy site round.
Yeah. And that's the thing, for G2 so far on their attack side, you're starting to see that they have a lot of easy pathing towards cat control. And also, they realize that once they split towards this B site, it's kind of telegraphed that those two players, both from Prize and from Gobert, are going to hold the back of the B site. So they have so much room to work with. So they death ball going into these B site takes. So now 2G, going to have to try to figure out how they can maybe anchor up the B site a little bit better. Maybe have to play those forward lines and maybe try to take 1 or 2 down into these fights to give a chance here for the rotates over from the A site to get any type of success on their retakes.
Seems like it's been hard for Silence to get a really good op line on G2, whether they're playing slow or they're identifying what angle it could be on right away. It always has to happen in the action for him, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
It does slow down a bit of the retake when you're trying to come in, but not when you're shooting through smokes like that. So it just does make it harder, is the thing that I think G2 can recognize here and start slamming sites. But an op of their own may be coming out here for G2. So we're going to see these long-range fights probably start us off and see what first picks can really open up the map instead of utility.
Yeah. Didn't have the best of luck the last time he had the dildo false against Silence, but this time pulling out the regular op. We're starting to see this. Looking at the play on how they try to anticipate it for G2 side. You're putting here this TP on the top of the Radio Night box, and you're forcing now Baby Bay to try to get a pick towards A main. If he doesn't, or he feels a trap, but there's a Hunter's Fury to support, at least he avoids the beams of the Hunter's Fury. Just like they did last week against Sentinels. But it stays quiet for now. 2G don't want to do any forward position or anything aggressive, except for that. A recon to find information to kick things off. Thrown all the way from the B side, Ella Fnatic. And they realize now here for G2 that A-Long is now open, free for them to take.
The rest of 2G moving to get these ults in position. You mentioned Prize's ultimate. Now he stands in mid, ready to fire that on either direction.
Exactly.
But what's the play here? It looks like they want to actually get towards mid very fast if it's cleared with making a little noise towards A. Oh, that's a big adventure.
Pop flash peek.
Yeah, Jogamo just going for a solo. Baby Bay did that last round, so they're trying to test the waters with being able to just walk somebody into market. This time it is very much held by 2G, and they pay for it with a duelist. Still have that operator we mentioned before, so we'll see if this gets a pick. They're going to work that towards tree. Spike may be alone towards A main, so they got to be careful with this full movement until the rest of G2 is ready.
And that's probably what was missing. That smoke that was just thrown here by VALORANT at M3. That probably would have given a chance here for Jogamo to really focus on one area at a time. But they're also just trying to surprise here and figure out where the Hunter's Fury could be positioned. Now they still don't know that he's playing towards that spawn, and they're running that clock down, giving a chance for the Hunter's Fury to get full value for 2G.
Oh, they're going right around the outside to top. And now Heaven is covered. What a crunch here onto the A site. 8 seconds left. It's not the first time we've seen the clock getting down to the pressure cooker here for the side of G2's takes. And they're got to try to find that plan. It is 5 seconds left to go, so they were still clean on it. And now 3 members of 2G trying to set themselves up here. 4, actually, as we see Silence just hiding under one of those mini-map icons. He's still going. The operator fight inside the site while he's trying to dodge the Hunter's Fury. They're just making this impossible for G2 to hold. And it, honestly, with how much chaos G2 was running under, 2G looked like they were waltzing to the site.
If anything, though, in a 4 versus 1, Unk shows that he still somewhat has it. 2 clean shots there on the top of Heaven, and that's what I was questioning before. You mentioned it. There was only 10 seconds left before G2 actually engaged and went into the site for a plant. But Prize actually moved up all the way up towards Heaven to support the team instead of playing the Hunter's Fury towards that spawn. Thankfully, though, he's able to rotate back when they're playing the retake, and then finally get some value out of that. Gets 1 ping there onto Baby Bay, and confirms now 2G's flood back into the site for that retake into tie the game 4-4. Up on Catwalk though, first look, and it works. Baby Bay's already down.
That's been a fight back and forth. We love to see it here between the 2 operas, and Silence comes up big. And remember, this is a continuous switch of their duelists, and the maps that can play Yoru and Neon, you see Spike going back to the duelist, Silence on the Jet map, so on and off, these guys got to be ready to play whatever. Ascent is first, and Silence was definitely ready with that off. They're going to be ready for this push through market, and Gobert already takes down VALORANT.
There's 3 players there on the side of 2G as well on the defense, so coming out here from the timeout, add another body into this. Making sure here that you have flashes to support to play from behind of the site.
Yeah.
Maybe that's going to be a common trend out for 2G the more we continue on to the rest of this half on their defense. That said, though, G2 still finds an opening. They've made it now towards this garden. Yeah, Stingers to work with, Steel Garden as well. I don't think you'll use it. You're going to just have to try to open things up first, and not going to happen. Not when Simon's already there, posted up with the op.
Yeah, just making them peak. And 2G, with the first round, they lost the second, but now they grab the lead back here at 5-4. As the game continues to get evened up, though, so we'll have to see what G2 has for us on the next round. An operator still lives on the map for both sides, so expect this battle to continue.
Definitely. Something that Valen mentioned here on G2's side to talk about 2G is that nothing's a free win going into the split, especially with Spike being able to have his time to shine here on the stage. Has been playing remarkably well. But they know here it's not going to be an easy fight. But they definitely still want to win it, though. Both of these teams are still looking for their first victory this split with a rookie playing as a 5th. Spike on one side, Baby Bay on the other. And for this round, though, we're back with the judge, Jogamo, with the Elton judge. But they're playing a 4-1 on that side.
Yeah.
He's trying to find info towards this A side, maybe where the opera could be. But still has a TP for them to pinch back into this B site.
Who's next?
Well, that positioning right now, oh, they're not going to move it. So they go back for the same play, but this time Dimensional Drift goes through mid. Last time we saw this, Jogamo went down, and it was towards A. So this B hit has to be quick behind him. Oh my gosh! Nuclear from Jogamo as the Steel Garden goes down, and nobody's even looking or aware that he's going to be popping out. Crystal clear and perfect protocol there coming in from the side of G2. A spike is planted, and 2G is just trying to recoup and figure out what they have left for this, and that's not going to be an LZ.
Yeah, I was going to say this probably had to be a instant save on a 5 versus 3 there for G2. And 2G forcing a save when you have full HP across the board on the attack side on the post plan. A different look from how you saw they opened up this B site. Although they're still trying to fight for exits. There you go, finally falling back. But G2's on a hunt.
Who gets it? Who wants to be first? All thorns here for Trent.
Exactly.
Yeah, Trent could get it. He's like mid maybe.
But after losing a second player there, and you see the econ that's left now for G2, you don't want to chase anymore for these kills. You need these weapons going into the next round. But just to point back here on the execution that you had from the B site on G2, instead of using, they didn't have that combination of the Hunter's Fury with that dimensional drift. But he found enough information here, Jogamo, that is, to allow the Steel Guardian to get maximum value. Where it's like, I'm close, I'm in judge range, just use it, I'll pop out of it and drop the players in the site.
That's actually a combo I have never seen work that well. Just absolute scatter protocol going into 2G. Yeah, he's like, well, I can't do much about that anyways.
And to the credit again to 2G though, they played on the top of the staircase trying to play inside the cages to fight. So you did definitely see that they didn't try to turtle back right in as soon as the execution came through. They tried to fight, but you tried to go against a Euro, which unfortunately kind of foiled the plans of them trying to play that forward angle on the B-side defense. So G2 getting 5 rounds on the attack. It looks like a close game so far, but 5 rounds on the attack with this comp for G2. They're in a great spot here for the defensive side.
Very strong. Especially, the Vise having the chamber, you pretty much direct the hand of your opponent with that if you're playing the defense right. And Valen's going to shut down LZ right away towards Wine.
And that's the heads-up play from G2. You understand here that you have Trent towards middle, reconning, out-droning for information on Catwalk and main, so you don't have that recon dart for A side to look into Wine anymore, so you make sure that you clear those corners. And G2's always that team that's heavily protocoled, so they know about these peaks, these angles.
It's 11 rounds in. It's the first time they've really had to push and clear that area. It's usually just been Trent with the spike. If 4 go tree, they're always aware.
Just comes to show that G2's never complacent here in protocols.
Can't be. You have to expect somebody around a corner every single time. The off angle, the on angle. Baby Bay definitely on for that one on Silence, getting a bit of revenge. Because now it's just kind of delayed defense and that utility coming out as the spike gets planted straight underneath. They still have Baby Bay. And one more lurk actually coming in from Jonah P that's going to be very silent. He has a lurk on him, though. God, they are thinking through this multiple times.
How does he know? How does Jonah look back to know that there was somebody pushing? Probably had the wall up, actually, on that B side.
And here, Prize jump. He's just denied the flank of 2 people. Incredible stuff here as G2 has such control over the map after these few rounds, and this might be that gap they need to start running away.
Valen was the only one that got chip damage on that battle into Wine against LZ. The rest of them still full health, so the money's looking very good for G2 for the last round of the half. That said, Jonah to pick up those last 2 kills at the end of the previous round. That was just 2G trying to save their weapons. They needed it coming into this one. Because if you're looking at it... No, it's Baby Base. You know your own name, Baby Bay. But that said, looking back at it, you're looking at the econ that you have for 2G. They needed those weapons. LZ and Gobera only have Sherris to work with. Still sacrificing a lot of econ for the op out for Silence. One pick would be good, though. He'll get Bladestorm, give the op to somebody else. This is a roster that can play multiple ops. Him, Spike.
That is true. We've seen multiple awesome teams already this stage over in Europe, so it does work. It's just expensive, I guess. There's a bigger lead in that game, though. Here, 6-5. Can 2G make it 6-6? You already mentioned that 6 on the attack side for G2 is going to be a huge boon as they go on to defense. Can actually play a little bit slower if they want. But right now, they are trying to make a move towards B. They haven't done too much faking here. They commit, they'll cut noise and go somewhere else completely, but we'll see how this one works. It might just be right up that gut and mid for a few of these as B main is the main hit. Yeah.
Throws a turret, but it doesn't actually spot Silence.
Be the final op trade of the half. Oh, Silence gets hit. He's going to get the one-way coming off of the Cypher trap rather. Nice job by Gobera to activate and help the team out. Watch out, though. Jogamo's in spawn. Jogamo's creeping. He's trying to get to the alley, and he's able to take 1 down already as G2 flood the site.
12 seconds, though. They haven't really gone into plat yet. LZ can come up huge!
Almost. One shot comes through, but then he is taken down. Trent
another 1v1.
Doubling up on the Arsenal. Another red clock goes down as the spike hits. Almost a chalk dart coming in to help finalize this with 11 HP. Prize just needs to blow on Trent's knee here. And he can. He gets the headshot. Over damage on that one. The 6-6 half now for 2G versus G2.
So much stall coming through from
It is over.
what should have happened there for Gobert. He only had a Sheriff to work with, but had Util at least to help out Silence to get the opener and delay enough here to again allow a last second 1v1 to go in favor of 2G.
A lot of tight rounds here towards the end with the op being out. It slowed things down. I wonder if that's what we'll see as we come into the second half. A lot of 1v1s coming out here too. Few star moments, and that's what we hope to get as we come back, as we are going to a break to get into the second half.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
We are back for the continuation of 2G versus G2 here, starting on Ascent. Haven will be our next map, but this Ascent, picked by 2Game Esports. So we'll see if their attack side will show us what they have in store to get that W, get that win condition here coming in. Silence and Spike. You know, Spike coming into the team, we knew Silence was a fragger already from the previous stage, but Spike as well, able to get the frags in. They top the board along with Jogamo on the other side. Who else? Who else? As Baby Bay's also fragging out. So good to see these guys getting in there.
And they also bring Prize back from after Prize left to play for Furia.
Yeah.
So you're pretty much at 80% back into your Ascension rosters. The only one missing is Zap. They bring in Gobert instead, but at least the synergy is still there for these 4 players. And it starts off with an A-side hit. Valen being challenged, falls back, but Baby Bay's playing out in the open.
Nice shot by Baby Bay. Very dangerous spot to play after one frag, actually, but he's going to stay. He's going to bide his time, and he's going to make it work with the rest of the Util coming through a smoke at door. And that's where everybody's focus was, even with Baby Bay up top. So a little miscommunication there for 2G. A little aim lab there for Baby Bay.
You saw the Razor Vines being thrown all the way from the B site here from Jonah to just support and slow down the A side hit. Now the spike's down in the open. Gobera, I mean, he's up against the world, and it's being watched like hawks, and they're trying to have Baby Bay go for the hunt, but Trent's going to pick it up.
Wow.
Interesting buy that you see come out from G2. Usually Baby Bay goes for the Headhunter bullets with the shield, instead plays for the Ghost. But he's also played it more passively this time around on the A side, so they want to leverage him to be kind of like that bait on the top of the A side.
Yeah.
And have the rest try to just swing out right after, and it worked out.
One of the things you notice about Leaf as well when he plays, he usually is anchoring a side on that Cypher or something, saying like a Lotus or what have you. Yeah, he stays and he continues to fight, and the team trusts in that. So I think it's nice that they still have that in Baby Bay to be able to be alive in those moments, create the chaos, and still be in a pretty open position that would be very advantageous for your opponents to go for. I mean, why not? Guys standing in the open, and they just make it work.
This is where it gets difficult to play against this double Senti comp when you have a Yoru. 2 players now pushing down, finding angles, could be in range to TP away. And thankfully, one flash pushes them both away. But BBB is still in line to look back towards Tiles. And that potentially could force just 2G to start prodding for information and looking for maybe orb control towards his B site. Also, it looks like they took it already at the beginning of the round.
Oopsies. Someone made a step.
Thankfully, too far out of range
Yeah.
to be heard here on the side of G2, so they could still creep up.
Cats watched. Oh, that angle just falls off as they're trying to look for this 45-second timing. The last bit of the signatures being up and abilities able to be used before the spike can go down.
TP still up, so
Yeah.
now they get hit. Jogamo could TP across
he
at
is.
3 players inside the site now.
They don't even scatter. Oh, Spike actually catches the top of Jonah P there as Prize pushes in on the Baby Bay, trying to get the Outlaw ready. Trent blind, looking for a shot here, goes for the scatter, but he is able to find his aim, but Prize trades it back. And now they get a breather in sight here. Everybody just continues to be blind in these situations. So
man.
many flashes to continue to turn for, but all you have to see is Valen getting the final kill of the round to bring it to 8-6.
If there's anything positive so far out of 2G on how they're currently playing their game against G2, the top-rated team that we have in the Americas, the winners that won, split one, and also kickoff, is that 2G still thrive very well under the chaos. You saw their matchup against EG last week as well, getting so much value just on classics, no armors, and openers the way that they did. Still gives yourself a little bit of copium hope now for 2G's performances moving forward in this series against G2. Angle being, I mean, I love the camera. It doesn't allow here Baby Bay to get full position right into the line to look towards B main, but they still inserted the classic weapon that Jogamo has on this map.
Oh. Getting a cheeky kill there from Cat side. Trent just using the classic apparently. All right. Okay, goes either through a falling smoke or just through a smoke altogether. Activate the wall, just playing games right now with that mid side, seeing if they can get G2 uncomfortable in their own defense.
G2's in a great spot, though. You
They
saw
are.
Jogamo jumped and TP'd away to look for information, saw nothing, and then the wall went up towards middle, so they know there's more of a lean towards middle and A site, so they still have players on mid and A. Little did they know, though, a slow pivot's coming through now as Prize is moving there with the B site. Baby Bay's holding it solo down.
Oh, no peek there. They can hear the chamber trip just on the other side of B2, so there's been no activation there just yet as we see Baby Bay, or sorry, Silence rather, try to make this aggression towards mid. It just wasn't confirmed that they could get out safely. And what is a slight insert here at that A main? They've had some knowledge from LZ, and it's going to be the call from the IGL to come all the way back. Silence, beautiful shock dart to train that and get Valen a little bit tendered on that shot. They take him down. Hold now by Gobera in mid, and what a change across the map from 2G to bring it to 10-second plant.
Spike planted.
A late lurk coming out from Gobera, but misses a shot. Gives a chance now for Baby Bay to lock it down.
He has the angle. Jonah P's already through, but he's actually quite low. They don't want to offer a spam back just yet. Baby Bay hits Gobera. Do they activate in sight? No, they're completely patient. Still got Jogamo as well. Clone and drone trying to get into the site. Jenny is going to be the focus for that first kill, but 2G is just able to find each target, mark it, and take it down. 20 health for Baby Bay here. Just seeing the top of Silence head, but that's going to be peeking out a second later to get the 3K to get the round here for the side of 2G.
Despite this finishing on a 2 versus 1 for 2G, that was great map manipulation on the side of the attack of what they did there on that side. Oh. A little bit surprised about that one, and again, I was as well with talking about that manipulation from 2G on the attack side, and also anticipating. I thought it was GG already when you're playing close range with a Bucky, close range with a Judge on both Jogamo and Valen, but they used great utility to find out all of this information and then move in as a team right after. Very nice. This has to continue on now for 2G on the attack side, and it will give a bit of a loop for G2 to work with, but a trade-off to kick things off on the A side.
Shadows traveling.
Jogamo for Valen there. Taking out the duelist to get the flashes back into the site. Now only a paranoia here from Valen as 2G planned their attack. And they actually have easy sight as they'll run parallel to G2's defense on this if they do decide to go in right now. That's only for us to know and them to find out, as it's a slow take with the drone. But kind of textbook nonetheless as they dive into the site here. Okay, Valen quickly stepping out, seeing the Jenny dash from Silence, is able to take that one down, read it before it even happened. And they will just wait here. Shock Dart goes through, tagging Valen a little bit, but it's worth the damage that follows. We got Prize very, very low right now, and the rest of the players trying to get a spot to defend.
Yeah, the shock dart just to allow 2G to close the door is a big thing for them to hold in the pulse plan, especially now at a 3 versus 4 low HP on the initiator. As you mentioned here, Riv being prize. The 2 players inside the site have to come up huge. Missed time there on that push.
They're all just waterfalling into the site. LZ knows it now. What's going to be the push? What's going to be the play? Valen goes down. Prize actually gets a kill. Low on HP, but he's still finding frags right now from outside the site. They're playing cat and mouse as they show themselves and then hide, but Jonah P still able to find the mark. Take down 2, and the defuse will come through here as they trade that over to the Vise. 1 away from ultimate here with 9 rounds to G2's favor.
Saw the idea around 2G, knowing that they're playing at a disadvantage, tried to go for a hero play, a pop flash, so that LZ can try to go through tree for that fight. But unfortunately missed the timing, he got full blinded. But you still saw through the scrappiness of how good it looked here on the side of 2G with these fights.
Nice, Jonah!
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. You can see how much it meant to Valen and the squad. They've realized the severity, the closeness of this game, I should say, and how much G2 continues to creep back on these rounds that are unexpected. Probably one of these Sheriff rounds could do some damage as well, so you'll see G2 playing it decently safe with cover on each other. Jogamo wanted a mid look first, but he's out of there.
That's 1 TP for Recon and Flash. Probably gonna have to wait for this to reset a little bit more now for 2G. They're going for it. A Hunter's Fury to open up the site.
Difficult. That first one missed, so they didn't expect anybody to be there. And the trade does not come through. Silence goes down, and it is very hard to get into an Ascent site if you don't have your jet dash and you don't have something creating chaos. So this is going to cause everything. Yeah, they have to use everything to get in, and they may not have much for the retake now.
Only a knife available in a Recon on the side. Thankfully, share is for 2 players on the attack for 2G. And you know they could be good here with these pistols.
2 covering door. They want to almost collapse back out of the site and be able to play retake, but the door is not ready to be taken. There's no util to see what's on the other side. Trent starts him off with 1. A headshot does come through from the Classic, but it's not going to do enough. It's not going to do anything as the defuse for G2 happens once again. And they're just going to go ahead and go out. Oh, Valen, he waits. Going to give it to Jogamo and make sure that ult is close again. 10-7 now. And G2 are starting to feel the protocols. We see how smooth they're coming in.
Yeah, you're starting to see even if Baby Bay was closer here to getting the ult on the side of the chamber, you still want to give it to Jogamo because Baby Bay still has his off going into this round. Still probably has op money going to the next round too, so they could actually salvage that econ a little bit better on that side and give the value of that ult to somebody else. And now 2Game, they're going to go back into a rifle round. Thankfully, though, with the plant, adding that 300 credits to be able to work with a little bit more. But man, did they spend a lot on that previous round.
Yeah.
Counting a lot onto Silence getting an opener with a dash and a Sheriff around a Hunter's Fury where Prize got 0 ping out of. So that definitely is going to have to iron things out a little bit more in their site executions for the side of 2G.
Yeah, Spike has been slowed down this half for sure as they get into these engages, but the null command is there. Slamming into the site with the KO would be a possibility. You get Silence. That ultimate, even if this round goes a little poorly, you have Blades next round, but you want to keep G2 off of these next few rounds just to keep that pressure at bay. See where they decide to go here. 5 seconds left in their timeout as they reset. On that side of 2G, I think they've been doing a great job of actually kind of taking space and making G2 believe something is happening that is not the initial site take on the side of 2G. And that's exactly what they did when they pushed mid, the Vice wall, getting the flash out of Jogamo, and then pushing back down mid, having B presence, but ending A. It's almost like you need to touch every part of the map on that attack side just to get G2 uncomfortable. And that's tough to do each round because it becomes readable, right?
Yep.
You got to keep changing it up.
And changing things up are G2. Baby Bay is always in different spots here with where the chamber's positioned, where his TP is currently positioned. If you're looking at where he's playing right now too, he's playing an off angle on that side towards the back of the B site, but if he's being pressured, he could fall back into an angle to TP back into the B site, where they can play the retake because you have Jonah P here with the ult for a huge retake play. But to start things off, lots of util being used, forcing Jogamo back towards that B site first. But you still have great Sentinel utility on the side of G2 to find that passive information where that lurk could be. where the push could be coming from. And the L drone seeing nothing. That's an A-side hit.
Drone, little pop flash, throws it, Spike gets the tracer shot, takes down Trent. And that's gonna be no drone for the retake. A really nice 1-2-3 activation here. 2G's been really making a lot of noise before they get somewhere, a little noise. Enough to activate G2's defense here. They get to the front door and just break it down.
Well, that's 3 pistols playing towards Hell. LZ TP'd away from it though, so he still has his Vandal in the back of Hell.
LZ with 1. Still looking for another one, almost gets that classic damage in. It's gonna be the shorty drop from Baby Bay as they get into the site now. It's Gobert and Prize. And Prize finds just that with 1 onto Baby Bay. And now it's up to the IGL. Can he keep it going? That is a very ambitious move by Gobert without a trade possible. He missed the timing on the dart. I think they called for it, but not the drop timing. Fake diffuses come out, and this is gonna be Prize's jump game. If he can do it, he gets the swing, he gets the kill. Charges up the crowd.
If anything, that was perfect coming out from Prize, because the dart going inside that smoke, not getting shot, not getting pings, knows that Valorant is playing outside of that smoke, so he can play the time to his favor. But LZ is rolling back the years. Remember the days where you have an Omen TPing away from a KJ ult, so you get cancelled at the right moment, and you still have, you're not detained, you still play inside the site. He's able to do that. TP's away from the Steel Garden from Jonah P. Has the Vandal down towards Hell, and gets 2 kills on top of that for 2G to hold the post plant. Very nicely done. Costly, but still around, and G2's economy is low.
Looks like they want tiles control. This Jugmo has not pushed out this far yet in the round, and he is going to get hungry. Takes a lot of damage, almost goes down on that, and now it's going to be the hit coming in from Trent, what he's known for best, and he does take Prize down immediately. And that's what G2 looks like when they're angry. 2 down before 25 seconds.
Playing against Silence, though. Nice turn away to flick back to get that pick onto Baby Bay. I love here that Trent didn't overextend his stay for the 3rd beam. Gets the pick, plays a number advantage. Despite the loss of Baby Bay, they still play 1 player up on the defense for G2.
Nice look for the chip damage. Silence still alive, so they can look to break onto site here in some way, but it'd be tough without enough control behind him. Right now, they're just holding angles. I think we're going to get a 25-second hit here. Oof. Maybe even sooner, as they have to make a try now. And Trent just has the angle ready for Valen to help in wine if need be.
Trent sticking out.
If need be. Not needed. 3 for Trent. Picks that one up. Even after the timeout, G2 are able to push it to 11. But 2G did strike back. Can they find that again?
Very nice angle being held out by Trent. Just a little bit further out from the corner here. Sees that barrel of a weapon from Silence and lines up the last 2 kills. And this is a thing, though, for 2G. Yes, they got surprised here by Jogamo walking on opposites of Rosa, but this is something that G2 has done a bit, not every single round, but they have had Jogamo and Baby Bay walk out of this middle and bottom mid. And engaging that first fight allows Trent to get a lot of value out of that Hunter's Fury. And for G2 here, getting closer to close out this first map. Again, Jogmo's looking for a little bit of a stroll outside of mid. Instead, it's a recon flash just to get information. They see nothing there, so look at that rotate coming across. Now G2 is playing on extremities, but Silence gets an opener, and that's Baby gone.
10 HP on that, so you can see what they're going through just to get these early kills, just to take G2 out of their defensive position. They had to go searching. So now they move back towards Cat, back towards that mid area. They love having the mid presence. It has helped 2G in their kind of mid-round move once they can figure things out and suss out that information, but it looks like they want all of market now. They'll activate the Vice Wall on their way there.
You want to pressure Jonah P after spotting him first. Here's the pincer, though. Thankfully, they close the door for the side of G2, so they stall it even more. They have 2 players in the back of the site now as Valen TPs across the back of the site to support. Knife finds information, though, so it's up to Trent to maybe to try to get a surprise kill. Recon to help out.
It was nice paranoia through the back, pushed him out to the side, and they were able to get the kill. Nice ping. He knows what the actual play is, and Jonah P reads it and plays it perfectly. Off the knowledge that both players were just jumping out of the fight. Another right-click classic with cheese, a 3K, and that's going to be Jonah P absolutely holding down the backside. Even with losing the second anchor back there, it didn't matter.
Thankfully, again, to Trent's recon dart, too. Getting a ping.
That was huge.
On 3 players. The first one being Silence. dashing across, and then the second ping puts Jonah P in a great position here to go for the last 2 on Prize and Gobera. Patience being displayed.
Let's go, Jonah! Let's go.
Class is in session. The professor is here. That is the stuff. You have Jonah P on pretty much anything. You tell him to play it, he'll play it, and he'll be in the site.
Okay. I thought we were celebrating too much that we didn't buy any armor for 2 players for G2 until we get here in the actual round. But thankfully, it's for sure a full rifle armor round for the defense.
Here.
And they have to make a mark on this on the side of 2G, or this is it. They lose their map pick of Ascent.
Jonah missed the timing. Sorry, Joggimo missed the timing on a jump TP away. So this gives a chance now for 2G to actually start scaling up slowly here. And now drone spots only 1. They heard footsteps on top of that though, so they could identify 2 players up on Sabrosa trying to go for mid control.
Just patience now.
Paw flash potentially for the swing. Knife instead for info, so that puts BBB out of that line.
It's what they have to do. Find where that operator is and know that they're taking a bit of space. I mean, the fact that nothing really came of that, they know they did a good job on it, right? They can break this. That was a bit early. I think they all were in the mindset. They were ready to go across, but it doesn't slow too much down. They do still need to get Prize over here really before they activate too hard. It could get sketchy. Jonah P takes down 2. They don't have too much to find in the site without the Sova initiation tool, and Joggimo drops 2 more.
And only 1 player left on a 1 versus 4. 12 seconds on the clock. 2G are not looking.
There's that dart.
To bring it back exactly. They needed that a little bit earlier, but it's going to be too little too late.
2G do not grab their map pick of Ascent. G2 will be the ones to topple that, and feeling good about it. Close up to the half, but close up to the half meant, as you said, G2 got 6 on attack. So they were sitting very pretty here to come in to that second half. Still a lot of firepower from 2G. The plays they had, the ways they switched it up. I think they suffered a bit from thinking the map play that round was theirs, and 2G could just activate and have one of their protocols, have 2 kills, have the round, have the neck. They just were able to fold that over too easily.
100%. The micro's there, the macro unfortunately not as much, but you know, you're trying to get your reps in playing against this double Senti comp, and even on that last round that they lost, they probably never expected Jonah to put that wall up towards Market because they never did. And once they go for the pinch maneuver, you saw here that was a player moving in alone, being silenced at that point, given a chance here for 2G. And the chance for G2 to come back and just stop that push.
Fantastic stuff from both teams, showing very well in their first matchup, but we'll see what happens as we go into the next matchup with 2G versus G2 after this break.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
vai esperando, veio a Bang, ele vai abrir atrasado, garante a eliminação no Derek. Luiz tá pra cima do Victor, vai tomando, acelera.
Ages and smokes the cycle, and having Trent could just be the hero. Sentinels over eager, and Trent willing to shut them down.
Welcome back, everyone. G2 just got that first map win of Ascent with a 13-8. And Joshua T, I want to ask you, now that you had a little bit more time to prepare with the team, and you're not seeing any surprises like Corrode to start us off, what were some of the things that you practiced to make sure that the team is ready for the match today?
It's just getting Andre comfortable on as many maps as possible. I mean, he had to do the basic stuff like learn lineups, know his position. He had to learn a new role. So it's just simplifying his role a little bit to make sure he's able to play his best. And I think Ascent is just like the grounds for like his best showing. So I think we just expanded his agent pool. I think it'll be great for this next map. Hopefully it's good.
Any jet?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. It kind of made it sound like he's his project.
Yeah, working on Baby Bay in the shed at the back.
Yeah, you know.
We're really going to craft this guy into a tier 1 player by the end of the season.
And it might happen, who knows?
Yeah.
But in this match, it wasn't the Baby Bay show, it was the Jogamo show. It didn't take many rounds for him to just kind of take over the server.
Yeah, definitely. I think his early showcase as well, putting some crucial rounds on the board. He was a menace with a judge in multiple of them.
God.
Just absolute takeover from the early portion of this one. And I said, I think even before we got into this match, that for 2G to really get this upset win overall on any of these maps, I think they need a scenario where none of the G2 players actually turn up on the day. But that's hard to ask when you've got players of the caliber like Valen, Trent, and Jogamo, as we saw. And Jogamo was one of those players that stepped up big time for G2 in this one, got them a lot of rounds off the back of a lot of his plays, combinations, good flashes as well. Supportive util was fantastic across the board that entire map.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the way that they're trying to set up Baby Bay, that's all very structured, very organized, trying to get him onto good lines. And then Jorg, they're just like, just run around and do crazy stuff, man. Just buy a judge. Why not? Go and shoot people. And it works.
But you know what? As clean and polished as Jogamo always looks like, we saw a crack in the armor.
There was.
There was this one moment. So of course we had to jump on this one, Josh.
Yeah, so, I mean, this one's going to be a fun one. So, Jogamo actually managed to fail to drop the spike, and he tossed all of his guns away as well. So, I'm going to walk you through how not to do what Jogamo did. But first of all, I mean, if you missed it, here's what happened. So, he's on the site. They're trying to kind of toss the spike around to make sure they're optimizing ult orbs. And he says, I threw away every gun in the game, which I think is just so funny. But anyway, okay, so how do you make sure that that doesn't happen to yourself? Well, if you're approaching the site, right, normally if you wanted to drop the spike to a teammate, you would press your 4 button, I mean, by default, but maybe you've got it around to something else, and then you would throw it away, right? But when you are on the site itself, if you press that button to pull the spike out, let's say you start with the Phantom, you're pressing the button to pull the spike out, well, that's just going to start you planting. So what you need to do, if you ever find yourself in this situation yourself, is to jump and then press the button to pull the spike out. And that's now going to put the spike in your hands, and you can just press your drop key and give it to the teammate that actually wants the ult orb. And that's how you avoid a situation where you get, your teammate's like, give me the spike, bro, give me the spike, and you're like, I can't, I'm planting. And then you toss all of your guns away and you're losing your mind, and you don't even have your classic anymore, and you're running around with your knife. Don't let that happen to you. Don't be Jogamo, or at least be Jogamo when he's fragging instead, and that way you'll have a better time of things. And we'll have a look at the coach interview, shall we, to see what 2G's going for. Dryad, what you got?
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Coach Faith ahead of map 2, and I want to ask you a little bit in the Tixinia Sassy tournament. We saw you guys play that map of Haven, where you guys were playing that double duelist composition. Is that what we should be expecting for this series, and how are you going to turn it around to get the win today?
Well, it is what is expected, so we're gonna play with this duelist. And yeah, we trained really well all those weeks, and we fixed a lot of things since Tixinia. And yeah, we're feeling ready, we're feeling confident. Let's do it.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I just never believe him.
That's so cruel.
It's a crazy thing to say. But I don't know, he's just always like, yeah.
He's soft-spoken.
He is. Maybe
but
that's
also,
it.
I think he's done a good job with this team, and that's out of pocket.
Yes, I was talking about that double duelist though on Haven for them. They went 0-2 last stage on Haven, running double duelist there as well. So I'm very interested to see what happens.
But now they have Spike. Now they have Spike. And I think the double duelists look for them if they do go in that direction. The only problem for them is that G2 are super ready for it, because it's a very common composition that you'll see right now. But Silence popped off on map 1. Silence is probably going to be playing ISO here. So I think that's a win condition for them. Just Silence have a god game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we're moving into
Easy.
Haven as well. Definitely a win con. Not going to add much more than that. Honestly, best of luck to them. Best of luck to them, to be honest, because my Preds are on the line. So.
And on that note, map 2 is coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
You said forever, I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing.
We are back for more action here at the Riot Games Arena, and it is still G2 versus 2G, with G2 taking that first map. It was a 6-6 first half, but they had control the whole time on the side of G2. So will they carry that momentum here into Haven, into their own map pick, as 2G prepare themselves to get a victory here and bring us to map 3?
And we just heard a little bit before what Pacer was mentioning here for the 2G roster, that it will potentially be playing this double duelist comp, something that they pull out even during their Challengers days.
Let's go.
That's where it worked out. On maps where you don't need to play the Jet, you'll see Spike playing, figuring out between the Yoru or also the Neon, and he's going to play the Yoru. It worked out well here for the side of 2G, as I mentioned in the past. They lost 11-13 at the Tishinga event against Crew, but it still brings up a lot of big numbers. They haven't found great results going into the stage 1 or just in general on the VCT stage on this map. So hopefully this is going to be the thing that turns it around here for 2G. That said, though, with that comp before, when they were playing quite well with this composition, Prize was actually playing the Cypher, but they're still giving that responsibility over to Gobera. Prize, they need somebody to take over Zap's role as the initiator, so they'll play that. The side of G2, though, something fairly new. Trent coming out here with a Fade instead of playing like a Silva around this Viper comp that G2 likes to play in the past. So maybe it's a way here to try to snuff out where Silence and Spike to be going towards here, trying to find information, but trying to play the long game with the two Prowlers and the Haunt.
Yeah. I do favor the Haunt a lot, especially with the places people are finding to put it, how you can manage it, how kind of sees down a little bit more than the high darts as you throw them. So we'll see what kind of Haunts Trent has up his sleeve. Probably just the normal ones, but it'll be cool.
And actually, a small correction as well. They've been pulling out here this Trent on Fade since Masters Toronto.
Okay,
when Teo actually did get the nerf here going into G2's comp. That said, though, nothing really changes for this matchup between G2 and 2G. The Brazilian team still falling behind by one map and looking. Love that spray. That's actually quite nice. That's what they're aiming for. Trying to make it here to champs will be a great check mark here for the side of the Brazilian team.
Mentioned that a little bit before. Even this win as well against the other Ascension team would boost their mental so much. The team that's taken the last two Americas finals, be able to carry that for the rest of the season and start G2 or 2G off just right as G2 now slide right into that defensive position on either side of B. Oh, a few kills to come in here under the silence of that smoke, under a paranoia as it happened. And now they're trying to break the BC link, but Baby Bay is going to be there to lock it down first. Pop flash down and up through the smoke as they just continue to get the kills across the board on 2G. They had the setup here, you can see, with the shock darts with a bit of the spray out, but they didn't have enough control of the site, and they do not have control of the round. Fallon with 3, and that's a defuse for G2.
Big retake, but look at the HP remaining for those players. It was almost doable in that chaos there for 2G. Baby Bay getting the fuse here, trying to get closer to the ult on the side of Vice. And when you look at it, you still have to commend the amount of practice that has to come through for the latest player for this side of G2. Having to play Chamber on certain maps. Viper on load is going now into...
Get ready. Ready? Ready?
Going out into the Vice now.
Oh my god.
A little bit of an OD there to the Chinese teams.
Yep. That's funny. Coming out of the first series, Baby Bay talked about the camaraderie, the brotherhood that he saw with these guys, and you know how he wishes he could be a part of it. And he is right now, but, you know, reminiscing that when he was playing with FaZe and that was the way. So it must be awesome to have this team to play with here as Jonah P starts him off with his stinger, and there's Baby Bay right behind him to help too.
And that's the thing, he wants to elevate the game of G2 in terms of what they could bring outside of the game. Hype each other up, be more vocal. If anything though, the crowd's definitely vocal around Jonah P with these eco kills.
One enemy remaining.
Whoopsies. Just caught him right there as he turned around. Looked more like timing than anything. But it might have been that attempt that we saw. And they'll grab a second round for G2 here from that defensive side. And great push towards Garage to hold that from their defense. Was really able to shut down 2G. So what do they do here? Is it going to be playing every prong of the map? Or are they going to try to play one side of the map to start? It'd be very interesting to see how they get around this G2 defense.
Start in their rifle round for 2G. You're right, a little bit of a slow default looking at different angles. The wall here with a right click just to give a chance to get a free orb. That means you're not going to fully commit into the C site. It'll be even harder for you to scale up on that side because you don't have that wall to work with anymore. So G2 starting to realize that. So Joggamo's pushing all the way up. Has full map control, and they've also pushed on the side of the A for G2. Great information gathered.
Yeah, like you said, 2G defaulted, but it seemed like G2 was just like, all right, keep pressing W. We'll keep pushing. Valen went all the way through. He's back towards sewers, but the stingers just give them so much confidence in those tight spots.
And it makes sense. You got to close the gap. You're on a bonus round here for G2. You're playing stingers in your hands, so you want to make sure they get the maximum value out of the bullets. That said, though, just trying to bait utility. You still have great stall on the side here of G2. This hit's coming towards the A site. Razor Vines to slow things down. You could give yourself a sight smoke and still play close range with your stingers.
This has pretty much been telegraphed with where G2's positioned on the map. I mean, already Joggamo's been able to teleport towards spawn. He was watching a trip at long C the whole time, so he's giving the team the info. Not mid, not C. And now they have those three towards A ready for 2G. Spike's going to be able to drop one, though. Trent goes down. Spike continues through the site towards that right side with silence, and they're able to get a kill. Jonah P slows it for a moment before he goes down to the trade of Gobera. And now the 3v2, or 2v3, I should say, as they enter back in. There's one quick one from Joggamo, getting the stinger close, getting that stinger power. Now Baby Bay, does he have wings? Can he fly out of here and get the kills that he needs?
Nope, he'll take the stairs.
He's going to take the stairs.
No wings.
That's fine. Not this time.
Damage would be good, though, so he'll stay around the map, try to fight this against the last two players of 2G. If anything, die to Spike. It's either or.
Yeah. Die to Spike, but not an alt orb.
The thing that's good, at least now, for the side of 2G is, again, just making sure that they really work that map around before they actually go for the side exec.
Oh, he's going. He's chasing. He smells him.
Because you talked about Joggamo pushing and TPing out towards that spawn and saying, look, there's no information around here. But when you looked at the position how G2 played, Baby Bay stayed anchored up towards that B site because that wall was bait in the first place. And because you're also playing a Viper wall on the defensive side that kind of slices down all the way down towards window, they still have a lack of information of where 2G, if it'd be late hitting towards this B site. So they didn't have a full stack towards A. Give a chance here for 2G to really scrim into that A site and overpower here their opponents. And great heads-up play, too, because Joggamo TP'd across two tripwires, and it's still being watched towards that Sewers. Despite the loss of that fight, they still knew that the fight was coming here from Jaw.
Whoa, they give no respect once again to that Sewers play. Instantly to the extremities here. And they still have a look down long C, so they know there's no activation again. Like you said, just B is that worry. And they don't feel like it's a worry at all with the way they close in on it on the side of G2. Silence doing so much work last round and this round here. Start to capitalize. Spike as well picks another one up onto Valen as they start to just shred the numbers on the side of G2 here. Buddy system through garage. They do have that B control, but you see how careful 2G's moving.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a retake play on the side of G2. Ooh. Although Jonah just got spotted.
Spike planted.
I love the amount of attempts, the fights we're seeing here. Just a solo flash there to try to take one down. He might lose his life for these fights now as he's just drawing a little too much attention, but good damage onto Trent. Could get him. Hey, yeah, Baby Bay's bought enough time to come around the outside. There it is, the cleanup as they are just working their way and closing in on the 2G members. Defuse here as Baby Bay gets it to half to trade it off.
It's still a nice little setup how they set things here with this wall from Jonah P at the very beginning, because sometimes they usually just place it so that it comes across here all the way in the front of window. This time it cuts all the way inside. It's kind of like they wanted to funnel 2G into the choke point of the A side.
Yep.
And then they had the perfect players and the perfect numbers in there to really snuff out those players trying to take control of long A for the side of 2G. So very nicely done. A little bit of variation that we don't really see from the Viper walls in the first place.
Okay.
We're bringing back the Nene from 2013.
This guy. It probably feels like yesterday for him.
Yeah, and there you see the default wall that I was trying to mention here. So it allows for you to retake a little bit easier towards that C site, but previously it was really designed on the aggression that G2 wanted to bring towards this A site.
Chogamo operator, like you said, moving, actually pushing very far up.
Time to jump.
Gets the jump out. This is the first time we've actually seen G2 be comfortable with giving up kind of C long, and they're just playing it back with that wall, as you mentioned before, making it difficult to pass through these quadrants now created by all the utility, needing util themselves to get through. That was almost telegraphed. Valen's like, thank you very much.
That's why they wanted to give up a little bit of B. Breaking over that wall gives a chance for Valen to get a pick, escape, and if they try to move up on a split, then at least flash raise of Vine to slow things down. 2G now regrouping to try to work towards this A site, forcing a little bit of util out on the defensive end, so there's not too much left. Joggernaut only has this flash with the op, which then now gives a chance for 2G to maybe stay as a group. Not until that happens.
They're still so comfortable. They have two over towards that site. Vice util still on A if Jogamo did get anything, but the fight's here at B. They're just cleaning up 2G with answers across the map if it wasn't to be at B. So yeah, G2, great macro, great micro right here. And what is the window 2G can find at this point, right?
Well, again, I was just thinking of using that and wasting that util from G2 could be a death ball and try to go for the contact play here towards that B site, but instead we TP in. And not only did we TP in, that was a spike on top of that coming through just behind, so definitely missing a little bit of a coordination on the side of 2G on the space they wanted to create.
The patented Josh RT fist bump for a round win. But yeah, you're right, there needs to be a little more coordination there with 2G when they're activating. Oh, well maybe they can coordinate off of this. Eyes now inside sight, behind enemy lines, but no one there quick enough to activate just yet. That Dimensional Drift about to run out. It's going to be a solo play here from Spike, and it almost gets two. But Valen's now in a tight spot, quickly getting help from Jonah P as they enter the site. The Dastardly duo doing what they can to just drop people left and right. They're falling themselves, though, on the side of G2.
Now a kill contract as well. Should be an easy plant out for 2G. There was great stall in the very beginning on the side of G2, but the rest of the team finally followed. All you had to do was wait for the Razor Vine to dissipate on the side of Jonah P, and as they did that, you saw the flash finally come out. Spike finally comes out of his ult too, and then they have perfect positions to trade towards the end. So lacking a little bit here for G2 on answers outside of Dimensional Drift. Look at that position, just out angles, easy done.
Turn up the heat accordingly, right? Get in there with dimensional drift, have everybody just flying in behind that. Even on the delay of the vines, not too much of a problem. It's just the teamwork made the dream work on that one. Goes up for the drone, doesn't see anything. They deactivate really quick so they can get themselves into a position to start fighting here. But now they actually have to deal with Jonah P's ultimate, forcing the hand of everybody to move towards long A safe.
Silence has a kill contract. This should be easy to open up here, the A site, if they still want to commit into this. But they have wasted a lot of util in the very beginning, which was all heard by Jonah P. So we have to slow the tempo now on the attack. This camera is just Still trying to create noise to make G2 think that there's still lurk and positioning coming on that side. You're starting to see it. Look at how they move. They avoid this Prowler. You still have the kill contract out from Silence. They might try to pull this rotate across from the ult and then start walking into the C site.
That's the only site that doesn't have util. I mean, you can see Jonah, I'm sorry, Jonah, Baby Bay putting the Vice util everywhere. So it just becomes hard for 2G. But now they actually go back towards it. They go back to the majority here after not really finding too much across the map, right? There's a bit of a adventure from Spike to create noise, but that's already checked out now by the side of Trent, so they know it's fake. Paranoia is flying through. Double taps on. Silence looking to make a play here, but he's got to get through a little bit of smoke to do it and find who's outside this. They are just spamming inside now. Steel Garden goes down to just tear the weapons now away, and 2G is not able to answer. Still jammed on the members. Now they finally come back up with the weapons, but they haven't done the dance enough around the smoke here from Jonah P. And it's only going to be Gobert left. He gets a shot, another flick kill and a Dogamo, and he tries to enter with the classic, trying to get the pace of that to work in his favor. But who is ready? It's Jonah P to stand tall in his ultimate.
And the man that stayed in his ultimate from the very beginning of the round stays alive in it towards the end as well. And that is a lack of coordination on G2's side. I really thought you were going to try to use a kill contract to at least open up that side of the sewers. By not using it on that side, it makes it very difficult for Gobert to move through and for anybody else to split with them on top of that. When he used it, it was trying to open up against Valen, but he already lost that fight. I think that was against Silence in the very beginning, or Spike rather in the very beginning. But yeah, that was unfortunate on that side of 2G. They had a great idea, though, when we mentioned that hit towards that garage. It ended up being a fake towards the end, and they called the audio to move towards that A site. But it was just lacking, again, utility to really open up that site. Imagine if that pit was gone. I think things would have been a lot easier for 2G to scale into the site with. Now this timeout being called on the side of the attack once again. I don't really think even G2 used one throughout the whole series yet, so they've been quite comfortable in their game plan so far. And for FaZe Door right now is potentially at this point, maybe you want to start disrespecting here this Viper wall in the side of middle. They've been pretty good here at baiting utility on that side of the B site, although lacking to bait util into the garage. You see sometimes in these setups here from this side of Baby Bay, the Razor Vines and the Flash is always really up in the garage when he sets it, so 2G really have to do a better job right now of manipulating these three sites on this map, which they haven't really done so far.
And I feel like 2G made it pretty far on that last A hit, focusing most of that Vice util now over towards A to stay, with the rest of the map covered by more of the agents, rest of the team. Now it's kind of 3 hovering B, 2 on B, 1 garage for that rotation towards C mid if they need to get anything on this one. What do they... Oh, okay. I mean, the Sheriff's usually working pretty good here for 2G. It seems like they slow it down a little bit more, use that buddy system, and are taking less peaks that would really put them in a disadvantageous situation.
Definitely the pistols are really good against EG so far. Good on this opening.
Exactly where you are.
So Hero Guardian becomes now information as he ult on that body.
Well, Baby Bay goes for all the util to activate right now, so they just have to take a breath right on the side of 2G, and they walk in the spike right behind the duelist. Baby Bay is lurking though. The Judge could do a lot of damage, but he gets flashed right at the last moment from Spike, from the rest of the squad, now able to come in and set up some defense for 2G.
A beautiful flash. Rendering it difficult now for G2 to get the retake. I don't even think it can use the Nightfall anymore because right now Jonah is being blocked off by a trip. Yeah, this might be just a save towards the end. Very hard to do here with losing all those players in the very beginning on that front B site. So what was supposed to be disrespect this Viper wall in their gun rounds for 2G becomes that type of play on an eco. And it works out, pays dividends. You get so much information after that pick and the ult being thrown here by Gobert that it becomes a free plant and a free round.
In 2G, they run this all the time, right? We'll see this. We'll see a lot of hero rifles. It'll go across different people. I think one of the ones that works best is with Gobert. because he also buys a Guardian. The lower buys to recoup some great guns as he goes down. Caster Curse. But yeah, it just works out really well if you're looking for the most investment in one of the ways that they do it. But there's a lot of times we'll see 2G happy to have a rifle on one and Sheriffs on the other, and they do a lot of damage. Whether it's the round win or not, they drop their opponent to make that cost.
Ran out.
See Baby Bay still trying to play a bit of that solo anchor role for some moments here behind his utility. I'm sure it's in line with what the team wants, but 2G may be figuring that out a bit. Might want to punish it if they can find him again. This time in B though, so it's not going to be a constant thing. That.
Yeah, the attempt was there. Go for the aggressive pop flash right through the Viper wall and trying to just get players in position, but beautiful flash being set up here once again. Just G2 displaying different types of setups on their defensive side, either it be on Ascent or now on Haven. BBB gets full value out of that flash, and Jaw gets a pick. That's one player down, and you fold into the next page. No more mid control. A split towards the A site. Free kill.
Not giving G2 enough credit in these situations that they'll be ready, that they'll be patient to keep those forward defensive spots. And already the push coming through here, Jonah, Baby Bay. It's in a pretty scary flank.
Who else?
Kills still. Okay, they're going to pressure it. That's going to be a Stinger getting a little upgrade as he moves his way through the map. Baby Bay is now going to be closing in on that last member of Spike. The Valens forced to fight inside. They have Spike, so they really don't need to move back towards anything else.
They also cannot give them one-on-ones though like that.
Spike is also Spike, and he is doing a thing right now as he starts to move towards the objective.
I go to Spike.
15's going to have to move quick, but thankfully Jonah's in a great spot.
Bang, bang. That's the technical term for that. He goes down. Jonah again there as a savior for the moment to get G2 another round. 6-3 here. I mean, another 3 from 2G, and we'll have another half of 6-6 from map to map. They have to pick up something. I think the slow work, kind of touch and go, really worked out for them and got G2 slightly antsy enough.
3 down by 76.
Time to jump.
Yeah, at least if anything from the fast tempo from the previous round, they started identifying how Valen's currently playing the sewer smoke. Not really giving himself a sight smoke, but it's an aggressive smoke right here at this spot.
Yeah.
We got value off that pick off the lurk from Gobera. Loves to play the aggressive angles on his defensive side. It's a high-low. He's just crouched in front of Trent. Already starting to see here. Finally, we're trying to break that util towards that garage. The wall is still up towards B. This might be the next step now for 2G.
That was pretty telling. The Prowler just went long to see nothing, and only Yoru bottom mid. So you can already see they're not buying it. Valen's already backing up to the site to make sure they have a little pressure. They'll check one more time and probably make a move up long now to create and gain that space. Beautifully played there at A. And now 2G haven't been doing anything in mid. They're still waiting for G2 to peak. They got to get this activation in soon. There it is. There it is. Prize unwrapping one, but Jogmo unwraps two as Valen gets his own. Oh, it falls apart so quick, Vansili.
It looked so good to start. 2G getting great openers into the garage. But just a slight overcook when they saw this control that they had and map control towards C. They called for the rotate back on that side, and the swing coming through from the front B side really makes it difficult. Thankfully, though, Spike is still up and gives a chance here for Prize to at least get a plant. He's actually far away from the last few players of G2. I think that even 3, rather. I didn't even say that Jogmo's still alive towards A Heaven as well.
This will definitely help. Like you said, money in the pocket here. Drop a few guns would be even better. Gets the tag on him, so trailed all the way through this by the Fade Nightfall. It's going to be tough to find a hiding spot.
Yeah. G2's running up here because Prize is deafened. And now the gap's been closed.
And they're waiting for each other, too. Okay, now swing. Everybody one time. No mistakes. Not playing with their food this time as they just want that. And it's going to go to Trent. He just used the ult, but they want it back.
And a read at the beginning for 2G was quite nice, though. They engage into the garage. They heard the judge being shot by Baby Bay. BBB goes for the reposition right at the same spot, and you just spray into the garage doors, and Spike gets that kill. So good reads on them to open up that side, and then that happens, unfortunately.
Shorter, I can just end it, right? Just toss.
Yeah, Dead, right? You can just
Yes.
talk.
Everyone agrees. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
At least 10 out of 10 on the defense for G2 so far.
3 more away from that. Sheriff here for the side of Gobera. They're still kind of low buying in to make sure they can squeeze in some of these buys while still getting their full gun rounds in. Hopefully not shy on any util.
Okay. Decoy also starting off the wall in this garage side.
Hello.
Cutting through.
Corners can be like that when you don't check them. And it looks like that's one of the first times they actually were able to insert in that corner. So, you know, why would 2G be kind of worried about it? It's an always have to worry against G2 kind of thing.
And that's the difference here against G2. Just remember that first map when you're playing an off-angle inside wine after like 8 rounds on the defense for 2G. It's still being cleared by Valen. So that's just a lack here of trying to find that information and identifying these positions that players could be at. Valen doesn't even care here about being hit by the vulnerable. And Prize once again on the 1v4. Cannot get the single pick there onto that one player in the front.
Yeah.
Last round before the switch.
Pulling away finally in the last 3 rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, seems to be just G2 in full control of this map. I was just going to mention breaking that wall in the first place with the decoy could actually be quite nice because he had potentially ways to close that gap on the A side from the fake from the garage because that kill contract was still up. But they didn't check the corner to lose 2 players in the process, and any type of momentum they wanted to build into the A side hit.
Oh. Almost trying to play off the flash. He's going all around the map. Oh my gosh. Dimensional Drift trying to give the Hunter's Fury a place to shoot. Eyes in the sky, if you will, as the kill contract comes out here. We finally get to see how this happens through the wall instantly. Could have had a Valen there with a double tap up. No worries if he did get hit. And this is a quick final round here. It seems like 2G kind of brushed off the pressure of this 5-round gap and played what they wanted to. It felt good onto Garage, and they pushed through. They work really well behind the Dimensional Drift. It's just, it doesn't have to be that every time, right?
It's unlucky because BBB got caught in the crossfire. He's still trying to hunt this Fury against Valen, and he runs right in front of him. This looks to be a sealed deal now for 2G for the last round.
Time to jump. You're done.
Last few kills from Jogamo. They look for the spike here, but LSE is able to get one. There's another one onto Trent. They cannot get through the 3 members of 2G. That's 4 on the attacker side as they now move to defense, and it's going to get only tougher from here as G2 are going to have reign over that attack side of the map.
That's the thing, just a little bit unfortunate events there coming out for 2G side. Yes, salvaging 4 rounds at least, but end of the day, it's still G2 showing that they still have full control of this series. And 2G, they have to come up with something here.
And before our next half, we're going to throw it over to Dryad, who's at the watch party booth with a very special guest.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Eugen, who I heard you're a little bit of a variety streamer, but I also heard that you've been here a few times to the Riot Games Arena, so what keeps you coming back?
I just think that it's really fun to feel like the energy of the crowd compared to just watching the games at home. So whenever I do get invited, I'm just like, heck yes.
From the few times that you've been here, what fans do you think are the craziest that are always so energetic?
I think Sentinels. Like, I think the crowd is always biggest and most hype whenever Sentinels is playing.
And I also heard that you're an Astra main. I'm a Reyna main, like big main, you know? So for Astra, do you have any tips for the audience?
No, I peaked Diamond. I don't think I have like any liberties to tell people how to play or what to play.
Okay, just playing the Astra, having fun. That's great. And also for this series specifically, with the 2 Ascension teams, do you have any predictions? What I mean, it seems like it's a bit one-sided, but what do you think?
I'm gonna go with the popular choice of G2 probably winning it, taking it home.
All right, it does seem like that's gonna be the case. Thank you so much, Eugen, for joining us. Can we hear for Eugen in the audience? Thank you guys so much. We're gonna toss it back to the casters.
Thank you, March, Eugen, and Dryad. And Diamond's nothing to scoff at there. I'm sure a lot of people out there are looking for tips.
Is that still 0.1% of the audience?
That's up there.
Yeah.
It's up there. Definitely. I'll take those smokes any day. All right, we are going into game now with 2G, G2. We do have double controller on this one for G2, so they're enjoying the smokes, just no Astra.
Yeah, and the good thing about this matchup at least is the preparation here that FaZe could bring for this matchup against G2, because this wall that's currently being tossed up here by Jonah P is something that was signature on their side too since the early days of Challengers. This time around, you're looking at this matchup though, on the pistol, 2G are actually investing into 4 ghosts. LZ going for double smokes, paranoia, and armor to help out the team on these fights. But they're definitely looking to disrespect here the utility to start things off on G2's slow pace because of the Viper Lurk potential now over on their attack side.
Let's see that. Just get disrespectful. Get up there. Schmeig the Schmeig himself, right? How do you beat Schmeig? Is it with Schmeig? Is the question. Spike's going to try here to just stop that right in his tracks. He's going to regain that health off the C's decay, so not too big of a problem there, but I'd say that's a good start.
Definitely. They have player advantage on top of that, but the flash has been used right away here for LZ for that fight into the garage area. So he gives a chance now for G2 death falling into the A site.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it's theirs. It's full retake. A lot of good utility to come back in with the Sova.
So Jonah just went for the lineup here outside of A long just to slow things down with the poison orb being thrown towards that spawn.
Yep,
now you cycle these smokes, making it a lot more difficult for 2G to retake.
They're trying to hide in it. They're actually going to eat a flash right inside, too. All of them try to turn that, so it's going to delay even more. Now they get the gas in the phase, too. Exactly what you were talking about. Just the layering of annoyance here by smokes, by coverage, and the ability to not find your target. Forcing now Prize to jump out. Valen's going to find 3, but he runs out of bullets. Not the extended clip he wanted. Prize and Trent. We're not down to a 1v1 just yet, but Trent's able to get that without the help of Jonah P, who was just creeping back on the long side. And Valen very proud of his team in that situation to keep it going.
Yeah, when you look at it for G2, it was very annoying to deal against here for 2G's side. You've just mentioned it, smoke after smoke from flash to flash. A little bit of an overheat coming out from Joggable, but thankfully you have Valen right here with the trip kill. 18 and 8 on this map. The Des talked about him having a life gain. And that was kind of like the win con to keep the series quite close against Sentinels. Well, it's Valen having another great game. Now also leading a charge for G2's victory against 2G.
The deadlift becomes a power lift. He's just absolutely wild in these past series here for the team. And right back into the site. I mean, it looks like we just started from inside the site last round here with the speed that G2 is trying to work. Flashes are up, but even when they're flashed, they're still pushing forward. They're adding just people to the mix, making it difficult even if someone does peek to get those targets in. They're all on the same page for these plays, and it looks fantastic.
And we had great value in the very beginning from the recon dart on the defense. They just weren't quick enough to set up against G2's just plow with the stinger buy. On top of that, you have a stinger buy from winning the pistol too, so you have utility on top of that to stack with, a lot more util on the attack to just not give a chance here for the Brazilian team to hold the defensive line.
And they're so, everybody is, but they're so happy. Valen as well, to keep that stinger for an extended period now into this round. The other, so much money saved up because they have that, but now it's up to them to create those close quarter situations that you were talking about before, get the return on that stinger as much as possible. See if G2 can prevent that from happening as they start long and play long from just about every distance here.
It won't be as easy here for G2 to get value to close that gap with the stinger buy. Remember, when they're getting a lot of good value out of this is because they're playing, for example, Breach Teo in the past, allowing here Joggable to gain some space. So you're seeing the difference, playing more of a death ball. 2 players following behind Joggable, TP's into the site, and now here's the battle coming through.
All the way back to the right side of Logs, gets the bite down, and actually a bit of damage to follow up through that as the kills are trading into sight. 2-2, and now it's just Jonah P. After the swarm of 2G hits the site, Jonah gets a stinger through the smoke, goes for the classic jump around the right side, but Prize locks it down, and it's not going to be enough.
Professor thought that his last opponent was trying to close that gap after he got his first pick. You see on the other end, Prize stayed very patient out in the open and making sure that he plays a distance against that close range stinger, potentially even a right-click classic. Jonah P runs right into it and dies. But that is some heavy damage being done on the Econ for 2G. Losing this round here for 2G would put the attack side at 11 and a broken Econ for the defense. So they have to win this round very cleanly for 2G. It's not with aggression, it's with information. Recon to start things off, not being broken up. So they know now that G2 is kind of leaning towards mid, which is why you see the instant TP away from Spike to support now the B-side garage lead.
Trent finds the ISO. They know exactly where Silence is now. Depends on how much they've seen around the ISO and if they've actually seen Spike and Silence doing this buddy system walk around as LZ gets the Guardian to sing, starting off on a Jogamo for a very important round here.
Yeah. Jaw once again in these scenarios where he dies and he's putting G2 in a position where they have to work as a group once again. And it works out. Counter lurk, one, a push up towards front B. Beautiful trades. G2 now somehow in a lead in terms of numbers.
Jonah. Jeez. Sees it, sets it up, knocks it down. Just the 1, 2, 3 here in G2's instances. Now it's just going to be Gobera keeping himself safe.
Here. Probably keeping his gun.
Yeah.
So we talked about the broken Econ. I mean, thankfully, silver lining is if you remember the first half, you had a similar scenario. Gobera with a hero rifle, couple of shares across the board, classics, and they were able to win that round and convert it on the side with an opener from Gobera. Now it's going to be a little bit different because they can't dictate the pace. It's G2 now working on the attack side. Again, this is an opportunity for the attack to be pretty much at 12. Unless a miracle happens here on the side of 2G on the defense.
And another round there for G2. Quite a few alive as well as they bolster the money. They get closer to 13. And now I think 2G is kind of out of options. They have things to run, but they've been figured out by G2. And the options are there. It's just which ones can they vary and spice up here to throw G2 off. They don't just consist of that dimensional drift. A timeout will come in. See if they can set up that aggression that gets them a few more rounds here and throws G2 off.
Yeah, it's a very important timeout being called here by Phasor. Of course, this would put them at a deficit where G2 could just clean it up on a 2-0 clean win. But once we get back into the game, you'll notice here, chat, that we are basically 1 away from 3 ults being Dimensional Drift, Kill Contract, and also the Omen ult. If not, if it comes down to maybe Prize 2 away from his Hunter's Fury. This might be one of those calls where they have to add that pressure to fight control into A main so that they could potentially get good value off the Jonah P lurk. And if there's nobody fighting back here on the side of G2, well, at least you have that Kill Contract and the Dimensional Drift that you could pick up and utilize that into the later rounds. So I think that might have to be the Hail Mary for the side of G2 to stay alive within this round. And look at how they're rotated across here at the beginning. 3 of them already moving towards this A site, maybe even a TP being set up for a fast rotate from Spike over to the C site. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4 players on a 4-1 setup on that side of 2G.
With that gate crash towards the other side of the map, they are going for, just like he asked for.
Yeah, they have and sorry, they have everything else on the B side and C side to really get information for the side of Gobera.
Trent right down long, somehow separated from 3 that could have been peeking. Probably some util also going off, so not all guns out here, but that's 2. And the action long starts to initiate as well. Silence coming up with 1, but he's going to be low on this. So is Jonah P, but Jonah still wants to fight. Nabs off the double tap as well, I believe, on Silence. So they should be good to go here. And that's going to wear out. He won't be able to activate another orb either.
But this might be a round where you still want to invest here on the side of Silence. The clock continues to run down. You have an opportunity to even isolate a 1v1 and then go for a 2v2 retake. Unfortunately for Spike, yes, he's able to get the Dimensional Drift, but that's after he gets picked off there by Trent. Whereas you've mentioned here, Riv, the counter-aggression coming out from G2, knowing the win con for 2G on that previous round, or in this round rather, they just wanted to fight toe-to-toe. Wanted to show that they could brawl just like 2G. But the more that you're racing down this clock, again, an opportunity here for for Silence to play the 1v1 into the Gulag.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, once that plant comes down, it might be the hit. G2 knows they're out of sight. Less than 20 seconds. Nobody's going to be silly enough to play an angle, right? Right? No, right. They're out. And it's going to be that plant. Here it goes. All right. He's got Jonah P. He's been hot all game. Can Silence do it again? Yes, he can. That's going to be a spike plant, though, as he comes back in. It was Gobert waiting just a moment for his teammate to get back in for the 2v2.
Yep, wall to scale and even a double tap after coming out of that Gulag, but it's slowed down by Razorvines.
The drop to his left. The drop to his left. He hits the box. They weren't expecting it. It didn't make the full sound of breaking his own ankles. That's one from Valen. The leader to put him on the final point. Valen doesn't miss a beat. Locks in the Red Bull clutch for G2.
Continues to shine for G2 is the IGL on the side of Valen, now dropping 21. Over 20 bomb into that one, and that 2v2, I mean, it worked into perfection for 2G to isolate that fight towards hell. But it's Valen leveraging the util out from Omen 2. Fake TP, swings out for the 1v1.
Let's go, G! You're
Puts
him, baby.
G2 at map and series point.
And you got to be considering these are not rounds that G2 should be winning. That's a 2v1. Just the way he played it, yes, they can be won. It's not super bad, but G2 has done it multiple times to add up to super bad now, right? They have just won so many rounds in the end there that they probably should have lost, and that's why G2 continues to be G2 12-5 now here in the second map.
My copium is that Superbad is a good movie, so that 2G maybe could turn things around now in their mix bags of tricks, Hunter's Fury, and also the ult available here from the Dimensional Drift. This is a perfect opportunity to play a la G2 where you can combine these two ults. But you are playing a very forward position on the side of Prize, and Spike's just going on a little bit of a stroll. Never expected the lurk here, the position from Trent outside of Garage, and that combo is going to be gone.
My ultimate is ready.
Jonah, rest of the team squeeze in here to add what could be the final pressure points onto this match versus 2G. Gobert again with the Guardian. Comes up big, gets a ping, but they both jump out safe. Oh, he's trying to go off the residual pings from the ultimate. It's just not delivering enough info in time. And now they're set up to drop into the site. A little pain all around on these health bars, but G2 still stands a member up.
Now you have no choice but to drop down Heaven to get the most value. Being watched now long range, easily done.
G2, 3 kills in an instant when you think the play had a little bit more to go, but that's been the story of this game. You think they had a little bit more, but G2 act on it immediately and take everything away. That's the series in 2 as G2 take down 2G.
Still some smiles coming across here for 2G despite the loss. They still had a lot of these rounds where it came down to chaos where almost they could have taken the upper hand. But just as you mentioned at the end of that first map, it was a lot of the macro that was kind of missing here for 2G side. But fighting toe-to-toe, they definitely have the firepower on the side of the Brazilian squad. For G2, this was an easy win in their book, and on the top of that, something that they wanted. They wanted to start winning right away going into week 2. Valen mentioned having Baby Bay coming in as a sub. Week 1, you're opening things up against a tough team like Sentinels. You're just kind of like easing in Baby Bay into a tough match, but then the rest of the strength of the schedule should allow for them to go for that playoff run that they wanted.
Man, they can ease Baby Bay into the match, but Valen is climbing mountains right now. He's like, man, you can ease in. Don't worry. I'm going to carry this giant brick backpack only because I want to get stronger, not even because I have to. Like, this is insane stuff here coming in from the side of Valen, coming in from the rest of the team, honestly, but 23-9 on this map. Jogamo was only 18-13 because Valen was taking everything, right?
Yeah.
In a way, though, really great job here from 2G as well to get the rounds that they did. So low by rounds, but it seems like G2 is just adapting way too fast. The firepower is still very much there, even with one person out. And they're still a team to be reckoned with. They're G2.
Sideshow mentioned that G2's roster is kind of like a, some of their parts where Jogimo has to be the one kind of like activating when he doesn't, the rest of the team could
fill the spot.
And thankfully, though, the question mark was like, okay, well, he lost Leaf at that point. If Jogimo is still being the first one dying or not putting as much pressure into the team, can the rest of the team do it? And he definitely can with Baby Bay.
Awesome stuff coming in there from G2 to be able to take that one. waiting to see who we got on the stage. Oh, it does look like we got somebody. So we're going to send you down over to Dryad on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Trent.
Thank you, guys. Let's hear it for Trent and G2 as they get that win of stage 2. And Trent, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, your team is already qualified for champions since Toronto. So what is the mentality that you guys have for the stage 2?
We definitely still want to win, and I think we're just coming in and giving our all each game, no matter what, no matter who's playing. So we just want to win.
I feel like that's also something that we've seen with the addition of Baby Bay, and he's bringing a lot of energy, something that you guys were talking about on social media. What does he bring to the team, and how is he fitting right now?
He definitely brings a lot of energy. He tries to keep us hype. He always is yelling after the round. If he kills somebody mid-round, you know it. I just hear it from him. So it's really fun to play with him. He's definitely smart too. You know, he's a caster, so he watches a lot of games. And yeah, he's a really good addition to our team.
It's been super fun to watch. I also want to ask you a little bit about what we saw in Ascent both last week and this week. You guys talked about being a very strong Ascent team, and now we're seeing that competition with the Chamber. When does that decision come to be of you guys playing this competition, and why?
Well, Baby Bay used to be an opper, a duelist one trick, so slot him on Chamber, give him an op, and he's faster than half of the guys out here, so just give it the op.
It's been working out.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's been great. I remember that the opening game, the things that he was doing to get those openings, that was crazy. Well,
Exactly.
My last question for you, talking a little bit about those chambers, that next match is going to be against Evil Geniuses, and Derek has also been looking insane on that chamber, so how do you feel about that series?
I think it'll be a good game, but, you know, confident in my boys, confident in our team, and I think it should be good for us.
All right, thank you so much. Can we hear it once again for Trent? This is everything that we have. Thank you guys so much.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
tô muito animado para jogar contra a Sentinels, porque é um dos melhores times que tem nesse servidor, então vai ser uma experiência muito boa para o nosso time.
Yeah, our match against Furia, definitely gonna focus on ourselves more than them, to be honest, because they have a whole new roster.
Tô muito ansioso, porque eu quero muito enfrentar o Zekken. Eu acho que ele é um dos melhores duelistas do mundo.
Wily off angle here. And Zekken is looking beautiful from it.
Então, é quase a pessoa que aprende superando o mestre, sabe?
It's not easy playing against teams like this because obviously you have no read on them. They're like the super underdog. They do very unexpected stuff. They play with full confidence. Sometimes it's kind of like a very good way to play, to be honest. They're kind of like playing with no pressure. Whereas us, it's like obviously full pressure. Everyone expects us to win against them. Like not only a win, but like a very convincing win. But we don't really care about the outside noise, and I think our way of doing things will be better and we'll win.
A gente tem pessoas muito novas dentro do time, então, bom, se a gente ganhar vai ser uma vitória deslumbrante, mas se a gente perder, que essa derrota nos ensine alguma coisa.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. It's Furia taking on Sentinels. I am Zoe, and on the desk with me once again are Bren and Sideshow. Let's break this one down.
I like the way that John set it up. He was like, everyone expects us to win very cleanly, and if we don't,
Yeah, but I mean, that can add pressure. Unfortunately, though, Sentinels are very experienced players, so I don't think they're going to let this one get to them. On the other side, I want to talk about Furia first, though. Odds are stacked up against them last week already. They weren't their full roster. They made changes after the disappointing stage 1, but the changes weren't here yet.
Yes.
And they're still not here.
They're still not here.
Yeah.
Basic and Coach Shaw still not here due to some of the visa issues. And that's unfortunate for them, for sure. There were a couple of moments where they looked like they had chances. The first half they played against Cloud9 on Haven, for example. But I think, honestly, I think the players are right. You just got to kind of send it in a match like this. You got to take all of the thought of like how much underdogs you are out of the window and just play with no pressure and try to catch Sentinels completely unaware.
But the trouble is, teams are not going to be caught unaware. They're just not at this level of the play. So it's unfortunate. I mean, are you in the market for a bridge? How much money do you have? And your answer really depends on what I'm going to tell you next, to be honest, because it's rough for Furia. I really do feel for them because they're all competitors that want to compete just on a level playing field, but they have never, ever, ever gotten the chance to.
That's
at
true.
the beginning of stages.
But this is also a new rebuild of Furia that's supposed to be building, I think, for the future.
Yeah.
They've got like younger players. They've got players that haven't had as much experience, so they're like building them up into something. And so even if you lose today, it's about learning from that and putting things forward. Which is what
Parla was talking about.
Exactly, exactly. And Parla, one of the players who has lost and learned at this stage before.
Yeah, and having had that previous experience surely comes in handy. Obviously, also having Adverso as your stand-in when your roster isn't complete could be way worse. Adverso, we know what he can do. Building teams around players like Heat, like that's not a bad strat, right? So yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to show us today in this uphill battle that they will be fighting against Sentinels. Let's actually hear what Tui's had to say to Dryad ahead of today's match.
I'm here with Tui's ahead of match 2 against Sentinels. And Tui's, now that you got a little bit more time to practice with the current squad, what are some of the individual strengths that your teammates have that can help you win today and get some wins for the rest of the stage?
I think the biggest thing we have, I think, is the proactivity. I think all the guys has a good proactivity, and this week we are improving a lot. So I think this thing is gonna help us to win.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Okay, proactivity. Is this code for we're going to send it?
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like it, didn't it?
Yeah. I think so.
Well, it's going to be, an uphill battle for them, as we said. But, Bren, you're a hopeful guy.
I can be
You can
at times.
inspire hope in teams.
I've been known to be an optimist, as much as Esports is trying to grind it out of me. Yeah, but
and they keep on doing that.
Getting all giddy.
I want you to help us out here a little bit here as well, right?
Okay.
So Sen, yes, they are the favorite here.
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, they had a tough game versus G2, and G2 were also looking pretty weakened, I think. So you're realistically looking at one of the teams that didn't have a lot of time to adjust off the back of this little miniature off-season that we've had. But despite that fact, SEN were looking pretty phenomenal, I think, as well. You wouldn't have expected them to have, I would have expected them to have gaps in their map pool personally as well, because they had such little time to prep. But on Corrode, they were looking amazing. So they
did only just win though against a G2 with Baby Bay. Does that knock them down in any points in your mind?
I was about to say, can we really ding them on that?
I don't know. I'm posing the question.
It's bizarre, really, isn't it? Because I don't really know where I would rank the teams, as we tried to rank them in prior weeks and failed.
Yeah.
Because honestly, a bubble sort algorithm would have done a better job. So it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. But for them, listen, Sentinels can come into this one locked in. I think they said it best as well in some of the interview pieces that we saw beforehand, which is just we're going to focus on our own game. We're just going to focus on improving, keep iterating on what we're building, and that's one of the best ways. You can't get sucked into this narrative in your heads that you're supposed to be winning in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think that puts a little bit too much pressure on you, but think about the strength of schedule that they've got. They opened against a beatable G2 with Baby Bay, with Leaf out, and now they get to play against Furia, who, this is, I mean, let's be real, it's about as far away in any power rankings as you could get. Like, SEN are always going to be at somewhere towards the top. Furia have been towards the bottom. So they've actually got quite a soft way of entering back into stage 2, and it should set SEN up for a lot of success, a lot of confidence.
Yeah, so even if we see some changes that they're making there as well, looking at John Cutie and the roles there. So, you know, like this should set them up well for the rest of stage 2. But yeah, we don't want to lose hope for the opposition.
You're looking at me again to be the...
I need to be the guy. I need someone to be the guy.
So, okay, you want to hear the keys to victory for Furia
here?
Let's do
it.
Because I've been thinking about this for quite some while. I'm not going to lie.
Way more than you should have, probably.
Way more than I should have been. The key to victory for Furia. I've got a few pieces. The first one is, I think, finding the ancient Sumerian Empire and possibly finding a stone altar and possibly a livestock that you can then sacrifice on the altar.
Yep.
That's a good chance.
I think they've done that recently. That's why they were off. That's where Basic is.
That's where they were. That's what Basic is. He's still hunting down for the ruins as we
I
speak.
thought he's the sacrifice.
No, he's not the sacrifice. No, he's not the sacrifice.
Okay, got that
now, the
wrong.
second thing that I need them to do is possibly break into the peripheral lockers and find where Sentinels are stationed.
Yep.
But that might be breaking some form of laws. It's definitely unethical.
Oh, definitely.
And it might get you kicked out of the league. So I can't condone it. I cannot condone it. But that's also a key to victory. So, and then the last thing I think is, well, maybe you can lead into some of the maps, because the map will just change, and Sentinels, they've been gallivanting halfway across the world. They haven't had time to play on Corrode and bind and shore up those maps. So surely you can pinpoint some of those maps and find them as key areas of weakness, right? Surely Sentinels are not good at Corrode, right?
Do you want to tell him? Do you want to tell him? Yeah, hold the hands.
Never been so wrong.
Oh, no!
I mean, SEN just looked insanely good on Corrode when we saw them play it. So even though that could be like a great upset area, I don't think it's going to work.
So all in all, keep watching, guys. Keep watching. Keep watching. You never know. If it happens, you don't want to be saying, I was doing laundry when that game was on.
Exactly.
And I was there for the 1% chance that Furia beat Sentinels. You don't want to miss that.
You do say SEN looked incredible on Corrode. They looked incredible on their attack side of Corrode.
They did, but I do want to break down why they looked so good on their attack side. So I've got a telestrator that I'm going to wander over to here as well. And first off, though, I don't want to start with Sentinels and what they did well. I want to start with another team that ran the same composition as Sentinels and show you what can go a little bit wrong with things. So Crew run the same idea as Sentinels do. And here's what we're going to be focused on, right? The focus for us in terms of comparing these teams is taking a look at what the Viper Wall is up to and taking a look at how fast they scale up into mid. This whole map is about mid control. If the attackers have it, they can pivot through to A, they can maybe even pivot through to B with a bit of B main pressure, and a lot of this is going to come off the Viper Wall. Now, Crew's idea is we're going to use the Viper Wall to try to lurk pressure, put lurk pressure onto A. And what we see them do is they're very slow at taking mid. Now, this is one of the rounds actually where they're even trying to fake mid control. So they throw down a smoke towards top mid, right, that cuts off potentially information here. A haunt gets thrown down as well, but they never actually get through this barrier. This is a defensive smoke, and Dante never goes through it. So they're never actually creating presence in mid, not real hard presence. They're just kind of putting a bit of a question mark there that's very easily cleared. MIBR with Artesian playing Yoru just walks down mid, and he's very confident at this point nobody from Crew is actually in control of mid. Artezine always has the ability to escape with a gate crash. He does actually get caught in this round. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. Schmeig gets the kill onto him, but if we take a look at the minimap again, you can see that they still have full information down mid, which keeps these players defending A, and what that does is it makes it very simple for MIBR to crush this hit when it comes through with a pull, with a nade, and Crew's hit just ends up getting stifled. And so this is an example of not taking mid control and how that can punish you when you go other areas of the map. So let's take a look at what Sentinels did, right? And one of the biggest differences is where they put the Viper wall, because this Viper wall is going to allow you to walk up mid pretty safely, because they can't peek you from A-Link, they can't peek you from the main portion of mid, even if they go through that initial smoke. So here comes the Haunt up over the top, there's the Viper wall, Jaw gets forced away, and they've got much faster scaling from their Neon. What this allows is they're able to get a execs working, a pivots working, the Prowler even connects on Valen, follow up with a Paranoia, all to try to set Zekken up for much more aggressive scaling. So this team is able to actually go more aggressive, take mid control, and has a nice look on the map. And for more on Sentinel's Corrode strategies, Dryad caught up with Zekken for a quick chat.
Thank you guys. I'm here with Zekken ahead of match 2. And Zekken, after that week 1, Sentinels looks like the best Corrode team. How much time have you guys had to prepare? And was the fast Neon plays that you guys were doing always the vision of how you wanted to play it?
We didn't have too much time to prep it because there was a quick turnaround between events, but we're all on comfort agents and the Neon gets to run around and be really fast, but we're just all really comfortable with the agents we're playing and we can all make plays with it and be creative even in like kind of basic defaults, so it's been a lot of fun so far.
I hope you can see it again. Good luck.
I do love that he said that with no smile on his face. It's been a lot of fun so far.
Well, the Neon gets to run around because he plays it aggressively. He gets set up by the team. You see other Neons and they're just kind of like wandering around super slow on the map. So Zekken's having more fun than most.
That's right, that's right. Well, can be punished wasn't in that case. I'm very interested to see what those teams are pulling out of the back this time around as they are ready to take it to the stage. All right, attention co-streamers, Sentinels are taking this stage, and listen, they started at stage 2 with a win, and we finally got to see John Cutie playing Sentinel agents again, so all is well in Sen City.
Yeah. Do you think I can boot up a co-stream on my phone right now?
Sure.
The live co-stream.
We all start co-streaming because Sentinels are out there. Yeah, maybe. No, it's time to lock in. In theory, this should be Sen's easiest game of the stage. Weird things happen though when we say that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So you can't take your foot off the gas. At the same time, it should be quite a quick day, and if Furia don't make it a quick day, then there's something really interesting going on.
Right, that's spoken like someone who made dinner plans. Looking at today's schedule. I like that for you, I like that for you. But Furia has something to say in the matter here. Of course, they had a tough stage 1. They made changes heading into the second one. Unfortunately, you won't get to see any of that as they are still forced to play with a sub. The coach is not in the building either, but you know what? Pressure is off.
Yeah.
They might just surprise us.
I'm just going to say right now, you don't want to miss the 1% chance.
True.
Furia step up.
Where were you?
Where were you when Furia beat Sentinels? Now, listen, this is a team, all the pressure's off their shoulders, they're a dangerous squad, and when you get into that mentality that this is supposed to be an easy win, when the first thing starts to go wrong, all I'm saying is that's when the tilt settles in.
Yeah, it could do. If you see Narrate slamming his desk after 3 rounds, oh baby, we got a game. 99% of VCT Americas viewers stop right before Furia gets their big upset victory. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's take a look at where our teams are taking us for this one.
Okay, so Corrode at the end is interesting, but it's actually Icebox that's drawing my attention because of John. John, in the previous match that we saw, played Viper and then Cypher and then back to Viper. Here, it should be similar, but I don't know what he's going to play on Icebox. I don't know if he's going to pick up the main Senti role or whether that's going to be Zelsis. And so he could be playing Omen, he could be playing Initiator. That's quite an interesting map, actually, in terms of has John gone full Sentinel, like back to his previous role?
Is that the one that proves it?
Yeah, I think so, because if he comes out and he's playing like Killjoy or something, that kind of indicates that John is like now just full-time returning back to being the Sentinel IGL, which would be unusual, but something that a lot of Sen fans have been calling for over time.
But we're kicking things off on Sunset, so surely John Cutie is just going to be on the Viper.
I would assume so, yes. I think that a lot of teams are running double smokes compositions on this map, and there you can get some good value by lurking on the Viper. It's something that fits him, and it works with the meta right now.
Yeah, slower pace game is going to be played, I think, as well. And I mean, honestly, map 2 of Icebox, it's nothing too interesting to pick apart there for Furia's pick, but I have to imagine from their perspective, it's a map that is tried and tested
It is,
at
yeah.
this point for decades. The calling is going to be simplified as a result. Everyone roughly knows what they need to do.
And it's also like a gunfight map, too.
Yes, so it kind of just, you essentially need
But
to be
we've also
outgunned
not
at 10.
seen a lot of them on Icebox, right? They played it last stage one singular time. They did lose it then as well.
Yeah, it's a map, though, that historically they've enjoyed picking. I know it's a very different roster, but I mean, I think they picked it in a couple of like off-season events or something, too. It's an area where you could see a map victory happening if Sentinels fall over a little bit. And that's kind of like one of the big keys to victory here, genuinely, is that SEN have to be having a bad day and Furia have to be having a great day. So I think very early on you'll see what the form looks like and whether we've got a possibility happening here. Hello, hello.
Okay.
All right, they're going double initiator for this one.
Yeah, a lot of setup util for Zekin on a Neon, not double smokes.
No,
Cypher, though.
I mean, to be honest with you, I thought they would be playing double smokes, but yeah, John picking up the Cypher. So does indicate that John is kind of back to playing a lot of his, classic Senti looks. He'll be getting lurks going, but to be honest with you, I mean, that's the Sage picks.
That's crazy work. I kind of mess with it, though. If you are Furia and you're trying to simplify your game plan, there's nothing better than a Sage wall that doesn't get broken in the mid-round.
Yeah?
To simplify where you need to play. So I kind of like it.
Okay, simplify your play, hope the opponent stumbles, or sacrifice a goat. One of these three things has to happen for Furia to take it. Let's hear what our casters have to say about this one. Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Great to see Bren looking like a beacon of positivity here in the current year. You love to see that. We're back, of course, in the right arena by express written request of Rob Moore to pad those Sentinels win stats potentially. However, Coach Kaplan Wyatt was not in the mood to give praise to the Sentinels team after that close shave last week. But Fury don't even have a coach to give them praise. In fact, I'm pretty sure, to my count, 14 different individuals have worn the Panther for Furia this year.
It is mental. And if you're just looking at any ranking right now, you are confronted by the team at the top of the list in SEN and Furia at the bottom, which to some extent, I feel like does a bit of a disservice to the quality of some of the players on their team, the tenure and experience that they have. It's just that as a team, they have no experience together. It's only been a couple weeks, and Verso's subbing in. As good as he is, he's still a sub. But to we said in that interview pre-game, they felt like they've been proving this past week, improving, so maybe they could show that.
Strut up mid. Carlo waiting with a frenzy. It's going to be traded out instantly. Zekin trying to find that relay bolt and can at least get the spike carry to hand. John has thrust himself relatively deep here. Though on Heat, he almost got caught out on a timing. It's a Cyber Cage to give the Cypher a little bit of breathing room. And the recon will be respected.
And listen, though it's been a quiet year for Heat in 2025, it would feel wrong to count him out, given how great he was last year with Crew. It feels like a lot just due to the circumstances of this team. He hasn't been able to be at that same level.
Yeah, refer to the aforementioned 14 players in the jersey.
Difficult to...
To be fair, I am counting the All-American squad that we saw, in their first game.
You want to stat pad this narrative, I respect it.
The numbers don't lie, my friend. There's a lot of threads of narrative in this game. We'll start to tuck into them in the next couple of rounds. Going to be seen here an attempt at a retake. Fault line pretty well placed here. It's going to be a little uncomfortable. Verso going to be dragged out into the sunlight and hit hard. Still is able to retuck once more. Shocky at the site. Definitely not far off with a little double face scenario here, and he's going to have a look at it. The recon thrown out. That's a clean shot from Heat. Zelsis got to half at the very least here, and Verso going to fall to his hand, and now gives it another tickle. Heat wants a crack at it. But again, he's been here before. Not born yesterday. A three-piece for Heat as Furia get off to the start they would have hoped for.
Well done in that 2 versus 2. Another narrative I was ready to touch on there is the fact that the 2 players for SEN were John and Zelsis, who have just recently role swapped. They're playing the same comp, but they're on different agents. And he steps up early for the Furia team to get them at a nice advantage. Some good utility as well there from Adverso, which is causing some delay with the shocks, and then the recon comes in as well. Just something to distract, to swing off of.
Now, obviously, we're heading into a bit of a metagame where we see less of that double initiator look on some maps. But John said he liked calling from the initiator role during Toronto. Don't think it was Cope. He said he was able to be more involved, but a lot of fans were calling for the switch back to Sentinel. Let's see how it plays out already. Another thrust up mid by Sen. This time they're trying to get the grips of the opponents with those weaker guns. Paolo's able to find Narrow. Those speculating through the smoke and the flash that came in. It's Celsius and John QT trying to hold their ground. But Sen here for a good time, not a long time. They'll send that round off with 2 guns dropped.
A reasonable bit of damage. Could have been more dangerous when Furia tried to push through that dark cover together to support everyone else in mid, but hey, all things considered, not too bad. They're still going to have 3 fully upgraded rifles coming into the first buy for Sen, an attempt to win a bonus, keep this momentum going as a team that are just purely in upset mode. I mean, they have no expectations here. They can just throw caution to the wind and send it at a Sentinels team that almost lost to a G2 that are kind of in a similar boat. Obviously not to the same extent, but you know, coming in with a sub, they made it so close against Sen last week. You know, they can't feel fully comfortable in how that game went down, narrowly escaping with victory.
I like them getting out on the strong foot though, Sen. Selecting this Sunset map, which if you remember, Toronto was definitely one of their best looks. They've been able to take a map off Fnatic on this very map here. Julius tries the TP forward. That's a little telegraphed apparently. Sentinels now got a little bit of time to make their way through, and the wall has a hole plugged through it.
Will at least allow for the spike to go down. Paolo to push in very deep, dodges that initial flash, and does have a drone to play off of now. Does he want to scale even further forward? Yeah, he does. Will he check the corner?
Yeah, relay bolt are going to force him back. Zeka now wants to have a peek, and it slides on across, and Arango goes down. The poison orb going to bloom, and there it was a Prowler catching on to Paolo. He's got his back turned to the wrong time. Not ideal at all, and he's stuck there, almost knifed down. He'll get his 6th before departing the round with honor. Sen got the guns, and they got on the board.
Great retake, just playing to the advantage that they've gotten. That's exactly what you want to do when you have the Cypher on that site. Zekin's able to get that 1 kill. We go out, cool, they get the spike down. Who cares? Just time for the 5-on-4 full retake when the Sage Wall expires over towards Market.
Lovely movement. I mean, the level of play we're getting out of Zekin recently has been phenomenal.
It's insane.
This Neon, averaging 0.99 kills per round. This season, really playing some of his best Valorant.
That's since Toronto till now. That's over the course of 200 rounds as well. A global tournament and into this stage, basically a kill per round, 280 ACS. Average is mental. I mean, you could argue or just flat out say that Zekin is in the best form over these last couple months that he's ever been in, period. And I would not be mad at that.
Of course, there's still some elements to this Sen squad that needs to settle. That mild role swap, seeing Zelsis on the breach this map, maybe not what we would have expected. Look at Furia though. Already up on B, got a lot of free room. This is Sen playing mostly off-site. Pala, no shot is waiting. And look at him try and find the timing here. Looking across behind that cyber cage, and he gets away with it, refreshes it, and he'll bang the wall out too.
Zekin still backside. It's feeling like a bit of a rinse and repeat. Escapes, and now it's time for the 5-on-4 retake. Could even use that overdrive to get back in if he really wants to.
Sentinel getting grouped up here now by Boba. Might just want to explode. Zelsa still with all of that util to hand, so a pretty strong retake setup. Furia have to wait with bated breath as Parla on the front lines here. Sees fault line, Parla steps aside of it. Caught out though by that Prowler now. It's all getting thrown out of too much util with his double initiator composition. Here comes the overdrive. Zekin looks to light him up. And now Heat, once again, last man up. Zelsis will handle him. And it's an even game.
And this comp so far for Furia is working just as far as getting into the site, getting the spike down, but with Zekin able to net that initial opening kill twice in a row now, 2 rounds in a row, and then just retreats, they group up. I think you mentioned it, but the utility to get back in, to deny Paula, who's playing forward, who wants to be able to find an early kill so it can just be an honest 4-on-4, denied that. Flashed, the haunt coming through as well.
I'm not even playing, I'm just on my camera.
Yeah, welcome back to Cypher duty, brother. The flash disparity between these comps is quite staggering, right? Furia wants to take the site, then play around that stall util, but if Sen don't respect it, or they take that Sage Wall down and have a sort of pinch flood onto a site, it overwhelms Furia so quickly.
And it really looks like they want to just go ahead and go into B and put a wall towards Market yet again. And they have come in dead set on a game plan.
Yeah, just the one flavor from Furia so far in his attack sides, but This time opting not to walk up on the B side. It's been free with John tucked closer to market. This time, though, he was sat back B. So good call, even if it was just a feeling for Furia. Instead, smoke top mid. They're going to take that part of the map here.
And they do have a couple decent ultimates that could maybe turn the tide on this round, unless Zekin is able to just get a third opener in a row, and that's going to be the case.
Could have had more, but Relay Bolt here is going to allow him to retreat. Wall thrown up inside market. And here come Fury, eventually going to have a crack at this now. Caught out by the cam as once more, John living his best life, his big brother. Playing in and on the site. Got a trip here to work with Zekin. Up front, personal. Finds plenty of purchase there with the shorty. And the rest of the boys chime on in. These have been clean defense rounds, 3 in a row.
It just feels like he's stat padding at this point.
Are we all, Wyatt?
He's at a nice little 11 and 5.
Today's a stat padder's paradise, you know?
First bloods in a row. Picks up the outlaw in the perfect round to use it.
Be glad for 2 in the chamber there, big son.
Underrated shotgun as well, I'll be honest.
11 and 5.
Underrated.
Yeah, pretty well above our 0.99 kills per round here is Zekin so far. 5 rounds in, 11 kills to his name. Halfway to yet another overdrive. It's going to be a nightfall here for Narrate. A decent amount for Fury to bank on, though. If they get a post plant with a Viper's Pit, at least somewhere to build off.
And Adversa, if he can in some way just get one more orb this round, would have a Hunter's Fury late. So they certainly have enough tools in the box to try and squeak out a round win. Things have been pretty dismal on the prior 3. This time opting to work towards mid, whereas Celsius has just been jiggle peeking. Obviously is aware of this noise, pulling out caught and stunned. He is cooked.
Bot line there for Zekin. Now it's time for him to come forward. Yapala caught inside the relay bolt. Not a darn thing you could do about it. Hasty TP back towards mid by 2 years, and now we need to see a pivot from Furia. Eyes over in the A direction as he is paving the way. It's too easy for Bat.
There's no way he tried to get that kill. That's just...
Yeah, I don't think he expects to see it Verso there. That is pretty wild. Thinks he can just double up, I think, on that individual. They're doing the most right now, Sen. Very comfortably guarding the extremities of the map. Rango, of Galori's fame there in Tier 2. We saw him
30 seconds left.
Close to ascending last year. A very stable, pretty collected caller in the Tier 2 scene. Got a big job on his hands today up against a monster like Sen.
With a new team, with subs, with no coach right now, that is...
Without Sato just to point at people and say, go kill.
Yeah, that is a lot of pressure on the boy. But at least this Furia team do have some experienced players. That is a certainty. And this round, though, it's really the Sentinel setups working exactly as they drew them up. That trap placed in top mid off of the trip was perfect. You could see Paula trying to get forward, but denied. He's had a rough go of it so far, and it's not really his fault. It's that Sen are just overwhelming with util.
That is scripted, brother. All right, timeout here for Furia. Timely one of that. Something that I sort of noticed in Furia's debut game against Cloud9. First of all, their inability to really shut down Oxy. He was really running it down on them, playing very brazen. Zekin is the kind of player that maybe without the same level of risk-taking will also do the same thing. Move up and take that space. We saw a lot of that from Sen's Corrode against G2, that aggressive mid take. Orango was being punished a lot on that Haven map. He was the one sat inside Garage, was always looking to take these fights, always throwing caution to the wind. Maybe it's a flavor he brings from his home region in terms of his play style, but he was getting played off of pretty comfortably. G2 really tuned into his aggressive tendencies. A slower start for Orango here as well, but 5 ultimates in the bank. Hunter's Fury most notably, alongside that overdrive, a good round for Parla to try and get into the game and assert himself.
This could even end up being a round where maybe they just, at some point, they want to go back into doing what they were executing on B. They were getting the site, but this time you have a crazy amount of tools to just win out in the post plant, no matter how good Sen actually are at retaking. We'll see what the game plan is, though.
Sen always seem to have a bevy of retake at their disposal in terms of util. Also a Nightfall still being held onto by Narrate.
Peek immediately into B main here from Zekin on the close angle. Had an opportunity, but obviously that would have required some pretty insane reactions. Not always able to get that kind of shot consistently. So Zekken falls back. More passive, the team is grouping up. They do want to go for this B side execute.
Every round there's been a slight shuffle of Zekken and John here over at the B side. This time, John able to watch with that cam, which looks into market and into main. And Zekken will simply wait. Slower approach for Furia. They know they've got a lot to work with. Here comes the overdrive. John tucked here. Nightfall comes out in response. And okay, Parla streams on past him. He's able to take the Cypher out of the game. Zekken will give up the site. He knows there's a ton to work with in terms of getting back in.
Luckily for Furia, no one actually going down from that haunt. Sen, wow, they're going fast. They're already in backside.
Oh, he might have been seized in that aftershock. Timing didn't quite pay off there, though, for Zekken as he tried to come forward. Parla's got 3 for the round. Viper's in the post plant. Player advantage to work with for Furia. Narrate's already found his second in this round. And the other edge of the Viper's Pit, Bang is starting to encroach upon. Prowler leads the way. Bang gets in there. Good conversion! Unreal! He just serves his dive up on a platter and Bang will knock some heads together. Consolation maybe that Furia doesn't overextend in terms of ultimates in that round. But perhaps they'd be advised to bring a bit more into the post plant.
That is truly brutal round to lose. Should be unlosable, feels unlosable. Paula did so much there. John tucked in that corner was a position he had played prior. And look at Paula just immediately stunning it, was expecting that it could be there again, was correct. Free opening, sends repush, denied. And it's all for naught. A 3-piece that just ultimately can't get around win, but they're fast now into this A site, teleport in from 2Es.
Alright, getting tagged up by the Hunter's Fury, he will fall, but not before Parla is dealt with. Aggressive thrust by Furia onto this A site, but they are cut down to 4.
Single dark cover place. Bang wants to teleport back to the rest of the team in main. Play an honest 4-on-4 retake kit out of dodge. And they've got a bit of utility to get back in. But it's perhaps awkward that Zekken just has, well, I was going to say the op, but he throws it over to Celsius, picks up the rifle, and immediately kills someone. All good.
He's been looking dynamic indeed with the Phantom, but here we go, straight onto the side, sliding on through is Zekken, gets himself in box. Verso has Arango deal with the threat for him. Now, no, please, no, don't it! If you've ever wanted to know what it felt like to be a fly on the wall to the extinction of the dinosaurs, well, you're welcome.
They are
this
just
is not a fair fight.
Getting away with everything. Another round where Furia find the advantage. And it falls apart, man. You just hate to see that happen. This time Arango, what a shot to deny Zekken on this slide out with the overdrive. That was a sickening snap, but well, we know. This doesn't matter.
Just the pure tempo that SEN are playing with these retakes. That's around. Well, they are pretty light on that flash and stun util, right? Celsius is down to just 1 flash. They still get the job done.
It was a cool hit from Furia as well. Really fast. 2Es just sends that from the shadows to get tucked onto the A site. The rest of the team trying to play off that position. It was a cool idea, but now they're reduced to a pretty bad buy in this round 9. The dark cover, or cloud rather, drops. Bang. Able to stay alive, jumping around the corner.
Straight away sees Paranoia, SEN able to fall safely back off those lines, but Narrate's been left tucked here. Gets his one now, surely Bang's gonna get involved, but he might not be needed. Parla gets his pound of flesh, but Bang asks for more. SEN advantage here in players, but locally, Furia have the numbers if they act quick.
That whole time I was just waiting to see what Celsius was going to do. Could have even potentially ripped that Rolling Thunder, and the round might have been done in that moment. Paula's ready for this flag. He expects John to be somewhere.
John doesn't have to do anything but contain them right now. Like Furia, disrespect the cyber cage, double swing that and break out of what could have been a containment play.
Paula's fast into market right now, breaks the cam, is caught with a trip, and whoa, I mean, I don't know where that occurred.
That is top mid with an operator. Just as he's trying to pass by. And now it's down to Parla, 52 health and a dream. Sees the knock-in first of Zekken. But that plant looks like it's a mere fantasy at this point. 3 on the round for Parla, spotted out by Celsius. And that is a 5-round lead that's open up.
SEN have some really good little trap setups going right now. That time in A main, Celsius coming back through with the utility, had the stun. I mean, also that crossfire just immediately gets 2 kills before any of the util was really thrown out. And Eric gets that first. Arango outpaces the relay bull just a half second. which is a little unfortunate, but even still, so much counter util was going to come back through from the Sentinels initiators. They're just set up so well in all these situations.
Okay, fast lane here over towards the A side of the map. Credit to Furia, still go with the up-tempo look even after some crushing rounds. But eventually, something's got to give. Pala just eats that one. Second is enough time to line him up, and fast lane himself out of elbow.
Wants to reposition with the AWP. Wouldn't be surprised if he just gets right back on a similar line. Just why not repost?
There is a lurk up. Well, there's a play up mid, but there's a trap wire in the way. Here comes Verso, flattened. Okay, now Raid almost had that one for free. Now the res, Orango to protected Verso. No intervention attempt there from Sentinels, and Heat has finally gotten to top mid. But will have to give himself a way to cross this threshold.
He is so hungry to take the fight, but forced to break the trip, and Bang is able to turn in time to deal with him.
Credit though, because there was an out drone that Bang had to deal with at the same time. He prioritizes correctly. And yep, neural theft here should lay the plans of Furia bare for Sentinels. There is a spike in the very middle of the map. So the defenders simply play to the edges and wait for Furia to walk into the trap.
30
Double
seconds
stacked
left.
up here. Less than 30 seconds. This should be it.
Okay, and there it is. The trades favor Sen City. 8-2. And again, looks like they're ready for everything that Furia are trying to throw at them. Furia have the tempo. They're playing with some pace at the start of the round, but they're being bombarded with a lot of this util that is bringing them to a standstill.
I mean, ultimately, we don't really know which maps Furia have been able to put the most time into, what they've wanted to put the most time into. This could be one where they feel like they kind of have a cheese comp that looks like a Genji Paper Rex love child approach on Sunset that they're just throwing at them to see what happens. And can't blame them for it, but maybe their odds will be a bit better when we get the Icebox, which is their actual pick, because this has just always been the home of Sen. Since the Zelsis John Cutie iteration of this team began, this has always been a go-to map.
Pala knows he has to get creative to try and dig Zekken out.
He's too good.
Nothing in the playbook for that!
He's too good. I mean, he's just too good.
I reiterate.
What can you do?
Refer to my previous example. Orango there popped himself up on a wall, tried to boost in the kiosk. That was seen clean through by John. Nothing Fury is able to throw at Sen resembles anything novel. Looks like Sen have already seen this before. And that spike is far too deep into enemy territory for Fury to really make a gambit for it. Not much to hold on to and save either, though.
Where are we trying to go? What is the move right now? Just get an orb, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe also just trying to maybe collapse on a loose end player.
Yeah.
Try and double face, get a rifle.
Get a gun for Verso. Something along those lines. I mean,
yeah. For our audio listeners, I'm shrugging frequently. Okay. Sen somehow always have a double face set up on every possible angle, but the net might have been slipped. There's a trap wire in the way, though, for Furia. Well, why they're going to get the
10
spike.
seconds left.
That's
so
good.
there's that. But the timing resembles more of like a Cloud9 attack side round from last week, if you know what I mean.
You can't be doing that to them. Come on, you can't be doing that. They're not even in the building.
Yeah.
They can't even respond.
I'm sure they're listening.
Nothing will be saved after this.
Okay. Pretty stately round here for Sentinels. We are up to 9-2 heading into the last round of the half. Sentinels are sitting on a pretty impressive package for retake. But right now, we haven't even gotten to that phase of the game. Look at this.
He's too good. It's just, what can you do?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's fine. It's not like everybody saw that on the stream in slow-mo. Don't worry about it, Jordan. Okay, so Schmeig top mid here for Furia. Again, going to look to take this space up, and Pala will maybe look to open something up top mid.
This is Bang opting for a very weird off angle that I don't believe he's used yet. And Narek catches Pala on the overdrive. There's no one really from Furia able to support. They are now all caught in the Nightfall, trying to go through market. All of center at B. It's just, it's so cooked.
Now, here comes that interrupting util. Big rolling thunder catches on to the players. At first, they're able to shrug it off, or at least unaffected by it for the most part. Arango has an opening to heal himself back up. Even in numbers, but Sen are in this site.
John just going a little bit too fast, but Nere does pick off at Verso. They knew he was tucked in that corner.
I mean, Sen are just looking to fight here. There's no plan, there's no reason really to go forward, but they just want to get this one over with, and so they do. A commanding first half. Pretty lighthearted out there. Spirits seem to be soaring in Sen City.
This is a good day to show up to the Riot Games Arena if you're a Sentinels fan and you want to see your favorite team win. An ideal day to get tickets.
Yes.
They're looking pretty solid, and this is one of their best maps in the pool, showing exactly why they made that look absolutely effortless.
Yeah, we definitely descended into the fan service arc of the Sentinels anime right here at halftime. But you know what? I am here for a quick break. We'll be back, of course, with more of Sunset.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it was a pistol take for Furia at the start of this Sunset map, but I mean, if you've been watching Sentinels here on Sunset recently, you know they always bring the heat. And unfortunately for Furia, that guy's not been firing. It's been a tough start. Furia gets some early site control, but so often Tekken was on the site, gets a free pick, falls off, and then there is just a absolute bevy of retake util. And Furia are shell-shocked and flattened by Sentinels in a matter of seconds.
I will say we've seen some solid breach util coming out of Zelsis on the return to breach on this map. So that was pretty cool, though, honestly. Wish this role swap was getting tested a little bit more, because it's been speculated since John picked up the Initiator in the offseason as to how good they would be if they had swapped back if you were playing on the Sentinel role again. And maybe we'll get a better look on this attack side as we
John went into so much detail about why he liked playing Initiator as a caller. So, seen a switch back there, and he seems happy enough as it is. I'm sure the fans aren't complaining.
Senna going to silently take a lot of space towards elbow, where 2Weez peeks out. Certainly could have gone down there and feels the need to let that paranoia loose to get completely to safety. The rest of the team grouping up with him. Do they go for an aggressive reclear?
I don't hate this. Ascent gotta sniff it out. They get ahead of it. They might not get a sound cue to indicate this. Fury don't want to push any further than the extremities of that A side.
Shadows traveling. In the meantime, these guys in B main have been staring at a wall for the past many seconds. Senna now, as the wall going to break.
Which up here, Arango's already used that wall. Wyatt, he used it inside B main off the rip. That's not available to him right now. Looks like he doesn't have any other stall method. And Narrate accosts him. Now, Furia, caught outside the site. They're not one that really boasts the retake util that Sentinels has.
Now Recon comes close. Zekin is tucked to do a nice position here to swing off of Bang, who's a little piece of bait right now. Crossfire in main as well.
Bang's gonna have his hands full here. Zekin trades well and completes the 2K. 3 up here for the retake for Sentinels. They will be waiting off this surely. John on the line. Parla second guesses himself and is punished. And 2 years, with all his experience, could not stop the Furia boat from capsizing. And they might have won the first pistol, but it's going to be a brutal bounce back from that round.
There are just so many little layers of moments from Sen in that post plant that just illustrate why they're so good. From the setup that you see with Bang and Zekin here backside, where Bang is pushed out a little bit further. He's going to be bait for Zekin to then swing out, get the trades, and they're crossfired with Zelsis, John in main. And then they have the reflank from Narrate and Market. Then late in the round, combos a Haunt with the stun that Zelsis has. There's so much going on from them that Furia cannot deal with it. It's too overwhelming. Heat feels like, I was going to say, would be out of the round, but we'll at least get back up to full HP. No armor, though.
What a use case for the Sage heal, though, really. It's much better than that. On the side we go. Prowler over towards Market, and Narango is brought down through the smoke.
You could see this Viper wall from the defensive side is used to split the site in two so they can get back into the back site safely.
Spike planted.
Zelsis here expecting this push to come in, trying to preempt Heat, who's stuck behind the box. He gets out, but again, at the cost of a lot of health. He's taken what? 160 damage this round? More when that came from apparently Parla with a swing. Only finds his one, but they'll have to do. 2 years there. Able to catch them out. Narrate has to step up, and oh, it could have been ugly. Down to John. Bulldog to work with it. Verso not to half yet. Gotta be quick on the trigger finger. And Verso Stinger sings out.
You really saw, actually, in that round, just the value of the Viper wall that I was pointing out. Sentinels were never able to do much back sight, so Furia get all of that space for free, and then they can execute forward center, really then grouped up too heavily. So on default, they're overwhelmed by these Stingers, other SMGs close range. Furia are able to convert around after a long drought. But they're back in the game, barely. Barely, but they've got a third round, Mitch. They got a third round.
Yeah, long climb from here, but the Outlaw was recovered.
More opportunity for Zekin to stat form.
Well, hero rifle for the man himself. Might be a fast hit over towards the A side. Fault line would shake Adverso loose of that line, but there's 2 players lying in wait in elbow for Furia. Can they play? They can't get a crossfire for the time being. Adverso has to repost here. He doesn't really have the window to do so. Now Sen, barring a late swing from Adverso, can all face this together, and there he is. My goodness, hero rifle does work. Adverso, they're still able to extract his kill. That rifle's still at large, and Zekin still chomping at the bit to get involved.
Sen would love to go through elbow to recover that Outlaw as well. Furia know that, so they're stacked up 2 players.
ATP across, just as the head was turned. Adverso has to lock it down. Nicely done. Little 4-piece for Adverso. Stops that swaying here for Furia. That's 2 rounds already in the half.
Gets himself a Hunter's Fury off of that as well. That was a good understanding of the situation from Furia. Making sure to get a couple players just open facing towards where that Outlaw was, expecting Sen to want to go push through elbow, recover that. And they crushed them. Not too bad from the Brazilian side so far on defense, but something of an uphill climb.
Yeah, 22,
to say the least.
22 kills from 16 rounds here for Zekin. Now it's a full cohort of rifles. It's a slide for Parla, cut short, and now 2 years found himself in an awkward spot, but committed to it just as well. Zekin ran face first into the hail.
Yeah, he is hungry for that trade onto 2Es. Too much so. The rest of the team denied any forward position by that Hunter's Fury. 2Es is just so aggro right now. Oh, that is so messy. Oh, it's crumbled, and the setup was so good. Why has it crumbled, man?
I mean, Adverso was Aldroning from the other side. I don't think he was actually set up to swing with them at all. So a little staggered. That timing for Fury, and their A-hold falls apart.
Now, that being said, Sen have 2 very low HP players, and he and Orango have both made their way to Link rather quickly. So there could be an opportunity to take some fights against low HP players while the spike's being planted, maybe. That could be an opportunity.
Sen hoping to apply something with his noise cut, but in reality, they're just waiting for that poison orb to dissipate.
30 seconds.
Now they'll confirm their presence here. Fault line catches Orango, who won't be able to swing off this. It's up to Heat now. Zelsis emerges from the poison orb, drops the spike. It's John. It's John again!
Spike down.
3 in the round for the Mastermind. He still brings a keen edge, moving back to Sentinel.
And just on top of everything else, Sen have also been so clutch in this game. There were maybe like 2 1v1s I think that Furia won out, but multiple moments where someone on Sen is Doing something like that. A little snap in the 1v2 to get the second player is crazy. I think Hubert is safe today.
Yes, I think he's
Won't
okay.
be strangled like Bart Simpson by Kaplan. He's safe.
As always, next week. Valor having to get away from the fault line, but maybe finding things approaching him quicker than he would have liked. A Rolling Thunder clears the way, and Sentinels are ahead of the curve. Onto the side they go. Trap set up. Valor at least is able to extract Bang. Should make it a little bit easier to get back into the site post-plant.
Let's get some valuable info. Narrate is ready to send out this ultimate to close this game.
Flash as well. I mean, Zekken wanted a bit of the action, but it's all Zelsis right now. Parla and Adverso dashed aside. And a stately walk in the park, it feels, for Sentinels here on Sunset. Their map pick.
Second, stat farm to close things out.
You know what? I am here for it. Good start. We'll call that an easing into the series here for Sentinels. Look to pick their strongest map straight off the bat, get out to an early lead, and inflict some psychological damage along the way.
Good day to be a Sen fan. Good day to be a Sen fan in the arena. Show up for a nice little clean victory. Zekken finishes with, oh man, he couldn't even get 400 ACS. He only got 399. Come on, bro.
Run it back, honestly. I'd call that a little bit of a wash. Happy with that, I'm sure Sentinels fans are here. And on the Furia side of things, it feels like the pace of the game just gets away from them. They build a comp that really wants to stall things out, slow it up, give them the opportunities to play together, but Sentinels were having none of it. Did not want to give them that breathing room at all.
This is their home map for a reason. Their defensive setups, those retakes towards the B side were really sublime to get them out to that lead that would be impossible for Furia to make up.
And rain, hail or shine, the clutch factor is there for Sentinels. We're going to step away, but up next, Zoe and Alistair is going to break down a very quick first map.
Esse Spike vai indo pro chão agora. Já tem essa contenção na sequência. Dura muito bem o Bala!
Sentinels are already coming. They're already into this smoke. Completely unexpected. Completely at odds with G2's own hopes of holding on to anything.
Yeah, I see it like every time we lose, it's like go back to Sentinel, but people don't understand what happens in the team and the reason for some changes and why we have it this way and not the other way. Because obviously, like, our job is literally to win, and if we thought that was the way to win, we would have done it. And to be honest, even last year, we had a very good start, and obviously I was on Sentinel, but then we like dropped down, and like a lot of the issues was me like being on Senti and not being able to like control a lot of stuff on the map, and like being able to like do micro calls and stuff like that. At the end of the day, we practice every day. This is our job, and we're always monitoring the situation. And yeah, to be honest, right now I'm just more like a flex player than an initiator. I play Senti, controller, initiator, maybe some duelists here and there. We'll see. But yeah, we just keep going.
Well, the swap certainly worked out in this first map. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, together with Sideshow and Bren, to break it all down for you. And quite frankly, it was a quick one, so there's only so much you can really talk about here. But I think John Cutie and, of course, Celsius swapping those roles here and how it worked out for them is a good point to start with, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the John Cutie duelist if he's teasing it. Why not? I mean,
this will be the game to bust it out as well.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, Zekken dropped 400 ACS, so he'll have a bit of a task doing better than Zekken.
Goodness.
I found it difficult, I've got to be honest with you, to judge these two players in this match in terms of the roles. It's very simple to look at it and go like, oh, well, they won 13-4, so it must have been the right play. There were a couple of times where John got a bit overwhelmed trying to anchor, but I think John's value as a Senti is more his lurks on the attack side rather than being an incredible anchor player. And I also just don't think we've seen enough of it yet for me to feel confident one way or another. But clearly the team has decided to make this swap despite their previous concerns about, you know, John's maybe calling performance suffering a little.
And like John said in that piece, I mean, if they didn't think that this was the winning move, they wouldn't do it.
That doesn't mean they're always going to be right, though.
Right, which is, I mean, that's probably why you're saying it, because they haven't been right before in the past. I mean, do you remember the deadlock comps they were playing? Yeah. At some point, it's you know, this team has made the wrong call sometimes overall. But you're right, Josh. I kind of agree with you. It's not the right opponent to make a good call, a good gut check on whether or not this is a good move for the future yet, because Furia's just not in a state where they can give any pushback to really any team at this point. So very hard, I think, to judge based off of that. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Yeah.
It'll be so opponent and map dependent here as well, right? So we really have to wait out a few more matches to really judge what we've been seeing thus far. Let's actually check in with Coach Kaplan, who I suspect is feeling a lot less stressed this week.
Welcome back, everyone. Sentinels just took that first map win against Furia. And Kaplan, I want to ask about these roles because a few months ago, maybe last year, you were talking a little bit about how difficult it is to call and be an IGL from that Sentinel role. And now we're seeing John Cutie on the Sentinel role and that role swap with Celsius for this map 1 and for other maps that we saw last week. So can you tell me a little bit of what changed your mind about this?
Yeah, we feel like this stage and these early games where we're confident either way are a really good opportunity to just check things out. It's our last chance to switch things up. And I think the team is building some more confidence as a pack with their ideas too, which removes some of the pain of the swap as it is today.
You guys look great. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, coming up next, we have Icebox, of course. This is a big question here. Will we see John Cutie on Sentinel here, or do you expect him to go back to the initiative?
Yeah, get the duelist now.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Double duelist, man. Let's do it. I think what we'll actually... So previously, in VCT, they've run double initiator. I think the meta is trending more towards trying to get Omen into your compositions, so maybe he'll go for that instead. He did say that he was now more of a flex player than a Senti or initiator or whatever, and he did mention playing smokes on a few maps. I think this is one of the few where you'll see him play like the main smoke rather than the Viper if they go in that direction. But I think there's actually, like, the world is his oyster. I genuinely would love to see him play duelist, though. I think that'd be mad.
That would be funny.
Surely there's no way.
Maybe you can just like manifest it. We're speaking this one into existence on the other side of the
Which duelist do you want to see him play?
Honestly, don't care.
Reyna? Just come on, Reyna.
Yeah, Neon, maybe.
On the other side, though, this is, of course, Furia's map pick. They're taking us to Icebox here. You expect them to just hope to gun them down? Like, what's the approach to take from Furia?
I think. Because I think the The reason they went to Icebox is because it's a simplified map. It's one that has been played for years without any changes, which, listen, it takes a lot to spice up Icebox these days.
Icebox is rotating out at the end of this stage.
And you
as
know
well,
what?
so.
I've never been happier. Listen, but that's not right now, Josh. That's not the here and now.
That's true.
And I think for Furia, they are focusing on a map that everyone should know how to play it roughly in a macro sense. You know the push and pull, you know roughly what you're supposed to be doing on certain XX. There is evolution in terms of the gameplay that has happened over time, but it's a simple map over the years, and I think that's why they've tried to go onto it, because they don't have a lot of time as a team to gel. So you do have to offset it with the firepower, because that's the one thing you have to win, is the gunfights against Sentinels. Now, did they win it in that previous map?
No.
No. So
time to step up.
Keep watching, though. Keep watching, just in case. Just in case.
The comeback could start here on map 2. Icebox coming up right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm one for tournament arcs in my anime. That's my thing, right? And in theory, VCT should be that. However, today is the OVA episode. Sentinels go to the beach. They just do silly things. It's got nothing to do with the plot. Maybe let off some steam after what was a real grinder last week, where Kaplan, admittedly, he admits he crashes the heck out on them midway through that Ascent game. The vibes are drastically different here, and it's up to Furia on their pick of Icebox to make him respect them. We've got John QT on the Sage here.
Yeah, that was the question mark coming into this for Sen. What would John be playing? Would it be the Neon like Brun asked for? Probably not. We didn't get that. The Reyna, slightly more probable, but still nearly impossible. Sage makes a lot of sense. She's really come back into the Icebox meta a lot more recently.
Since Toronto, where, if you remember, Sentinels were playing like a non-duelist take on this map. Okay, hold on. Waylay's back in the mix here.
That is
interesting.
Unusual. You say, I don't know about back in the mix.
Well, I mean, if you think about it.
Well, I sort of generally, yeah.
Thinking
I mean,
back to Ascent last stage,
yeah,
we saw glimpses.
We saw, some Waylay on Ascent, but on Icebox.
Icebox.
On Icebox. That is very rare. We're getting an exclusive look at a new approach to the meta.
Are those real, bro? Okay, yeah, I see some magnification there. Don't worry, I respect it. So despite not being here,
look for 4 years straight.
I mean, that's a real commitment to the bit, in fairness. Coach Shaw, not here in person for Furia, has, as far as we understand, has the visa, just hasn't made it out here. Expect them in week 3. Still,
of course, he's cool with the Waylay. Otherwise, he's on the plane crashing that right now.
We can't get here quick enough. Imagine seething for 8 hours straight, sat in the middle seat in coach. No, Furia put him in business class. Let's be real. He's been through it. Of course, watching his team play from afar, surely cooking up this composition with them. It's going to be an interesting look. Ascent was the only map we really saw Waylay. I think maybe even, I want to say EG tried it on Lotus as well.
Pearl, like Icebox played it on Pearl a couple times, but all right, anyhow, we're on Icebox. Not any of those maps. So let's see what they do. And they've got the Omen too, which is just super meta right now on the map.
Have marginally improved that pistol win rate. 2-6 now.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, yep. Hands up. Furia push up. Pretty deep. In jail is Pala. And is able, of course, to refract out of there.
You can get a lot of distance off of that. In the meantime, it's been this duo from Sentinels taking space towards B main. Heat jump spotting and does have a cross set up with Arango, who's playing towards site, but is actually now departed towards mid. So Heat a little bit more on his lonesome as things stand.
Must have seen a glimpse there, because Heat is now backed up towards the edge of yellow. Lambot cleared. This is going to come in pretty hard and fast. Furia should be ready for this after the way that Sunset went, but will Heat be able to stand his ground? Good opener there. Narrate able to trade it out, but Arango's able to find 2.
That was really well done from Furia. Their positioning there, they were able to pivot, into a really nice double face setup for everyone from Sen that was crossing in. It's got them in this 3 versus 2. opportunity to start this game off hot. This is their map pick, bear in mind.
Even disadvantage, though. The Sage gives you a good plant opportunity. Light speed across there from Parla. Can he take the challenge? John is out of bullets. It's on Zelsis. Biding his time at a double. Fates might have ended up. He's turned it into 1 versus 1s. 2 in the chamber. That is all he needs. That is dirty work for the boy. Absolutely putrid stuff.
Just, okay, it's on top of everything else, every other advantage that they have today in terms of how well they're playing. They're clutching so many unwinnable situations out. Furia really did some great work there. Specifically, it was Arango and Heat, the way that they positioned themselves over on that B site to get the 3-on-2 advantage was lovely. And it's just made ultimately irrelevant by another sick clutch from Sentinels.
Damn, Sage gives you the safe plan, even in a player down scenario. Okay, off the rip. Zelsis solo operating on that B side of the map. The Marshall yields the opener.
And off that Sen, they pivot straight away from A. Time to go get that free sight if they can. Furia, look at the top of the minimap, though. They are aware and on the move, trying to beat them to the site, but they've only got 1 Sheriff in the hands of Heat to potentially do anything of note.
And there's layers to this, right? Viper Wall goes up, Sage Wall gives you that safe plant, and so Furia will group up here. Come at them from mid. They are trying to set the game state so that they get a close quarters engagement immediately. That Sage Wall is going to be lingering for a little while. Narrate's been isolated with that smoke. He just fades back to the edge of it. Inside it, in fact. Second will be waiting, creep it up, and good reactions. Narrate just moves them down. It's about the kind of anti-eco you want to see. Furia, take a punt on that gamble.
I need to see that on the replay. I have a curiosity as to whether or not he saw most of those players or not, if he just held down mouse. Oh, we did, okay. We'll peek out.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Nice and simple, and pretty damn close to 100 Fury now early on. Sen opportunity now for a bonus round. Furia, of course, fully invested. That has resulted in a few players not being on maximum armor, so some of these shots can hurt a little bit more.
Zelsis has maintained the Marshall now. Speaking of Marshall, Narrate will be left to hold mid while John and Zekken go hunting. Alarm bot dealt with. Rango's not ready for that. He can't be. And I guess now 2 years feeling a little foolish pulling off that kitchen position so early.
Look at the immense amount of space that Zekken has. Oh no. Oh, Tui. So he's in the walls. He's in the walls, man.
He's got the only rifle on Sentinels and he's put it to damn good work.
I mean, Heat and B main right now would have to kill everybody, I think. I think that would have to be the game plan. That's a good start.
Yeah, down to 10, though. It's getting a little bit dicey for him, and that's a staggered swing from John.
Okay, and suddenly, well, all right, that's unlucky. And, well, it's unlucky that John got a lot of kills and orbs, I guess. And is a plant bot when you play Sage, and already it's a res, so basically he got 1 kill, and, all right, well, I got excited for but a second, Mitch, that things could have gone maybe further in Furia's direction on that round, but
we walked into that round. They're armed to the teeth.
We'll be slowly saving.
But I mean, looking back over how that
surely not.
Okay, gets the drop. Yes. Nothing to really springboard off of there. Even if Sen get cut down to 3 players, this was, of course, their bonus round, and they've been able to upgrade that weaponry significantly. And looking back, right, that mid take, the alarm bot getting brought down, I think, by Narrate really opens that 2-play up for Zelsis, or Zekken rather.
Yeah, just too many holes in the defense. The Furia were not covering, and that's free. The stats are looking better and getting closer to the convergent paths. Maybe there will be some kind of cool play from Furia. I mean, you could send that out theoretically on defense from like yellow to B main, and it would just hit everybody.
Yeah.
So, you know, there could be some cool possibilities for like a big trap play off that ultimate. I want to see
wide-ranging area of effect for that hindrance.
Yeah, I want to see if that's an idea.
2 years here, not really sure where to look there. Maybe second-guessing the timing on Zekken pushing into kitchen like that, but Sen have always been quick to take that space. Ugly round there.
Zelsis gone ahead and picked up that Outlaw. 5 from Furia. Paolo working his way forward, finds the opening kill. And again, it's just that distance that he's able to cover and then retreat back all the way is so useful.
If you're Jet and you're sort of, tailwinding away, you probably still get caught from belts, but Waylay can cover more distance with that refract, which means you can play that much more aggressively initially. It's just a tighter window.
Now you can see that SEN want to pivot towards B off the space that Zelsis has gotten in main. The turret is covering towards Tube right now, so Paolo will be alerted to the presence of Bang in that position.
Bang is not incentivized to show himself to that turret. Yellow needs to be cleared for that sort of Sage-based plant to come down. And he really doesn't want to be shifted. Rango, though.
What?
I think that was straight through smoke.
And the turret's down because of that. You have to be joking,
God.
man.
Oh, it's diabolical.
It's brutality. You gotta be kidding. That was the KJ as well.
Bang now running roughshod through the back lines. The late rotator, slow one from Adverso here, and Furia just get thrown in the trash compactor on B. And here's that Sage wall. Safe plant for John. Let Zelsis have it. Get closer to that lockdown.
I'm a little speechless at that one, I'm gonna be honest.
A series of unfortunate events.
Melting into the floor, watching that. The subsequent actions of that round.
Yeah, you're 2D after that one, bro.
I can't believe it's the KJ and
you are giving
turret goes down. Come on, man.
You're giving Paper Mario after that round.
All right, but it wasn't even the buy for Furia. All good. This is going to be the real full buy.
Okay, we did have a full buy, beforehand, and that,
yeah,
and that didn't. But didn't really work out.
This here was just, we were saving. All good. Now we're back on the full buy. Paolo's only one away from the ult.
I'm actually hands off keyboard right now, guys.
It's not real until you turn your monitor off, Marshall.
Placing swarm grenade.
Hold of Sun stacked up towards B. Gonna try to get into main. Paolo is over towards yellow. If he gets a kill, we'll have that ult.
Tailwind already active. What's the plan for Zekin? Okay, aggressive. Paolo, though, lingering over towards yellow, is able to take one. And eventually just blown up. Bang gets topped up by John. Again, more application for that Sage heal. Safe plant that lets Bang off the chain a little bit to look in Adverso's direction.
Yeah, getting a little greedy, a little overconfident with that swing past the wall, and it's perhaps given opportunity for Furia to get back into this after the lockdown expires. There will be no opportunity for it to actually be broken. They just have to wait this out.
And with the turret still active, watching the 6 for SEN. They can certainly take their time. More of that slow, that stall util coming out. Slow orb covering a huge amount of space. Irango tentatively trying to work around the edges of it. SEN no confident. 2 shock darts. Hunter's Fury set up for this post plant, and Zelsis is waiting for them to try and dig him out. Might not be much time to work with here at all. Adverso's looking worse for wear, down to 5, and Solo, he doesn't want to chance it. He'll walk away, and that's 5 in a row for SEN.
Just far too much damage done to those retakers. Adverso's definitely going to want to survive there. SEN just overwhelming on the site take. The Furia set up towards the back yellow, and B site was dismantled all too easily. It's got them in a pretty bad economic spot yet again. This is looking like just an honest Icebox attack side snowball.
Yep.
A story we've seen many times in the past, but I would say exacerbated by the fact that this is Sentinels against Furia right now. They are just on a totally different level.
The one thing that's causing SEN some issues early in the round is Paolo, right? Pushed up deep on the A side, like he's doing right now.
Up, yeah.
Or over at yellow. Both times, getting that first kill, catching SEN out. Unfortunately, the 5v4 conversion for Furia is left a little bit to be desired, but that's neither here nor there.
Paolo didn't really get an opportunity to
take
any fights, so did just refract on out of there. Narrate's making a lot of noise, keeping the attention of Furia players.
The pace.
Oh my god, Bang not able to convert that?
It was like a stave execution for Heat, but now he's going to double down, face the music. Zekin wants to swing on him, and that is another swarm kill.
Oh, he's in the slow orb as well, just couldn't get out of it. I mean, hell, even if he could, he was about to just walk into Zekin back yellow. He was put in the air fryer. It's wraps for him on this round, and it should just be wraps for Furia. Paolo still has this rifle, but just no opportunities yet to get involved in a meaningful way with it.
And again, what do you think Convergent Path's play looks like? Does he try and go for like this early round aggression off the back of that hinder? Feels like that's pretty risky. But at this point, you probably try anything. They're going to go for it. The later stages of this round, Adverso's already picked off. No Parla. Couldn't even get his. That is... Well, that's tough, honestly.
That is super awkward then. Unfortunate. SEN just running away with this game. Well, you get out of this. Furia have a ton of ults, I will tell you that. They've certainly got ults to play with.
Oh, he is, yeah. I mean, he does opt to step into the slow wall because he needs to play that corner, but...
This is so awkward. That just looks like, I don't know. Paula's like...
I just abused the turret body blocking.
Yeah, with the bullets hitting the turret in that instant. Oh,
yes.
Sadness, misery, and a timeout for Furia. Maybe cooler heads will prevail out of this timeout.
A very pensive looking Furia here. As, do they bring in like a massive, like oversized phone, like the 1980s one, and put the coach on there? You know, like the satellite ones?
Yeah, that is an option. I mean, just anything to reach out, any kind of phone a friend.
Regardless, at least an opportunity here just to take stock of things. Discuss maybe what's going wrong, but ideally build off of what is going right. Those early thrusts here, Sentinels are maybe starting to figure that out, so a good opportunity to throw a variation here for Furia. Parla has been involved in a lot of these first engagements. He's now got an operator to hand. How does he make best use of it? Because obviously accessing the map the same way Jet can is not really on the cards.
At some point here, it's time to stop trying to hard anchor B, especially when players are pushing up towards A. They have the ultimates to play this for a retake, or in a situation like this, now with the up, you can just use that to lock down this side of the map, try and stack up elsewhere. That is what they're going to do.
Parla Silly's up.
Oh, yeah, he had it for a moment, but he did get rid of it. Just has the rifle now.
Back in a flash. Just second-guessing himself in that moment.
Does just put down the refract, so he's going to begin to push up and take some forward space towards main. SEN are very passive. They know that this could be coming.
Surely we don't force the issue here. I mean, how do they know this is coming? I guess is the question. They've read this very well. Parla surely not in a position to collapse with his convergent parts. I'd have to imagine that would be even out of Parla's wheelhouse.
Is he going to go all the way?
Goodness, okay, sees Elsis and gets what he came for.
Parla has done a decent job finding opening kills, but Furia just need to win a round off of it. Unfortunately, this is another time where they've gotten good kills, and John just has a res, though. But even still, we're getting late into the round, and there are so many ultimates for Furia to play with late. This pit to lock down towards A, a potential conversion paths from Parla towards B. They've got some options here.
But wow, Furia are so convinced this is...
Yeah, they
okay.
are.
They just smoked boilers as well.
30 seconds left.
So this will be a little bit of a slow rotation from the rest of Furia, but I think they're cottoned on now. Convergent paths being lined up, and here we go. Parla needs to make a hero play of this one. Bang with the Hunter's Fury, whistling over his left shoulder. And Parla is not able to benefit from that ult.
It's unfortunate we could play off, but that was actually really cool. Use that with the stun. It caught onto second. Bang's far forward.
Bang more than happy to get his hands dirty here. Gets away with murder. Triggers out of the picture, but Parla just finds him somehow through the smoke, and now a challenge over towards Yellow. Parla for 3 in the round, but even that might not be enough. Adverso, oh! Caught shooting the recon. Down to 7, and no closer to defusing our Furia. Sentinels can sit back on this and bide their time. Take some swings. High-low setup is beautiful. And Adverso, with a paltry 7 points of health, can do nothing but perish to the spike or to narrate, whichever one comes first.
Parla has had some good openers in this game, but it's just never actually enough for Furia to bring a round win to fruition. SEN are just a little bit too good. Bang is playing with the utmost confidence, taking all of that space fighting forward. Then when it actually comes down to time for Furia to need to defuse, the swings from SEN coming out are perfectly executed. Man, if there was anyone there from Furia to play off of the convergent pass, Parla also threw the stun just out of the range of it to the right, which is where second was, and it connected onto him. That was so cool, but there was no one there to play off of it.
I mean, Furia was so convinced that it was an A hit. They commit everything to that side. And so they're too late on the rotate.
And that has resulted in them being sat with 4 sheriffs. Vandal for Parla. listen, certainly looks like he has some potential as a player, but Furia as a team right now just aren't able to make the most of what he's offering.
And here's Zekken stepping up, always demanding more. Urango down first again. Sage Wall cuts Adverso off of the action. Heat has a nice little perch here. It's only good for one. Adverso's at least able to chime in, and now the Viper's Pit. Sentinels lost a couple of guns in the last round, so maybe just want to secure this one or guarantee it to some degree.
Apollo's deep mid wants to group up with the other players who are unable to recover any upgrade right now. They're still just sat with the Sheriffs. Recon through, Apollo swinging first.
Well, they're not involved early, but now it's about what happens late in the round. Bang has the shorty, and the follow-up is sublime. Centimeter perfect round there for Sentinels. Steadying the ship after some rocky rounds, but Furia barely put a scratch on in this game.
Even when something hasn't gone Sentinel's way, they're able to recover it late round with quality site executes and having post plants that have found 100% success up until this point.
Oh. I mean, 2 years is smack dab in the middle of that snake bite.
Definitely some frustration on the face of Heat that is very much warranted. And now an attack operator for Zelsis. We did see him using the Outlaw prior. And it really just feels like we're living in an attack-opping world right now in 2025.
Yeah.
People are loving it.
Saw a lot of it on Corrode from Sen as well. It was the Vice.
Yeah, just from Zelsis in specific, actually. He was doing it on Lotus sometimes, too. Really starting to pick it up more. Just another little hole in the Sen's game. Bang. Beautiful opener.
That is beyond brutal. Tara from Morongo either cleared or nowhere to be seen there. He's out of the round when he could have had a lockdown. Try and give Furia a foothold in these sites post-plant. Zelsis is happy just to play with his food here at the B side, but now the rest of Sen have considered this as a genuine finishing option.
Zelsis going to get the lockdown now.
Standard
off
location.
That orb, and it's going to send Heat running unless he just tries to timing it and fight forward. Wanted to for but a moment,
He
but
is
will now
alone.
just get on out.
There is nobody for him to play off here. He's actually going to fall off the side entirely. Lockdown gets the space that Sen wanted, but Zekken is dealt with in a long-range duel. He doesn't take a scratch.
A little over-eager, perhaps, to take that fight. No utility to really supplement that position. This breaking the wall offers a pretty nice angle, though, for Zelsis. That's now obscured as that one-way cloud gets reactivated towards main.
Zelsis can refresh this turret and play off of it. And John just waiting, tucked into the corner. Now, what are the options for Furia? They're running a little bit thinner. Now, Bang is knocking on the door, making a play in from mid. He has to commit to this. He's got to take the fight, and John is dealt with. But there's layers to this, folks, and far more. Sentinels personnel waiting for a chance to get involved. Oh, buddy, that is brutal.
And then Zelsis just rewraps back yellow. Look at the angles that Sen are able to play there, especially off the wall. You have John tucked into a newly formed position from the wall, and then you have Zelsis able to just hold the cross through the broken panel, rotates going towards back yellow. These post plants are really excellent.
Parla trying to use that light speed to get forward, but he just has no information. He knows he's pushing into a likely crossfire. Not a word on the lips of Adverso there. Not a word for obviously this team, who are honestly with players in supportive positions on this team, have got a lot of experience, right? Adverso, 2 years. I'd even put Heat amongst them. Parla with that ill-fated, stint last year with MIBR wasn't really able to give the greatest account of himself.
But he had some moments. Had some moments that feel like kind of what we're seeing now, honestly. Flashes of, but this guy can definitely shoot. He's got some potential. But neither time he's been on the Americas stage, he's had the team around him to make the most of what he's offering. And it's like, you're looking at this team and, hey, perhaps like they could, to some extent with more time because of the experience you're mentioning, but they haven't had time. They're taking timeouts where they still just have to talk to each other. There's no one else getting in the mix to give them any other ideas.
Was that a Sentinels timeout?
No, I don't believe so.
So what is he going to ask?
Kaplan is paycheck stealing.
Is he just going to ask them what their favorite member of Blackpink is and then just get back to the game? Like, what is there to talk about? This is clean. Very clean. Lockdown here for Urango. 2 kills for those bottom 3 players of Furia. When the rubber hits the road, they have not been able to deliver. Want to make a play down 2, but it feels like Bang is ready. Well, especially now that the turret has got this contact and he just mows him down. Yeah, it's one of those days at the office. Bang aiming for that quarterly bonus. Furia just walking straight up into the sightlines of Sentinels.
And unfortunately, that is Furia's buy round yet again, just up in smoke. Sen going to get an easy A site here. Bang looking snappy, everything looking easy, so effortless.
Yes, that was very straightforward.
Very straightforward from Zekin. No chance he was going to lose that duel.
No. But there have been a number of these rounds, especially after timeouts, where Furia have still been proactive early, but tried a different part of the map, right? We saw Parla trying to move up on B. He's being controlled by Zelsys there, right? That op on the attack side, really just dealing with any of those contact peaks on the extremities. It's a very expensive weapon drop there, Jordan.
Punished for hunting with the op, as will happen.
Easy come, easy go with those weapons, I suppose.
I mean, there really, realistically should have been a trade on Bang at the top of the round, but... Okay, just able to snap onto multiple people with that Phantom with such ease.
All right, a flawless game so far from Sentinels. 10 rounds, they were able to pick up, of course, in the first half of Sunset, and then they springboarded off that pretty confidently. But again, Sen are playing back a little early in these rounds, and they're always ready for these extremity pushes coming from whichever way.
They've really been able to deny that aggression, you know, outside of a couple moments where Paula took that opening fight, finds a kill, able to teleport out of there. Yeah.
They're pushing down tube again. And the turret is watching for it again. This time it's cleared, and Bang isn't able to play off it because the variation here is a defense-sided smoke on that corner.
Oh, Zekin so far forward. Heat, real danger right now, trying to retreat, and is able to.
Okay, this is drawing all of Furia over to the B side of the map. Sen are very passive on A. Again, expecting a lurk up. Oh man, they're really pushing past the line of scrimmage there, Wyatt.
They are going all the way into B main right now for Furia. They sent the paranoia and then the swing. They've realized that Sen no longer there. In fact, they are going to A, and Furia are just trying to gun it there. Teleport from 2Es. Going to be back sight.
Okay, lockdown here for the defenders, so gives Furia some breathing room, maybe a chance to even get into the site and anchor it properly. Huh. A little audacious, but I'll take it.
Oh,
Narrate times it to the second.
All right, well done. Has the Hunter's Fury. Furia are now
30 seconds left.
Fully positioned, back sight. But Sen will have the Hunter's Fury to try and cause some disarray in their positioning that they can exploit when the execute comes in.
There is a slow wrap coming down from Heat, but it will be spotted out by the Killjoy turret. There it is, straight into the fight. Bang and Zelsys chime in. Zekin fell, 10 seconds left in the round. Needs to be applied here, it's going to be interrupted. Oh, Bang, that is clean. Up to Adverso now from rafters. Had to send and deliver, no other option. A staggering 11-0 on this first half of Icebox.
Derek just standing in the lockdown and getting that orb got max value. The Hunter's Fury coming through. Zekin scaling off the back of that into the deep part of the site. Bang with them as well. Zelsys was aware of Heat coming on the flank. Had gotten a kill in the meantime while all of that action was happening towards rafters.
Comfortable, very comfortable for Sentinels. And again, seeing these pushes up, they double back on that B push, realizing they've got to cancel it, they've got to deal with the lockdown at A. Narrate is taking an orb inside the lockdown. Heat has crossed.
He has gone all the way. And in the meantime, Paula has the convergent paths that covers all of B main.
Zekin is not convinced.
Just jump spotting this now. Does have a couple players with him if Sen were coming B main to play off it, but it's just all about Heat right now. Is he going to get cleared? Will he actually have an opportunity to try and get an opener here?
How much will Sentinels insist that someone is in fact in Crow's Nest? Okay, he does get the drop on them though. Getting out though, that could be the issue. He needs exfil immediately. That was Adverso though chiming in, able to bank a play out from Boiler.
Yeah, swinging off of Heat's distraction. John rotated over. Here comes another well-timed res. All these reses have gotten so much value as well. Hunter's Fury going to be committed due to it, but it doesn't even connect. Okay, Bang caught. Dangerous though.
Virgin parts now
30
active.
seconds left.
Looks like nobody from Sentinels was subject to the hindrance of that, and Zekken will walk away.
Narrate has been on the move towards B for a while now, but Tweez is already here, back yellow and ready. Time has dwindled so far.
Tweez is ready for this. Oh no, Tweez! Oh, say it ain't so.
10 seconds left.
Oh, that hurts. Now Sage Wall and Safe Plant. Naru's going to get it done. And he might even want to play off of this. This might be an unexpected position. And yep, has a timing but can't quite convert. Up to Zekken, brought back to life. John, the bringer of life.
One enemy remaining.
Zekken, the harbinger of death, it appears. Adverso. Got to make a play for it, but it's just not meant to be. Plot armor. Thick as a bloody battleship for Sentinels. That is a bona fide USDA Prime 12-0 half for Sen City.
I don't think I have any words for that. Sen.
Well, it's your job, so give me some.
I mean, damn, man, they look pretty good. Zelsis casually topping the board, just kind of sitting around with the AWP, picking people off on the flanks. Sends post plants over towards that B side. Oh, they were very impressive. All of their positional rotations, how they were setting up crossfires off of each other. That was what was really impressing me throughout that half. That was some great stuff from them.
Clear to see that Furia getting uncomfortable midway through the rounds, always looking for more info and getting punished for it. Can they do something in this game? 12-0 at the half. We'll see you in the second, where the pistol means everything. The only team to ever get 13-0'd in VCT Americas was EG, and the good news is that was 2023. They went to win champions that year. I'm just saying. I'm
you're just saying. Right.
They've got a whole stage
so
to get together.
Are you trying to tell me that Furia are
I
going
am
to be winning champs?
The facts. I am presenting the facts.
It sounds to me like you're trying to tell me they're going to win champs. By the way, we'll see what happens. Loud are the only team in VCT Americas who've won a map 13-0.
I will give you the Duplos, and you make the Cat Cafe for me, okay? That's your job. So this would be historic for a number of reasons. Let's see if it plays out that way.
The second 13-0 in history, maybe. I feel like we've been here before where it's almost happened and then it doesn't, but all right. Let me get my bearings. Furia, they're headed towards the A site. All 5 players. Wall goes down from Jean to deny that left side of 410.
Here comes the inch forward from Furia. Parler obviously with a get out of jail free card. It's unlikely Sentinels, like the rest of Furia, get away from this. They are committed in here. Celsius already shows himself and deals with Parler pretty comfortably. That was a nice little dink off Celsius, but more work still to be done. Even numbers. Sight, though, belongs to Furia.
Wait, this shot could kill it. So he's the one planting. No! What?
4 health.
I'm sorry, what?
4 health.
What?
It did interrupt the plant, though. This gives time now. Bang already starting to knock on the door. Urango doesn't want a bar of it.
These Furia players are dangerously low, and Narrate Deals with the Mango.
Low he is. Zeken's going to be able to wend his way into the site now. And Verso's up in nest. I don't think Zeken heard that. Oh, God, he just deals with heat. And Verso for 3 in the round. He's looking for more. It's not to be. A historic victory for all the wrong reasons, perhaps. But it's Sentinels bouncing back from a tumultuous week 1 with an ease into the rest of stage 2.
And if what you said is true, there's still good news for Furia to await us.
Champs, baby!
There's good news in the future. Yeah, Sen a little bit too good today. Great time to show up to the Riot Games Arena if you're a Sentinels fan. Enjoy a nice little victory for them. 2-0 now in the stage. You're looking good.
So here's the thing. Coming out of last week, you know, Capcom frustrated, felt like Sentinels really came alive towards the end of that series. Here, they come in, they get to play their way. They really just get to maybe put a couple of things they've been working on to the test, but you could see Sentinels were serious about getting off to a strong start in this series. They pick Sunset, they go straight for it, they say, we're just going to dominate this game and be done with it.
Absolutely. Their home map for a reason. And every time they play it, I feel like I say, it's their home map for a reason. And then they show me why.
Unless it's PRX.
And the reason is they're really good. Well, yeah, except for that one, but that's all good. That's Paper X. But Sen on that map, too strong. Then we go over to Icebox, where they've switched things up now from the last time we saw them in VCT. Zeken playing Omen, running a duelist-less comp. Now back over to the Jet, the classic duelist pick for the map. John over to that Sage, and things work out perfectly for them.
Couple moments here, of course, from the match that was Zelsis ends 17-8, and a beautiful start to Icebox for him. 330 ACS, generally a confident, dominant showing, picking up the AWP on a couple of occasions. Well, you mentioned it, right? That clutch factor was there in spades. Not even to say that Sentinels needed it to rely on it all the time, but tell you what, when it was time to go, they absolutely went for it. And a good confidence builder, I think, for this team. But I wonder how much there really is to take away from the game. When they sit back, look over it, they probably say, okay, our approach is good. Confidence looks like it was there. But how does this kind of game style, this strat stack up against some of the more imposing teams here in Stage 2?
Yeah, I mean, listen, a takeaway from this game is certainly that John, he's playing a lot more Sentinel. He straight up switched with Zelsis on map 1 to be on the Cypher while still running the breach. Zelsis picks that up. But I think to Josh's point, it's like we don't really know how good they're going to be with it yet because this wasn't the greatest test, but it's cool to see the comps that they're going to be running. We've got some more knowledge as far as that goes.
And I don't know about you, but I've never been happier not to be paid by the hour. Let's send it down to Dryad on the stage for the Rise and post-match interview with John QT.
Let's hear for Sentinels, everyone, as they get our first 13-0 of this year, and also the second one that we've gotten in VCT Americas history ever. When you're having such a dominant map, do the comms get silly? What was going through that map of Icebox for you guys?
Not really. I think everyone was locked in. Even on the defense piece round, we just talked through our protocols and everything was like set. We did a big emphasis on not like worrying about the score and just playing our game, and it worked out, yeah.
And I want to ask you a little bit about the situation for Sentinels right now. You guys are looking great and are kind of on the path to making it to champions through points, but it's going to take a couple more of those wins. What is the process of experimentations? Because everybody has been asking you about the roles, the changes. How much experimentation are you giving to the team right now before you kind of decide what is going to be locked in for the future?
Obviously, we go through trial and errors. We try stuff, and obviously, it won't always be perfect. We might fail or might be good from the first go, but we know we can qualify through champ points if we win a couple games, but the goal is to win split 2 and get a trophy and go as first seed, so we're not really worrying about going with only champ points, yeah.
Yeah. Something that Celsius talked about during the LATAM interview that I had with him last week was about the expectation that you guys have and what is going to take for Americas to lift the trophy again, and that means getting a little bit more creative, getting a little bit more explosive as other regions are doing. Do you agree with that mentality? Is that something that Sentinels is trying to implement, given that surprise of not really knowing what you guys are going to do next?
Yeah, I think Americas as a region has been lacking a little bit compared to the others. I think the last time our region won was us in Madrid in 2024. So yeah, we definitely try to look at other regions, especially APAC, because they've been the most dominant lately, and try to implement and see what works for them. And yeah, in general, also like work with our strengths and weaknesses as a team and just put in work.
You talk about those strengths as well, and for my last question, then I want to ask you, where do you find the team has the greatest strengths when you're facing what kind of team? Because that next match is going to be against Cloud9, a team that can be very explosive, with Oxy especially. Do you think those are the teams that you thrive against the most, or is there, you know, a team that's a little bit more controlled that you feel like you have the upper hand against?
I think we're good at adapting to different play styles and pretty much just game plan and study the other team and make sure everyone is on the same page if it's a more aggressive team or if it's more like a slow control team. I don't think we really are like best against a certain way of playing. For me, it's always like, as long as we show up, it doesn't matter who we play, to be honest, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, John,
Thank
for
you
the
for having
interview. Can we hear it once again for John and for Sentinels? This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, and we're going to send it to Match Point with Narrate and Celsius.
Thank you so much. Yes, Celsius and Narrate are joining us, and I guess Josh and I are here as well. Thanks, Riot. Yeah, no, this is going to be a quick one to break down. I mean, you guys barely had to break a sweat for this one. Clearly, dinner plans were on the horizon there as well. Talk about the prep heading into the game against Furia. Was that just like trying new things out, like just completely focusing on yourselves, or did you actually go to the Vault Dungeon and check out what they've done in their previous match?
I think for us, like after the G2 game, obviously we won, but I feel like regionally we're kind of, we should feel like we should be winning most of the regionals right now at this moment with our team. Like, it's just inexcusable, and it's just kind of like a stepping stone for us. So for us, we had a huge talk after the G2 game about like actually being the best America's team, so that we can show that we can dominate internationals and carry trophies. So yeah, we just had a huge team talk basically, and like dialed in.
I understand having that team talk after playing against G2, but it's kind of messed up of you to go into your highest gear against Furia. That's like, actually, that's bullying at that point. Because, I mean, the second ever 13-0.
I mean, shout out He. If he didn't win Pistol on the first map, it would have been a double 13-0. So, yeah, shout out He for winning them Pistol.
Yeah, okay. Is there more kind of, like, when it gets close and you're like 10-0, 11-0, even 12-0, is there more like, oh, okay, we got to do it now?
I mean, I wouldn't say, but I remember at like 7-0, somebody said it, like, we're going to get this 13-0, and I'm like, yo, chill,
yeah.
But no, I don't think we had any, like, pressure about that. We were just kind of flowing. We were in, like, a really good state, like, as a team, really good comms and stuff, so yeah, there was no added pressure.
I think Wyatt and Uber talked about it during the cast, right? So this is the second time this ever happened in America. The last time was EG, and they went on to win champs. So good news for the Furia fans. If we're talking transitive properties, then Furia is going to win champs.
Yeah.
Furia will win
Easy
champs.
math, right?
Let's go Furia.
Yeah.
Big fans over here.
Yeah, I think that would be tough for them.
You think a bit of an uphill battle?
I don't think it's a hot take to say that they are not favoured to win champs, but, you know, anything can happen in this
Early days
sport.
in stage 2,
It's not,
Josh,
it's late.
calm down.
It's late in the year.
I said in stage 2, though.
Yeah.
Right, well, yeah, I mean, we pretty much summed up the game there already. Dominant performance, great start for Sentinels in stage 2. Let's see if you guys can continue on that trajectory. Now, we do want to play a little game of our own here on Match Point. We're going to hand you paddles, one of them saying me, the other one them. Pretty easy, we're going to give you prompts, and you have to hold up your answer to the prompt. Simple enough, can't go wrong.
All right,
Let's start with the first one. Who is more clutch?
So who's like the them, though?
All right, so the them is the other one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the other person.
Sorry, so
your teammate, your teammates.
yeah, your teammate.
Oh, okay, so then we put it up at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right.
He goes on the couch.
Listen, I've been him these days.
No,
I gotta have the
been.
confidence, but he.
But only one can be
Yeah, that's.
him,
I was gonna say it's hard to answer because like right now how we're playing, it's like I'm gonna be in more clutches than he will be.
Yeah, you
so,
actually you won a nasty one on Sunset, and then you also was it like round 1 or 2 or something
Pistol.
on Pistol on Icebox was pretty nice
it was
too.
insane.
I let him in die. Sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
Listen, if you win those rounds, you can bait. I don't care.
I like that. I like that.
Right, next question. Who overheats more often? 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're aligned.
I mean, I don't think either of us really overheat that hard, but I definitely will, like, if I get a kill, sometimes I'll just, like, I'm going to lock down this
He's very confident
angle.
going from
I will lock down this angle. It's not like I'm over swinging or anything, but I will just keep holding my angle, like, a lot, rather than, like, running away.
Do you think you're doing that less these days? I remember watching you on KC, and I felt like you were, like, really going for fights on that team a bit.
I think with that team, it's just a different team. Like I was meant to be way more aggressive on this team. I have to, reel it back in a little bit.
Okay. That's what it is.
Yeah. It is. You think I'm washed?
No. I meant they're bad. You know what I mean? But it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right.
We're breaking them apart here. The vibes are going to go down after this one. Well, speaking of vibes, who carries the vibes after a tough loss? 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
The vibes guy.
All right.
Vibes guy. I mean, I definitely give my piece in VOD review for sure, but I think I carry the vibes.
Can you remember a series where you were just feeling down at the dumps, like as it happened on stage and you just couldn't pick it back up?
The MIBR game for Bangkok, it wasn't like I was down in the dumps. I was just kind of like not like the hype energy, and him, Nere, and Bang actually had like insane positive energy and like hypeness, so I just focused on me.
He says that, but that game he went like 260 ACS against Icebox, like fully diffing him.
It's because I had my mini vibe merchants.
Like it was crazy.
Yeah, you got to gas him up when he does that kind of performance.
Yeah,
Unk needs his praise too sometimes.
Unk, you're like a child to people like me. What are you saying?
Listen, I'm getting there.
No, he's getting there.
How old are you?
27.
27.
Oh, in esports, that's...
Dude, retirement is
10
around the
years
corner.
older than you.
No.
How old is Angel?
Angel's 35.
Good point.
Angel's 35.
Angel's
He's got some
35.
ways to go.
I got some ways.
That's true. Have you seen Na'Vi recently?
They're really good.
30 plus, we're peaking. It's all good. It's all good. Now, who of you is more likely to overslip for a scrim?
Oh, that's easy.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. So I suspect there's a story here, is there? Or are you just late generally?
He's no, not usually, but he's just a very early bird.
I would say I'm just very punctual.
Yeah.
What's an early bird in
Oh no, it's not like I wake up.
20-year-old.
Yeah, it's not like I wake up super early. It's just if there's a time where I need to be somewhere, especially if it's like prac, I'm gonna be there. Like I'll never be late.
I woke up early one time at like 9. Got to the office by 9:30.
Okay.
He was already in there. We don't start prac till like 11 or 10:30.
What do you do? Are you like grinding DM or something beforehand?
Sometimes I'm just playing ranked, but usually it's just I'm playing DM. I usually just like to get in the office and if I need to find like lineups or look at Valo plans and look at some strategies. Sometimes I do that, but usually I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
And you just have bad work ethic then, take it?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I need my Z's. I'm getting. We said I'm getting there.
He needs the extra rest. He can take it.
Yeah.
I'll put in the work.
What's the bedtime then?
These days, depends. If we have the early game or the later game, that's what I change it off of. So
Okay.
like, usually like 12-1. Early game, probably like 11:30.
Okay.
Very
That's not-
early.
that's not much better.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
the extra
fair.
30 minutes. It's good.
Add another 10 years and you go to bed at like 9 p.m. aren't you?
I have a child, so I go to bed when my child goes to bed.
There you go.
Because she actually outdoes me. She's 3 years old, but she's so much energy. I don't know.
I have 4 children, so I feel you.
We're same thing.
What are we
Same.
saying?
All right, and since we're so old, we have to look ahead for our retirement. So who is more likely to become a coach when the shots don't hit anymore? 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I say me.
It's a good trajectory for a player.
What's the
regardless.
reasoning behind this? I know that, Jordan, you look like you were struggling to pick there.
Because, I think I could be a good coach, but I don't want to coach.
Why?
Because you would have to deal with players
I would
like
have to deal with. The thing is, I don't want to deal with more children as I already am as a player. As a coach, I would lose my marbles. I would actually freak out. I think. It's just too hard. It's just too hard.
I feel like I say me because I feel like I understand the game at a really high level.
Yeah, I think you do.
And I think as a coach, I think I could do a really good job. That's kind of it. Yeah.
What's the most difficult thing about a coach's job then?
I mean, one, there's just a ton of things you have to do. You have to prepare server time. You have to constantly, you're not playing the game. So you have to sit there and watch the game for hours and hours and hours. And at some point, that's just Jesus. You have to review other teams, make full sheets for everybody because you want to lessen the burden on the players. So we can go in the game fully focused and not really have to worry about too much. It's just a lot. And also if you don't have many coaches, there's going to be more work to do in between our coaches at least.
The coach wears a lot is basically.
Yeah, I mean, Kaplan used to be a pro. He used to play for some tier 1, tier 2 teams back in the day. Yeah.
Space Station.
But is he washed now? If he spends all of his time just playing, do you play with him ever?
We've never played with him because he's completely washed, and he knows it, and he doesn't. He chooses not to play.
I did play some off-season events with him, like show matches, and he gets into it. He loves it, yeah, because he's like, it's my only time I can play. So he really tries hard, yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to pull in a caster like Baby Bay then if you lost a player. You'd just grab Kaplan?
No.
I'd
take Baby Bay over him.
I think I'd take Baby Bay all day long.
The real question is Baby Bay going to turn into a coach?
Who knows?
He's got to wear every hat too,
it could
right?
Be
it's like from caster, that might be a transition. We'll see. We'll find out. Potentially, maybe, probably not. But yeah, it's a lot of work, obviously, for coaches heading into each and every single game day, match day. That's what makes the team come out on top. Let's see who has done well thus far for their team here in Stage 2 standings. Yeah, you guys are popping off, 2-0. What a way to start. How do you feel about your upcoming opponent? Cloud9, I think, is your next one on the horizon.
Well, they are the regular season merchants, so it will be hard. You know, if it was playoffs, I'd say we win 2-0, but I have to give it to them. Regular season, they're demons. They're different demons.
It's always the cheap shots, man.
Yeah.
It's always the cheap shots. This group, the group you're in, seems a bit more like lopsided than the other group as well. I can't imagine seeing blowout games like the one that you just played from the Omega group, particularly.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for me, I think there's just been a lot of roster changes, and there's a lot of like, you know, ups and downs with this season. I think a lot of teams are like resetting or trying to find like new footing this late in the year. It's kind of hard, and I think that's my take on like why our group seems a little bit more consistent, and the other group is kind of, yeah.
It was definitely difficult, like looking at Stage 2, looking at all those changes, to predict where the teams will be placing. You guys on Platchat spent like, I don't know, if what felt like 5 hours.
And we got it wrong entirely, as we always do.
Yeah, probably, but like it was painful to watch, is all I'm saying. Let's get some predictions from you guys here for our matches tomorrow, as we're looking ahead at our schedule. We're going to have Crew and 100 Thieves facing off against each other. Who you got winning this one?
For Crew and 100 Thieves, I gotta go with 100 Thieves. You know,
I'm also going 100 Thieves.
Our red, white, and blue brothers. I think they definitely got it in them. They definitely looked really good off their first game. I'm not sure who it was against, but they looked really good. But also Crew looked pretty nice. I mean, they have some role changes going on, so we'll see how they perform in their second match.
And then NRG plays against Loud. I believe that's the other game of that day. So
I love the NRG guys, but I gotta go Loud. I say it every season, every split. I'm like, Loud's gonna do really well. Loud's gonna do really well, and then they don't. But I have to trust again. I have to trust.
I feel like NRG should win this, considering how like good the team is, and you know how they played leading up to EWC and stuff. I feel like they definitely have a lot of reps with their team as well. They've been together for a bit of time. Obviously, who did they add recently? Scuba.
Yeah.
So I think they should win this, but Loud actually looked. I enjoyed watching their game the last time they played. So.
Yeah, and Scuba looked good in their opening match as well. So I am excited for the matches tomorrow. It should be some close games. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time. Once again, congrats on back-to-back wins in Stage 2. And now we have nothing more for you. So it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. But here is the Samsung SSD Fast Replay to close it out.
Buy the Sentinels bundle.
Buy the Sentinels
bundle. And do that.
It's like playing against your evil twin. It's 2G versus G2.
From the other side.
Yeah, and they're seeing another Ascension team from the year before who's been absolute trailblazers. I mean, G2 have just taken the world by storm.
Even with the sub, even with Leave out of the mix, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Your prize jump. He's just denied the flank of two people. Incredible stuff here as G2 has such control over the map. Playing cat and mouse, but Jonah P still able to find the mark. Nice paranoia through the back and pushed him out to the side, and they were able to get the kill. Nice ping. He knows what the actual play is, and Jonah P reads it and plays it perfectly.
Let's go, Jonah! Let's go, Jonah! He's gold, bro. He's gold. Fake. Going C. Maybe up C.
Oh, it falls apart so quick, man, silly. It's here by smokes, by coverage, and the ability to not find your target.
Was that you? Let's go!
Drop to his left. The drop to his left! He hits the box. They weren't expecting it. It didn't make the full sound of breaking his own ankles. That's one from Valen.
Let's go,
Put him on the final point. Valen doesn't miss a beat. The series in 2 as G2 take down 2G.
In theory, this should be SEN's easiest game of the stage. Weird things happen, though, when we say that kind of stuff.
Furia has something to say in the matter here.
This is a team, all the pressure's off their shoulders, they're a dangerous squad, and when you get into that mentality that this is supposed to be an easy win, when the first thing starts to go wrong, all I'm saying is that's when the tilt settles.
The other edge of the Viper's pit, Bang is starting to approach Pot. Prowler leads the way, Bang gets in there. Good conversion, unreal. Hits the surge, dive up on a platter and Bang. And he'll bang the wall out too. Sees fault line, Parla steps aside of it.
One headshot, one headshot. Come right.
And it's Util with his double initiator composition. Here comes the overdrive. And now Heat, once again, last man up. We'll call that an easing into the series here for Sentinels. Get out to an early lead and inflict some psychological damage along the way. Convert that. It was like a stay of execution for Heat, but now he's going to double down, face the music. They're going to go for it. In the later stages of this round, Adversa's already picked off, though. Parla.
I don't know.
Find their time.
I have it.
Take some swings. High-low setup is beautiful. And Averso, with a paltry 7 points of health, can do nothing but perish to the spike or to narrate, whichever one comes first. Spinner will be spotted out by the Killjoy turret. There it is, straight into the fight. Bang and Zelsa's chime in.
Just force play.
Second fell, 10 seconds left in the round. Needs to be applied by turret. There it is, straight into the fight. Bang and Zelsa's chime in. Second fell, 10 seconds left in the round. Needs to be applied. He was going to be interrupted. A historic victory. For all the wrong reasons, perhaps. But that's Sentinels bouncing back from a tumultuous week 1 with an ease in to the rest of stage 2.